It is Tuesday. It's time for Total Bases. It's also $5 Tuesday. I also just cashed a KBO play, so I'm pretty happy. In a good mood. I'm in a good mood. Would have been in a awful mood if the game I bet lost because I led pretty much the whole game. But we're here. We got the win. TB is still on our time, so we appreciate him getting up at 6 a.m. every day. And shout out to Brian Leonard, who's been doing this all season. I know I'm on the East Coast. 9 a.m. is like perfect time for me. I got to be honest. I don't know if I'd be able to do this every day at 6 a.m. So appreciate you guys. And Brian, I'm going to go right to you. We're going to get going. There's a full slate of games today to get into. And I want to start with your Cleveland Guardians. We teased this one yesterday. It's Scooble, Gavin Williams, basically playoff baseball tonight in Cleveland. So kick us off, Guardians, Tigers. Do you have a bet here?
Yeah, we got Scooble, the lefty, going against Williams, the righty. And Scooble's about a 155 favorite, anywhere from 145 to 160, let's just say. Still early in the morning. Some of these places are, I'm sure, not changing their numbers this early. But total is 6.5, which is a little bit lower than what I expected. You rarely see a game in Cleveland with a 6.5. But let's take a look at the ballpark factors for today. Progressive field, it's got it minus 2% of what it normally is. It's blowing in from right to left, a little bit in, a little bit. So maybe 6.5 is correct. We talked about this and where we thought it was going to be. I thought it was going to be in the 140 range. And Pinnacle, who is the sharpest book out there pretty much, is at 145. So makes me feel a little bit good about my projection. But you can still catch upwards of 140 on the comeback. They got it at the South Point here in Vegas, 138 at Heritage, some smart books. So we'll see how it goes. But when you take a look at Detroit, the only guys that are really hitting well in the last 7 days have been Gleyber Torres and Spencer Torkelson. Torkelson's the only guy that's given them any power right now. You can take a look at both the bullpens. Both bullpens were off yesterday, so obviously they should be in pretty good shape. When you look at Cleveland's offense as of late, the Guardians have some guys doing pretty well offensively. They've got Stephen Kwan's last 7 days, the fifth best hitter in baseball. They got Valera, who is starting to come around 77th. Jose Ramirez 15th. Bo Naylor 11th, although Bo Naylor will not play today because he is facing a lefty and a tough lefty. So you will get Austin Hedges. Now, Austin Hedges isn't going to give you the offense that Bo Naylor does, but he's a much better defensive player. And the pitchers, when they have Hedges behind the plate, their ERAs are lower. He's very good with everything except for the stick. Great leader in the clubhouse. Derek Scooble, 2.23 ERA, 2.77 expected, 0.88 WHIP. Great at everything. His barrel rate's about league average, ground ball rate a little bit less than league average, extension about league average. We know we're going to get out of him. He's a hell of a pitcher, maybe the best in baseball, one of the top two. For Cleveland, you got Gavin Williams, and I mentioned it yesterday that I considered him the ace of the team, and Brandon kind of giggled, but take a look at his ERA, 3.06. Expected, I understand, at 4.35, but his whip is a 1.28. He's got an 11-5 record, and considering the beginning of the year, he could not find the strike zone, and he still has these numbers. That's pretty impressive. He's not going to – his problem is the walk rate, 6th percentile, hard hit rate 17th, average exit velocity 16th, chase 22nd. But he's got great extension. Fastball velocity is very good. He throws at 96.6 miles an hour. And he uses, he's got 5 pitches, but he uses 4 of them for the most part. Once he's cut back on some of the four-seamers a little bit, he's had better success. I prefer the Cleveland side here. They're playing much better ball than Detroit is right now. And Cleveland on the season, I don't like him as well against lefties. But how can you really lay in a 150 to 160 range on Detroit the way they're playing right now? Sure, it's a must-win game for both teams, but I like the Cleveland spot here. In fact, I may look at it some other way. Maybe I'll take a look at the team totals. You can get Detroit under 3.5, which I don't think is a bad bet. or you could get Cleveland over 2.5 and lay a little bit of juice. I'm still looking at the way I want to play this. I want to be on Cleveland. Maybe I'll play Detroit team total under 3.5. You don't see many of those, but still in a game that's with a line of 6.5, that's not a bad deal. Scooble, I think, will shut down Cleveland pretty well. I just don't think Detroit's going to get to Williams very much. So maybe Detroit under 3.5 team total would be the way to play it. But that's the side I'm leaning right now.
Yeah, it's $5 Tuesday, guys. We're all going to probably have plays up for $5. And WagerTalk just announced yesterday that because football season started, we can put our MLB plays out for $9. So we're going to start doing that after today. But today, grab our $5 play, and we'll all probably have a free play up as well. Mine's up already. So go to wagertalk.com and see what we have up. Yeah, I'm with you, Adam. I just cashed 2 KBO plays. I had KT and SSG. Did you have one of those?
I had the Samsung Lions, and they tried their hardest to blow it in the 9th inning, but they got a big out. And
they're playing like champions right now. So I agree with Brian that the reason I chuckle when you say Gavin Williams is their ace is because if that's your ace, that means your rotation's probably pretty weak. But he is pitching well. Now Brian's chuckling, but I don't think anyone's ever considered Gavin Williams an ace, but he's pitching like one, certainly. And if you look at how he has his history against these Lions, Lions and Tigers and Bears against these Tigers, 77 at-bats against a 143 average and a 435 OPS. Those are amazing numbers, and it's a huge sample size. And given the fact that right now I have the Lions, why do I keep saying Lions? Probably because they're playing like the Lions. Actually, the Lions won last night. That was a pretty good game. So currently I have the Tigers batting 26th out of 30 teams in current form. Pretty poor. So I totally agree with Brian. If I'm going to do this, it would be some kind of under. Who names their kid Tariq? That's kind of an odd name. I've never met anyone named Tariq before. Anyways, he's pitching well as well, and his stats against these Guardians in his career are pretty good as well. So I would either take Detroit's team total under, or I would take both teams under. Taking a look at the bullpens, Cleveland's bullpen in current form ranked number 1 in MLB according to my numbers, and the Tigers bullpen ranked 17. So do you want to trust that Tigers bullpen, or do you just want to trust Cleveland all the way and take Detroit's poor hitting against a good bullpen and a pretty good pitcher with good stats against them on the 3.5 under? 3.5 is a little bit low. I wish it was 4.5. I would jump all over it, but 3.5 I think is a good deal as well. First 5 under 3.5, under 4.5, something like that. Yeah, I'm pretty much on the same line as Brian.
So I was looking this up as you were talking. The word Tariq in Arabic means strike. So I wonder if the family was a baseball fan, and I saw he has 3 brothers, all of which have T as the first letter of the name, which is. So I decided if I ever have kids like that, I will have all their names will line up. They'll all start with the same letter. So I don't know. I know people do that. I'm a fan of that, for whatever reason.
Cool.
Gavin Williams, listen, one thing I'll point out about Gavin Williams, because TB, I'm with you. I thought when he was a rookie, he showed signs of maybe being that frontline guy. He wasn't really last year. I'll chalk it up a lot to injury. I personally was not high on him coming into this season. So, to hear him and Ace in the same sort of sentence is jarring to me as well. But, I will say this, like, he's been awesome, like really the whole second half, because if you look at his bad outing, the only bad outing he had came after the no-hit bid, where he threw 126 pitches, and then the Guardians decided that they were going to push him off a couple of days, which I think was like almost like a double. Like they should have just skipped him, in my opinion. If he couldn't pitch on his normal day, he should have just been skipped. I didn't think that did him any favors. That's really the only bad start he's had. You could say the Texas one So really, he's had 2 bad starts. It was the Marlins game and then the Texas game where he didn't make it out of the 4th inning. Other than that, I mean, 7 innings regularly. Last time out against the Tigers, 5 innings, shutout ball, 9 strikeouts. So I think I have to maybe upgrade Williams a little bit because he really has been awesome for like the second half. Now, my numbers here, like if this was May, the Tigers would be a no-brainer bet for me. Like if this was the middle of May and you were going to give me Skubal in this spot minus 150, it would be the Tigers all day. But I really think there's something to the spot the Tigers have put themselves in here. I don't think that can be understated. There is so much pressure on Detroit right now. They have to go on the road. Not only do they have to play the team that's chasing them, but they've got to worry about 2 other teams. Like they have gone from having a double-digit lead in this division to it being very realistic they missed the playoffs. Like all the pressure is on the Tigers, and they have their ace on the mat. I mean, everyone is looking to Tariq Skubal and is like, "Hey, we need you to win this game for us." So he's going to feel like he has to be perfect because he hasn't gotten enough. Like he hasn't gotten much from the Tigers' offense. It's just a terrible spot for the Tigers. They need something good to happen, and then I could think you could maybe look to like trying to ride that forward. Until something good happens for this team, I want no part of Detroit here. So it's going to be a pass for me, but I felt like we needed to kick off the show because it is arguably the most meaningful game today. And I still will go back to it's still up. If you watched the show yesterday, we talked about the postseason market. I do think that's still a little bit mispriced because this line ended up coming out what we thought it was going to be. So the fact that you can get the Guardians to win the division at like plus 130 is good value in my opinion because their route is much easier. And if they win tonight, they are in the driver's seat right there. All right, let's move on. David, he says Cubs Mets. This is let me just adjust my screen here. Probably should have done that first. The Mets are another team. You could almost make the same point, Brian, that the Mets, you almost have to throw your numbers out because the Mets have put themselves into a similar situation where it's like all the pressure in the world is on the Mets right now. The Cubs are just playing free and easy. I mean, they rested guys over the weekend. Doesn't even really matter for them at this point. The Mets have to go to Wrigley Field. It's still hard to beat the Cubs at Wrigley Field. So do you think the Mets are in a similar spot to the Tigers tonight?
They are. And they've got a starter in Peterson who has not looked good lately. He's the lefty against Horton. We're looking at basically a pick 'em right now with a total of 7.5, slightly to the under. When I look at the Mets, the Mets are playing better than they were before. They've won. They're 4-6 their last 10, but they did lose the last 2. But they're hitting wise. Lindor's 10th for the last 7 days. Soto's 7th. Alonso's 6th, and Nemo's 90th. Thatcher at 1 through 4, and they're hot. So that's the kind of thing I look for when I'm looking to play a game of this magnitude. The pitching department with Peterson has not been very good lately. In fact, his once promising season's turned into a 3.98 ERA, 4.44 expected, 1.34 WHIP. Very good in extension, very good in ground ball rate, but the wind is blowing in slightly in Chicago today, so there are likely not going to be homers in this game, or if there is, it's going to be a minimal amount. His hard hit rates in the 9th percentile has not been good, average exit velocity the 14th. But I do like the hitting situation for the Mets in this game. You mentioned the Cubs. The Cubs have nothing to play for. They're just setting themselves up for the playoffs. They've locked in their position. Horton, the thing is with Horton, he's got a 2.66 ERA, but his expected ERA is 3.82. And if you look at his StatCast page, the best thing he does is his fastball velocity in the 72nd percentile. And he throws 95.7 miles an hour on his four-seamer, which is only 0.7 miles an hour better than a league average. I think he's an overrated pitcher. He's good. We talked when Brandon was in town. We talked about probably Rookie of the Year. He'll probably win Rookie of the Year, but Baldwin's given him a hell of a run for the catcher for the Braves. So it's not a final decision yet. But I think Horton's a little overrated, and I prefer the Mets bullpen over the Cubs bullpen. And in this game, a pick'em situation, I'm kind of leaning with the Mets here, and it's not something I've done lately. I've been fading the Mets on a regular basis, but now I think the line has caught up to them, where we get what I consider to be as good a team as the Cubs are, and neither team's really played well the second half of the season at all. The Cubs, if you remember, they had that lead early on. They looked like they were world beaters the first half of the season, very similar to the Detroit Tigers. So yeah, that was a good analogy of these two games being very similar to the last ones we talked about. I'm looking to find a way to play the Mets here. Don't know how I'll do it, but that's the side I'm looking at.
Yeah, kind of along similar lines, Brian. Yeah, when I was in Vegas, we were talking about Cade Horton and his odds to win Rookie of the Year, pretty high odds, but we kind of agreed that we kind of almost never heard of the other guys who are contending, so he's almost a shoo-in. And the guy in the American League, I forgot who it was, but he was like a minus 30,000 to win Rookie of the Year.
Which is a lot.
Exactly. So taking a look at how they pitch against the other team, Peterson against these Cubs in his career, 270 average against and an 843 OPS, not great, but not horrible. Horton, not great sample size against these Mets, but 267 against and a 733 OPS. So similar numbers against each other. Teams' bullpens match up pretty similarly. And Cubs have the better starter, but like Brian said, they're not really playing for anything. And the Mets have a huge advantage in hitting here, but can they get to Horton? I'm not really sure. Even though teams aren't playing for anything, the players certainly are playing for contracts and pride and reputation. So I don't know if the Mets are going to get to Horton today. I'm not confident enough to bet it. So I'm probably going to stay away from this one.
Let me just point one thing out. If you are a team like the Cubs, and who do you want to play in the playoff? And I don't know who the matchups are going to be, but would you rather play the Mets or would you rather play the Reds? I'd rather play the Reds, to be honest with you.
Yep,
sure.
They don't have nearly as much talent, and they don't have any playoff experience.
Agree. But are 9 guys going to collectively get together and say, let's throw the game to play the Reds?
No, they're not going to throw the game. I'm just saying.
No, they need to win to play the Reds. You would need to knock the Mets out. But they're not. Here's the thing, though. That's double. So the Cubs, if they win the top wild card spot, would not play that team.
Right.
So you could almost look at it and say, you'd almost want the Mets in, because the Mets could potentially knock out. I don't think the Reds are knocking out a good team. If the Mets get into the playoffs, that's a very dangerous team, because
talent wise,
that's the thing with the Tigers and the Mets. I think we can kind of like put a bow on almost both of these games, where it's like, if you are anyone else in your respective league right now, you don't want them making the playoffs. Like, you do not want the Tigers figuring it out this last week and getting into the playoffs, because it'll be like a new life for them. You do not want the Mets. If you are the Brewers, Phillies, or Dodgers, you want no part of the Mets, because they survive, and now all of a sudden you have to deal with like Lindor, Soto, like Alonso. Like,
much rather play the Diamondbacks or someone like that.
Yes.
With a bad rotation.
100%.
Yeah.
Now, I disagree with these games not meaning anything for the Cubs, because I think at this point in the year, if you're a playoff team, you need to start looking at this last week. Like, we need to get some momentum going in our favor. The Cubs kind of had their weekend. They went, we talked about it on the show on Friday, little champagne celebration after the game in Pittsburgh. They went to Cincinnati and sort of took their beating all weekend. I thought that was going to be what I'm a little annoyed, because I talked about Phillies Diamondbacks being that. I lose the game on Friday, and then the Phillies clearly just didn't give a shit the rest of the weekend. I didn't bet it, so that is very frustrating to me. But I feel like we kind of talked about that, right? Where it was like, all right, like, and I guess we could say, I don't have much of an opinion on this one, but I would be weary of just saying like, oh, the Cubs are they don't care. Like, I think they care. They're home. And I still have, I like Horton. So that's where we might disagree a little bit. I personally have been pretty high on Cade Horton ever since they called him up. I think he's been great for them. The one thing I'll point out with maybe the Cubs, no real reason to push him in this game. Already had 110 innings, and he is a younger guy. So this might just be like, get your 5 innings in, and we'll let the bullpen finish it up. But again, I'm pretty high on him, and I would not just look at this as a game that the Cubs don't care about. To make the transition into the Phillies, who we'll talk about next, on Friday I said, okay, kind of the way this sets up for the Phillies is you've got a day off on Thursday where they travel to Arizona, 3 games in Arizona, which I didn't think they were going to really be super engaged for, and then a day off to travel back home. Like I said, I got the one I bet, of course, I got wrong. I abandoned the series, and what happens the next 2 days? Phillies looked very uninterested, especially on Sunday when they got blown out 9-2. Now they get their day off. Brian, they're coming home for 6 games. This is like the thing. I know they're against inferior teams. I kind of feel like this is the Phillies use this week to slap these teams around, get focused, and take some, get something good going into the playoffs. I feel like that was the Phillies' sort of weekend to blow off some steam. Now it's all business for a team like the Phillies. Tokyo Brandon yesterday says he likes them in the National League. They need to get in a championship mindset. Do you kind of think they do that this week, or do they overlook a team like the Marlins?
Yeah, I was looking at it a different way. Philadelphia has locked it up. They've done their celebrating. They've got nothing to play for other than just setting up their rotation for the last part of the season. Whereas the Marlins, don't look now, but the Marlins won 6 straight. They're 9-1. Their last 10. Nobody's talked about them. They're only 4 games under 500. They can end up with a winning record if they sweep the last 6 of their games. Will it happen? Likely not. But this is a team. It's a younger team that is playing out the string. Very similar to the Atlanta Braves, who surprised all of us. They've won 9 out of 10, 9 straight. So they get their best starting pitcher back, at least in my opinion, in Cabrera. He will go tonight. Cabrera on the season, 3.57 ERA, 3.93 expected, 1.21 whip. He's only at 128.2 innings. The last 2 years, he was at 96 and 99, so there's no reason to pull him early if he's pitching well. And his numbers, other than a hard hit rate in the 13th percentile, his numbers have been very good. 86 percentile fastball velocity, 79th chase, 78 whip, 74 strikeout. He's been very good. In fact, excellent the second half of the season. And he's going up against, obviously, Christopher Sanchez having just a remarkable season, 2.66 ERA, 3.12 expected, 1.10 whip. But he's already at 189 innings. Last year was 181. How much farther do they really want to push him here? He's probably scheduled to pitch twice before the year is out. I think what they do is they give him a 5 and fly here, and then they don't even pitch him the last game of the season. He's been very good, no doubt about it. But how long is he going to be in this game? And I'm able to catch Miami in this game. Right now, Philadelphia with Sanchez is about a 230, anywhere from a 215 to a 240 favorite in this game. And you're getting a total of 8. And while Cabrera is not Sanchez, I'm not saying it is, because Sanchez has just been fantastic all year. Cabrera is a guy that I'd like to have a little part of. So I look at the first half of this game, and I could catch Cabrera against Sanchez at plus 195 to plus $2. Or if you wanted to take that half a run, I could get Miami plus a half a run at plus 130, 135. I think that's a great bet. And that's what I'm going to use as my parlay, or part of the parlay today. I'm going to use Miami the first half plus the half a run at plus 135. Rarely do you get plus a half a run at plus money. Philadelphia, as I said, no reason. There's no reason for them to play this game hard. They've been putting in some of their bench players this week, and they're having a little bit of success doing that. But Miami's still playing hard. I like the situation. And hey, for 5 innings, I will take it at plus a half a run. I think it's a pretty good bet.
Yeah, guys, it's $5 Tuesday today. All of our cappers are going to have a play up for $5, including us. Mine's already up. Go to WagerTalk.com, see what we got. Do us a huge favor now that football season has started. Let WagerTalk know you're still thinking baseball. Go to the replay here, leave a comment for us, and leave a like. We would greatly appreciate you supporting the show. I'm along the same lines as Brian. I mean, Christopher Sanchez is going to, even though there's no urgency on the side of Philadelphia, the players are going to play hard. Christopher Sanchez is going to pitch well, but where these teams can not really throw the game, but show that they're not interested in the game is the managerial side. They're probably going to pull Sanchez quite early. Like Brian said, he's reached his season innings. I don't know if he's got a limit, but he certainly has maxed out his innings here. I don't think they want him pitching 220 innings this season. So Sanchez will likely come out after 5, despite pitching well against this team, even if he pitches well against this team. Edward Cabrera has great stats against these Phillies, 91 at-bats against, a 220 average against, and a 699 OPS. Well, I don't know if that's great. It's pretty good, though. Sanchez against the Marlins has a 170 average against and a 422 OPS, which is amazing. If anything, Phillies still hitting number 8 in MLB in current form, and I got Miami hitting 5. And I got Miami's bullpen performing better than Philadelphia's. So if anything, yeah, I kind of agree with Brian. I would lean Miami here. Don't know if I'm going to play it. I would also think about a first 5 under here because both pitchers are pitching so great. However, we got 2 lineups that are hitting in top 10 right now. So that kind of shies me away from playing an under in this one. So, yeah, I kind of lean the same way Brian's going.
Yeah, I also want to point out that the comment I made about Philly was more just general over the course of this week. Team is last 2 years, they rarely lose at home. Like I don't think they're just going to show up to their home ballpark and not give a shit. That being said, I like the Marlins in this matchup. So like those are 2 separate things for me. I'm looking at like, okay, they have 6 home games. I don't think they're just going to come out and like not play hard. However, I do think you might see some bench guys get reps. I think you might see Christopher Sanchez maybe out of the game a little bit early. So all those things are going to happen. Doesn't mean you're not going to get an effort from the Phillies at home, but I think all those things are good points. And without a doubt, like the pricing, you could only play the Marlins because the Phillies are still being priced as the Phillies would be. Let's say this was July where this game was like much more meaningful to them. So they're still minus 220. And the Marlins are playing great ball. I think it's obviously going to be too little, too late for the Marlins, but I almost think like they're 4 games back for wild card spot. They're not gonna catch the last wild card team, but this team battling back to finish 500 would be an absolutely massive achievement for them this year, and so that is a real goal for them. They're 76-80. They've got 6 games left. If they can finish the year 5-1, which again is tough. Like it's not, it's a tough, but it's certainly attainable. If they play good this week and go 5-1, they have a 500 season. That would be a massive accomplishment for this team with how young they are. So yeah, I certainly think you're going to get a big time effort here from the Marlins. I personally have always liked Cabrera. He's a little bit inconsistent, but when he's got his best stuff, he's very, very good. And the Marlins have, their bullpen hasn't been as good the last month or so, but this is still a pretty good collection of arms that can keep you in a game. So Marlins plus 1.5, I have not played it yet, but it's definitely on my radar today. And I agree with you, Brian. I think getting plus money on the first 5 with Cabrera, if he shows up with his good stuff, I think it's a great bet. So that's a good call. And yeah, this is a good point, Keon. Like the Stowers loss is brutal for them. I mean, they've been out without him a couple weeks. That to me personally was a big reason I downgraded the Marlins significantly when he went out. But I think it's been long enough where they haven't had him for any of these 6 games. They're playing good ball. Connor Norby, I believe, has been back since then. So they've had some reinforcements. But yeah, good discussion there with that one. Okay. I'll stay with Keon. That was a good comment. We'll now go to your game. Keon says Red Sox Jays. Seems like the road team has dominated in recent years. I've got nothing in front of me to suggest you're right or wrong about that. Maybe Brian Leonard does. But as far as this game is concerned, I cashed with the Blue Jays on Sunday. I felt like it was really one that they kind of had to have. They did not look good on Friday or Saturday against a Royals team that I think is not only bad, but really was completely out of it. And the Jays Friday and Saturday looked very lethargic. Get the win on Sunday, which was much needed for them. But Brian Leonard, they still have some business to take care of this week, or they could lose that division to the Yankees. So Jays Red Sox, how are you seeing this one?
Yeah, in regards to Stowers being out, Trey Turner is also out for Philadelphia. And
yeah, good point.
He's an all-around better player than Stowers is at this point, but still, good point. Boston here, Giolito against Gausman. Gausman about anywhere from a 150 to 170 favorite here. Giolito total of the 8. Giolito comes in with a 3.46 ERA, but is expected is 5.04, 1.28 whip. You take a look at his StatCast page. The only thing in the red, which is better than league average, is his extension, 71st percentile. He's 6'6", but everything else is in the blue. And you don't see that with a guy with a 3.46 ERA very often. So he's probably somebody that we should be looking to play against. Kevin Gausman, 3.38 ERA, 3.69 expected, 1.01 whip. He's having a nice solid season for the Blue Jays. His ground ball rate is only in the 21st percentile, so he gives up some fly balls. But as a veteran, he's in his 13th season. He only throws 3 different pitches. 4-seamer 54% of the time, a splitter 37%, and a slider for 9%. You would think he would have developed a little bit something different, but he's had a successful career. In 13 seasons, 3.80 ERA, exactly 112 and 112 is his record over the time. Whip of 1.24, slightly high. But when I'm looking at this game, I'm looking at it for a value standpoint, and I want to play Toronto, but I don't know if I can get there with the situation that they are in. The game obviously means much more for Boston. Toronto, even though it's not locked up, they'll be in the playoffs, and it's looking right now they will have the division over the Yankees. But I don't know if I can get there laying this number. I want Toronto, and I want to go against Giolito, but I was really hoping to get something in the 140 range. Maybe I was just trying to get lucky with that, but I don't think it'll get there. I thought with Boston needing the win, they'd get some money on Boston. Maybe it'll get down to the 145 range, but that probably still isn't going to be enough to get me involved. So I'll probably be sitting this one out.
Yeah, taking a look at this, both pitchers have pretty good numbers against the batters they're facing. But Giolito, like Brian said, not as reliable as he used to be. Gausman's going to be Gausman. He's a great pitcher. Great numbers against these guys in his past, 215 average against and a 611 OPS against. Giolito against these Jays, 220 average against and a 684. So very similar numbers. Both pitchers pitching above average against the hitters they're facing today. Surprisingly, the Blue Jays hitting has cooled off quite significantly. They were one of the best hitting teams. But since, their fight, since they've taken first place in that division, I think they cooled off a little bit. I got them ranked 21 in current form in run production, where I got Boston ranked 12. So hitting advantage goes to Boston here in current form. That doesn't mean that they're the better hitting team. It just means right now they're a little bit on fire here. Boston's bullpen is playing better too. So can you trust Giolito though? I don't think so. He's kind of a smoke and mirrors kind of guy. He's putting up great numbers, but he doesn't pass the eye test. So I'm going to stay away from this one. But if anything, I would lean Boston here, but I'm not going to bet against the division leaders in this game.
I just wanted to pull this up before it. Yeah, I'm going to give you a bold take right here. I think the Boston Red Sox miss the playoffs. I think this team is the team that ends up being the odd team out in the American League. Reason being, they're not getting Roman Anthony back this year. As everything I'm reading, it's an oblique injury. It's pretty serious. If they were to get him back, maybe at some point in the playoffs, but it's not going to be this week. Have you heard anything different, Brian? I was reading something from one of the Boston publications that says he's nowhere near coming back. And
I haven't read anything more about it. I didn't know he was going to be coming back at all, but they want to get him back, obviously, but no need to sacrifice the future for a team that can probably get in without him if they play well, but we'll see.
So this was over the weekend, and I remember when he got hurt, the hope was that he would do his IL stint and he would be back for like this week. But as we know, oblique injuries are very tricky. You never really know. It's hard to create a timetable, and a lot of times guys go out and re-injure an oblique because it's like, it just kind of crops up, comes and goes. I just don't think they're a playoff team without him. Since he's been out 16 games, the Red Sox are 7-9. That doesn't seem that bad. But to me, if you go back to when he came up, I really feel like he was the catalyst in sort of taking this team from a sub 500 team to a contender. He's now been out for 16 games. I've watched most of them. This is just not the same team. And you talk about like this week, they're going to have 3 in Toronto. And I still think these are meaningful games for the Blue Jays. I really think that the Blue Jays would be like, it would be a massive failure if they blow this division to the Yankees. Like, I think that these are huge games for Toronto. They can't possibly lose. Like, to me, they have to win the division or this season. I know they could come back, win the American League, but that would be a pretty big failure to them to not be able to close out the AL East with the lead that they've had. And then if you're the Red Sox, you got to play the Tigers last 3 games of the season. I mean, you could theoretically have the Tigers going to Fenway with a playoff spot on the line. So that's my bold take. Red Sox miss the playoffs. That's just, if you want to bet it, go ahead. I look at the teams they're up against. I think they're all playing better ball. So I like the Red Sox to miss the playoffs. And in this game, I'm just going to kind of follow through with that take. I like the Blue Jays. Go ahead, Brian.
Yeah, you mentioned the Blue Jays. They're 2-game lead over the Yankees, but they've got 6 games remaining, and all of them are at home. They're 50-25 at home on the season. They've been great in this ballpark. I think they're in very good shape, and they're pretty confident going into this series. We were talking about the hitting, and Brandon mentioned this. Take a look at the worst teams over the last 2 weeks in WRC Plus. Yeah. Colorado, Chicago White Sox, San Francisco, Washington, Baltimore, the Angels, and the Pirates. All in common. None of them are going to the playoffs. But right after that, Toronto, Cincinnati, Detroit, and Houston. So those teams are struggling right now. So we'll see how it goes. But I think there's some good spots for some underdogs today, although I do like a couple favorites. Maybe we'll get to some of those games later.
Yeah, and Toronto, I think that's fair to say. They've been a little cold. They didn't hit well over the last week, but they kind of broke out on Sunday, scored 8 runs in the win. And they've been number one in the league in WRC Plus since the All-Star break. And that's actually, to me, that was one of the stats that really jumped out to me over the weekend. It's like they haven't been as good as they were May and June since the All-Star break, yet they're still number 1 with WRC Plus. It's not the hitting that has let the Blue Jays down. It's been their pitching, but their bullpen's coming back around. Trey Savage gives them another very good arm to sort of, use in some place that's only gonna make them better. The real thing with the Blue Jays, and the thing I'd be concerned about, is how bad the Bassett injury is, because if they get to the playoffs without him, that's, then you have to maybe move Berrios back into the rotation, and that could give them some trouble, but it doesn't matter here. It wouldn't have been his turn to pitch here anyway. So again, I like the Jays in this spot, and I think the Red Sox are in trouble. So that's I see Titan CT doesn't like to hear it, but telling you this team really, this Red Sox team lacks big time without Roman Anthony at the top of the order, in my opinion. Okay. So who is left that can beat the Mariners? I mean, we can talk about Mariners here because someone else asked about the Mariners. I still think in the American League, I really still think I like the Blue Jays. I don't know. I mean, I obviously am invested in the Mariners personally. I think money-wise for me, the best result would be the Mariners ending up in the World Series. But Brian Leonard, they took care of business this weekend, knocked off the Astros, gave themselves that big lead, and now they come home and they face the Colorado Rockies. So interesting game to me because they're a huge favorite. You would have to think that it's a huge exhale spot after smacking around the Astros all weekend. But I know you've never been a fan of the Rockies on the road. So any way for you to bet Rockies Mariners here?
Do we even know who the starting pitchers are? I see it undecided.
Miller and Brown, looks like.
I think it's going to be McCade, Brown, and Bryce Miller. I'm going to try to confirm that, but I do believe
that's what I have listed is Brown and Miller.
Okay, we're getting Seattle about a 250 favorite, total of 8. I'm not going to lay the 250, but it would make sense to do so because Colorado on the road, I want no part of them, especially as the season winds down here. They've been planning their vacations for months. So I don't want to play Colorado. Maybe play Colorado team total under or something like that. But without knowing for sure who the starters are, and I haven't gotten lines on any of the Vegas places at this point, so I'll pass on it and let you two talk about it.
Okay. We've got, a team that could win the World Series here. I mean, Seattle playing unbelievable ball right now. Let's see where I have them ranked. Got Seattle ranked number 2 in hitting and number 4 in bullpen in current form. We got the Rockies ranked 16 in hitting and 23 in bullpen. So neither Bryce Miller nor McCade Brown have enough innings in the last 30 days to register in my database. So have to kind of go on just straight up stats. Well, McCade Brown has been awful. Sample size is not huge, but I mean, do you want a part of a guy who's playing for the worst team in baseball history with a 2+ whip on the season? I certainly do not. And taking a look at Miller, he's been a little bit up and down, not enough real innings. I mean, let's see, his numbers are pretty good, but a 1.41 whip kind of makes you say, what? Because this isn't who he is. He's a better pitcher than this. And sample size against these guys not really big enough to take into consideration. This seems like a trap to me. Now, I'm not going to play Colorado, but when they win, they tend to win the first game of the series and then lay down and die for the other games. And teams historically, if you talk to anyone who's been capping baseball for a long time, they'll tell you that teams in first game series, when they're back at home, it's kind of a letdown spot. So there's a couple of red flags here that's going to keep me off of betting the obvious. I mean, Seattle is obviously the better team here. But Miller, kind of unreliable. If anything, instead of betting a side, maybe take Seattle's team total because they're just cranking the ball right now and they're facing a terrible pitcher with a terrible bullpen. So if anything, Seattle's team total, it's probably 5.5 though. So do you want to bet Seattle to get 6 runs? I don't know. I'll probably stay away.
Very unfair to call McCade Brown a terrible pitcher, in my opinion,
Okay.
because he was. So I mean, they called him up from Double-A, okay, and he in the minors he's had fantastic numbers this year. So I'm just going to pull up some of his minor league numbers. At Double-A, 57 strikeouts in 43 innings. In the minors this season, he has a 1.07 whip. All his minor league strikeout numbers, 105 strikeouts in 76 2/3 innings. Now, this is what the Rockies do. They don't really, they just he's probably been their most their best arm in the minors this year. Of course, both Chase Dollander and Carson Palmquist got up this year, got crushed, have since gone back to the minors, have struggled. I thought it was interesting to sort of call him up directly from Double-A because and where that hurt him was pitching at Coors Field, because when you go to Albuquerque, you get to experience altitude. And so, he never had that stint in Albuquerque. And so some of his bad numbers were at Coors Field, which he's not going to have to deal with here. Last couple times out, I felt like he's thrown it okay. Specifically the start against the Padres. Believe he went into the 5th inning, gave up 2 runs. It was a game the Rockies actually lost 2-0. He didn't pitch bad in that game. I'm confident with that he ends up being much better than what this very small sample size at the beginning of his big league career, where 4 of his starts at Coors Field were. Again, he's got, Brian talks about extension. He's got good extension. You look at this guy and you're okay, this is he's to me, when I watch him pitch at the minor league level, he looks like a dude that's going to end up being pretty good. A pretty good big league pitcher. He's 6'6", okay? 25 years old, 3rd round pick. He's probably going to be a decent pitcher. And I feel like he's being priced and he's being judged on 6 starts at the big league level, 3 of which were at altitude, and he never got the altitude preview in Albuquerque, which is what almost every other Colorado pitcher that comes up through the ranks gets to go to the PCL and experience altitude before going to Coors Field. Doesn't have to deal with that here. Big time Pitchers Park in Seattle. As far as the Mariners, this is a huge letdown spot right here. An absolutely massive letdown spot. You just went out, beat the brakes off of the Astros to pretty much, I'm not saying they locked the division up. They haven't. They still have work to do. But you went from being deadlocked with the Astros for a month to sweeping them in Houston, having a 3-game lead. Now you get the day off. You've got to come home. Bryce Miller has not been good. And I've been kind of saying this since he came back. This guy's season was derailed by that injury. If you pull up his StatCast page right now, it is bad. It's all blue. One of the highest exit velocities in the league right now. He's not getting much swing and miss. A lot of hard hit. Not great for Bryce Miller. I don't know if he makes it back from that this year. This feels like a season where he's just going to have to go into the offseason, sort of regroup, and try to come back next year. I have not liked what I've seen from him. So I'm going to actually throw this in the parlay. I really think Rockies plus 1.5 is a very, very good bet here. Even if they don't win, you got the visiting team. Could be a competitive game. But this is one that I think is just mispriced. And so I'm going to give that out. Right now, DraftKings has this up. It's Rockies plus 1.5 minus 110. I think that's probably what you're going to see most places. Actually, you might see cheaper. You might see minus 105, minus 110. That'll be my parlay leg. Rockies, I'll use the DraftKings odds since that's what I'm looking at right now. Rockies plus 1.5 minus 110 for all the reasons I just mentioned. I think this is going to be a more competitive game than it is at first glance. So I'll go
basically the letdown spot is huge. I think when you come back home off a big series, and Miller's hard to trust. Yeah.
I'm having problems on my end with my computer. It's frozen up on me, and we're getting close to the end of the show. So I'm going to have to leave. But I do want to point out, yes, it is $5 Tuesday. I've got a college football play up for the weekend. I'll be putting my baseball up in a little bit. I'm wearing my Vegas Golden Knights hockey jersey today because it's hockey season. Going to the game tonight, and they're working on a special for me. If you want to buy my hockey, you get all the baseball for free. It's not up yet, but keep that in mind if you're looking for it. Number 1 in 11 years in baseball, number 1 11 years in hockey. That's how long WagerTalk has been around. So I've been very good at these two sports. So if you're looking to join us, keep in mind the next couple of days we'll have something out there. But unfortunately, my computer is froze and I can't add anything more to this. So best of luck to everyone. And we will see you tomorrow.
All right. That's all good. TB and I'll bring it home. We still have 10 minutes left. And, let's go to Have Cash here. We'll talk about those Astros. So Astros A's tonight. TB, how do you see? Let me see. So Brian's computer did actually freeze. I'm going to try to take him off. So it's just us two. Okay. So Astros A's. it was a terrible weekend for the Astros. They go into the weekend probably feeling great about themselves because, of course, they're at home. You know, they pretty much control their own destiny in the division, and they go out and get swept at home by the Mariners, I was very happy about that. I was going to be happy if the Mariners just didn't get swept in that series. It felt like a good setup for the Astros, and they go out and the Mariners smack them around. So I was very happy about that result. In what was their final home series of the season. So not only did the Astros kind of blow the division lead, they did it in like their last home series of the season. Now they got to go hit the road and take on the A's and the Angels and try to make it back into the playoffs, probably via the wild card. So very, very interesting game here for me. Javi Cash wants to know Astros or A's. I don't really know what to think here. I want to think the Astros just bounce back, but the A's have been tough at home. So how are you seeing this one, Javier and Springs?
So we've got two pitchers who I don't have a lot of confidence in. But if you look at how they've pitched against the batters they're facing today, both of them have been unbelievable, but very small sample size. So it does make me think maybe we can trust the pitching today. So thinking about an under here. So if I'm going to think about an under, I want to, but you know, that has a lot to do with the fact that they probably faced the best pitching rotation and one of the best bullpens in Major League Baseball over the last few days. I got the A's ranked number 10. So the A's, we've talked about this all season long. They got a bunch of young guys who can really crush it. American League Rookie of the Year, perhaps. And the A's bullpen is pitching better than the Astros bullpen. Astros bullpen, I got them ranked 22 in current form, and the A's 13. So, if anything, I kind of like the A's here. But what keeps me off it is the fact that the Astros really need to win some games here. So there's the urgency factor is on the Astros side. But man, I think the A's are playing better right now. I'm probably not going to take them though. But you're an underdog kind of better, so I'm sure you will probably agree with that analysis.
TV, I actually kind of was shocked at this line. So you say you're an underdog better. I mean, the A's are barely the A's are barely an underdog here, though. That was a little bit surprising to me. I mean, it's just like pretty much minus 105 both ways. I think maybe you could get A's even money right now. The books, I mean, the books clearly respect the A's here.
Yeah.
Like, and I do too. Listen, this is a tough, I think they're a tough out at home. They've been out of it for a long time, and they're still playing hard. 7-3 in their last 10 games. I know they lost the two over the weekend. The A's are kind of like like the team that I kind of look at as potential spoiler right now. Like you know, the A's would love nothing more than to knock the Astros out of the playoffs. This is big brother in this division. So the A's definitely are going into this game like saying, wow, we have a chance to really ruin the Astros season like that. I think that's a motivating factor for them. But ultimately, I think I'm with you. I like the under here too. You can get 10.5 some places on the under. This feels like a tight game. I think this is going to be like a 4-3 type game. So I'm with you on that under 10.5.
Feels like an under. I agree. And you're right. When I looked at the line, I was kind of surprised because let's face it, the Astros are one of those perennial playoff teams. They're put together much better than the A's. The A's are kind of a ragtag bunch of scrappy guys who can really clobber the ball, but the pitching's not really there. So the A's play into a lot of overs because their pitching sometimes falls apart as well as their bullpen. With the Astros, you rarely get a team like the Astros just fall apart and give up 9 runs, right? It just doesn't happen that much. So, yeah, I was surprised to see the line. Comments. Yes, I'm still in the U.S. Actually, this is going to be my last show until Friday because right at this time tomorrow, I'm going to be traveling. I'm going to be getting on an airplane to Los Angeles and then to Tokyo. So, sorry to
that's okay. The big trek back home is tomorrow for you?
Tomorrow, right at this time, 24 hours from now. the time difference, so Tokyo is 16 hours ahead of us. So I'm actually missing 2 days just to go back.
Oh,
So
God, that's tough.
it's horrible. It's about 24 hours door to door plus a 16-hour time difference. So yeah, I'm pretty wrecked when I get home. But anyway, back to the game. The Astros are a much better put together team. But so I was really surprised to see this number because they need to win. So, but the A's, man, kind of hard to write this team off. They're so scrappy. They really are scrappy. And I like Spring's numbers against these batters in his history too.
Yeah, I was just kind of looking for that. Spring's last time he faced the Astros was in Houston on July 25th. 2 runs over 6 innings, 5 strikeouts. So a pretty good start for him. And then, I'll kind of continue to focus on the total here. The Astros just didn't really hit this weekend. They get shut out 4-0 on Friday. Felt like they really couldn't come up with a timely hit. They had an inning in the game on Saturday. They got back in it. I think they scored 4 runs late. It was a 6-0 game for the most of the game. They kind of scored 4 runs late. But yeah, and then instantly down on Sunday 7-0 early in that game to the Mariners. So the Astros just didn't really hit, but because they kind of got slapped around and they trailed literally all weekend, they have all of their top bullpen arms. So the way I see this game playing out, I think you're going to get a pretty good start from Javier, and then it's going to be the Astros trying to hold off, maybe like a 4-2 type game. The A's, again, they're not really a team I want to bet against right now. I think they are total spoilers, but 10.5 feels huge for this total. I'll go under.
Seems like an under to me too. 10.5 seems high. I would put it like around 9, but I think 9's even high, given the fact that Javier, 2 unreliable pitchers that are inconsistent, but they both have great stats against the batters they're facing today. So yeah, I couldn't argue against that. So
TB, we're getting toward the end of the show. We don't have a parlay leg for you yet. Do you want to propose a game, or have we already talked about it?
I will propose a game. Our time cop is gone, so we can go a little over.
Yeah, we can go a little longer. Yeah, we'll do this game.
Brian's the time cop. He's the guy that's like, all right, it's Kansas
I think we
City
lost there.
And
can you say that again? You cut out for a sec. Can you just say the game you're looking at?
Kansas City, LA is what we're gonna go with here. Hang on. Bear with me here. I got to get the timestamp in because we're at 57. All right, so we're gonna go with Kansas City, LA, and the reason I'm going with this game, I'm gonna take Kansas City here. And the reason being is because they got a good pitcher on the mound against a horrible pitcher, in my opinion. And I think Kansas City's, someone mentioned earlier in the show, I forgot if it was you or Brian, but they said Kansas City's playing like ass right now. Actually, they're hitting really well right now. And their bullpen is lagging a little bit. But Cole Reagan's pitching well. I mean, he's had his ups and downs. He's not like Cy Young material or anything. But let's take a look at his game log here. He gave up 2 in his last start. He gave up 5 before that, and then 4-4. So yeah, okay. I can't say he's pitching well, but he's facing a team that is hitting 25th out of 30 in current form, where I got the Royals hitting 2 out of 30 in current form. And obviously Reagan's is a better pitcher than Aaron Getty. So I'm going with Kansas City here for my parlay leg. I think it's minus 165 or between 160, 165 is where I'm seeing it.
Yeah, I was going to say, I even saw 150, 155 at 2 sites I was looking at.
Well, let's say 160 just to be fair. Don't know what people out there are going to get. I know DraftKings right now has it 163.
Yeah, I think minus 160 is probably fair there because I'm seeing some lower, but that's one that's going to vary. We lost TB. Well, that's okay. I'm sure he'll be back. I'll comment on this matchup. So the pitcher that he's referencing for the Angels, Sam Aldigheri, believe he is the He was born in Verona, Italy. I believe he is the first Italian-born player in Major League Baseball that was actually like born in Italy. There's some. I'll have to go back to his Wikipedia page, but he was born in Italy, and I believe he's like the first Italian-born major leaguer or something like that. Anyway, I watched his last start at Salt Lake. I actually bet on the Salt Lake Bees in his last start. I thought he threw it okay, but the thing with Aldegari is he's been called up a couple of times at this point, and I don't know how much his stuff really plays at the big league level. So I guess I would have my concerns there. They scratched him over the weekend, so he made his start. Let's get TV back in here. He's backstage. There.
Sorry, I clicked the wrong tab.
That's okay. So what I was saying is, so Aldegari is I think this is his third or fourth call up at this point. His stuff really just hasn't kind of fully. It doesn't really play at the big league level, in my opinion. He has been much better this stint in the minors, but most of that was at Double-A. So they sent him back down to Double-A. Maybe he's figured something out. He was pretty good for Salt Lake last time out. That being said, you've got Cole Reagan's unfortunate. So my only concern here is that this is such a lost season for Reagan's, and this is such a meaningless game for the Royals that there's just no reason to push him deep into this game. So you're probably looking at he made 2 rehab starts for Omaha, 3 innings, 3 2/3. Last time out against the Mariners, 3 2/3. I just don't think you're going to get more than 4 or 5 innings out of Reagan's here. Mm-hmm. That being said, I mean, I didn't think he looked bad, especially his most recent start for Omaha. That 3 2/3 was shutout, 7 strikeouts. I thought he looked really good. But it's just like the Royals, are they? I don't know. I wish I knew. I wish I knew if this was going to be like, hey, go out and do your thing because, whatever, you're healthy again. Or is it like there's absolutely no reason to push you? You've been hurt all year. Maybe go get some work and be out after the 4th or 5th inning. So that would be my concern with backing the Royals. But then again, like, what do the Angels have to play for here? I mean, both of these teams are pretty much done. So I can't really argue with you liking the Royals. And if you did get a normal start here, let's say Reagan's went 5-6 innings, like there is a pretty big edge there. So I don't have enough to keep you off. It's just an interesting game.
Going along that line, if you think Reagan's going to come out early, his strikeout prop's 6.5, really high. You think he's going to get 7 strikeouts in 5 innings?
That's the thing. His stuff's good enough where he can get 7 strikeouts in 4 innings. Like I just said, like against Charlotte in AAA. I know it's AAA, but like he went 3 2/3, had 7 strikeouts. So yeah,
true. And he's striking out 11 per 9, where LA is striking out 13 per 9, which is kind of alarming. But I project him at 5.7K. So yeah, I mean, bet that at your own peril. But 6.5 seems high to me. If he's going to get pulled early, I mean, you never know.
I mean, listen, it's very interesting because for me, I mean, I had a small ticket that will not win, obviously, but on Cole Reagan's to win the Cy Young this year from way back in March. I really, that's where I had him this season, and it just the injury didn't allow that to happen. But when he's good, when he's healthy, when he's at the top of his game, he's elite. So. Yeah, I just don't know that you're going to get him for more than 5 innings. That being said, maybe a Royals first 5. I think you can look at as well.
Yeah. So that's going to be my leg is Royals minus 160.
Yeah, and again, it's I want to make it clear. Like I was just offering some perspective there. The Angels are just bad. They're done. Like I have no issue going against the Angels. And the Royals did play pretty good against the Blue Jays. I watched a lot of that series. I didn't watch. I turned it off after Travis Heineman was in pitching on Friday night, giving up 10 runs as a position player. But the Royals played pretty good ball this weekend, despite being out of it. So if they give an effort, I think you're going to be on the right side there. Yep. All right, let's recap the parlay. We have. Here we go. Let me just punch this in. So yeah, plus 629. Thank you, Brian. Juicing those odds up with his pick. So Brian's going to go first. Marlins first 5 half a run. Marlins first 5, half a run. It's plus 135. Tokyo Brandon is going Royals, and Steve Duke says you can get minus 150 at MGM. But we called it minus 160 for the parlay. No problem there.
DraftKings
and
is
then,
160, so.
Yeah. I think that'll vary. I think you'll be in the minus 150 to minus 160 range. And then I'm going to go Rockies plus 1.5. I'm seeing minus 110. That could vary as well. You might actually get closer to even money for that some places as the day goes on. I do think people will likely bet the Mariners. But I'm still a McCade. I still believe in McCade Brown, and I think getting him out of Coors Field in this scenario to a pitcher's park is going to help him quite a bit. So that is the 3-teamer right there. Marlins, first 5 plus a half a run. Rockies, full game plus 1.5. And then Royals, full game money line. That 3-teamer plus 629. We had a good week with the parlays last week. Yesterday's fell short. We're still up plus 6.14 units on the parlays, or for every $1 risk this season. If you were to play them equally, $6.14 return. So it's been pretty good. Hopefully we can double that today. Go ahead.
Two notes. Sorry to interrupt. 2 notes. This is the last time you will see this cowboy Western lighting. Next time you see me will be Friday, and I'll be back in my my man cave in Tokyo. 24 hours from this moment right now, I will be on an airplane on the way to Los Angeles, heading to Tokyo. And today is $5 Tuesday. So I have a play up. I'm sure Adam and Brian will too. And we always have free plays. Announcement, WagerTalk is letting us price our MLB plays at $9 for the rest of the season because we're being overshadowed by football, obviously. So grab our MLB plays for $9 from today on. So those 2 announcements.
Yeah, but $9. So that's everything but 5%ers, I believe.
Correct.
Are $9. I'm gonna talk to Johnny and see if we can get the $5 like reduced a little, because it's like if we're gonna reduce the other ones, it feels like the $5 should be a reduced rate too. That's just my. That's how my brain works there. So maybe
they let us do KBO for half price, and I do Japanese for half price, including $5 5% plays. We get to price those at $12.50, which is half the price of $35, right? Or was it 50? I'm not good at math.
Yeah. I think
it's $14.50.
Yeah, right.
Something
so
like
again, we'll work on that for you. I don't think I'm going to have
We'll see how much Adam has leverage over Johnny Detroit. We'll see.
I very little, I would say. But hey, I think
Me too.
I think it's a reasonable request. So we'll see what we can do there. As Tokyo Brandon said today, you don't got to worry about it. It's $5 Tuesday. He's got something up. I'll have something up. I already hit my $5 Tuesday play with Samsung Lions. I got to see, but I think I can put another one now. I think we're going like all $5 plays on Tuesday. So check out both of our pages. And safe travels. That is, I don't envy you one bit. That is, I do not like flying, and that sounds like a very long day.
Sleeping pills mixed with alcohol is how you get through that.
That sounds horrible as well, but I wish you the best, and we'll see you back on Friday. Myself and Brian Leonard will hold it down till you're back. And good luck today, everyone. We'll see you in the morning.
Welcome into KIV and Crack. Every Monday, Crack and I hang out. We talk about our survivor picks. We talk about some winners. We talk about some of those bad losers, and then we kind of look ahead to the next week in the NFL. Crack, I'm just going to get us started off hot. Like, hand up, I was on End Zone Live yesterday with the Prez, and I didn't feel great that me and Prez were the only ones on the Eagles. Eagles score 7-0. He and I are like, okay, great. All right, let's keep it moving. Next thing you know, Rams up. Big time. And I text some of my, I'll call them insufferable Eagles friends. I text some of them in their little group chat because I had the Chiefs the week prior, and every single one of them was like chirping. I'm like, send Travis Kelce a gift basket, leave me alone. So it's kind of like a mush, if you will, a reverse jinx. Right before the field goal, I text them, go Birds. Because I was like, all right, Rams are about to kick a game-winning field goal. Here's one for you guys back. And then all hell proceeded to break loose. I know you were on the Rams. You had 4.5. You had 4. Look, is that the worst beat you've ever had?
It's the worst beat I can remember. I actually took some plus 3.5 minus 0.5, 4.5 right when the line came out in Vegas. A very healthy 5-figure swing for me on that. Yet I wasn't like I was here. Well, first of all, I'm in Scranton, Pennsylvania, at my buddy's house, and I was here sitting like right in that big nice chair next to me, and he was sitting in his chair where he's got a computer there, and let me be blunt, he's upstairs now. He still doesn't know who I had in the game because I don't get emotional or say anything. But
is he an Eagles fan?
He had $58 on his ESPN app. On the Eagles, he was screaming and yelling. By the way, Kelly, he can buy and sell me. He's got tons of money, houses all over the place. I could just tell you, he's worth tens of millions, and screaming and yelling. And it almost made me realize that this is what America is. The human condition of gambling and what's going on here is a representation of what must be going on. Only he can afford to lose or win, but what must be going on all over middle America, blue collar America, white collar too. I'm not trying to say that, but I just didn't know I just didn't know that was going on until I seen him. And I had to ask him, I said, how much you got in the game? $58. So, which is fine. I'm not saying, listen, $58, that's like the average bet in America. God bless them. Good for you. At least you put some stake in the game. I go after these influencers and people that talk about games and spreads and don't bet $1. You bet $5, you're good with me. It doesn't matter that I bet more. I've earned to bet more over my lifetime. So, but I seen him there, and I seen him yelling and screaming, and I thought about it, and I called his son, who was in Philadelphia, and I said, do you believe your dad screams? He goes, oh, every week. He goes, what do you think goes on here? He goes, all my friends, we're all crazy. We're yelling, screaming. We watch the games in a bar in Center City. I just didn't know, and that makes you bet more, and that's where the gambling problems, I guess, come into play. I have a big portion of my life that's dedicated to responsible gambling, and tell people how I've started out a losing player, a little degen, and all of a sudden in life, I took someone to shake me and show me the right way, and bankroll management means everything, and not getting emotions involved and stuff. But I'm glad someone won the Eagle game. I'm glad you won the Eagle game. Not so glad Prez won, but I'm glad you won the Eagle game. I'm being a wise guy. So at least somebody won it besides my friend with his $58.
Craig, I appreciate it, but I know that I probably should go buy a lottery ticket. But those are the types of moments for me as a gambler. I actually don't feel bad. The night prior, I'm laying in bed. I had gotten a text from Johnny in Detroit at, let's call it 11 a.m. Saturday morning. Said, hey, here's the game plan for Nevada versus Western Kentucky. I'm not saying bet it. I found a rogue 10 on Nevada. Line closed 8. Nevada kicks a field goal. Mind you, they were back and forth all game in the mix to possibly win it. Kicks a field goal, decides to kick an onside kick. Western Kentucky returns it for a touchdown. I thought my app was broken. I was refreshing. I was like, what is going on? The app was having problems earlier in the day. And I'm like, did that just happen to me? Oh my God. So you got to take the good with the bad. I think that they're cyclical, right? Like we never remember those wins like yesterday. Like I'm going to forget that Eagles win. Maybe not. That was a pretty significant one, but you're never going to forget those losses. So those losses kind of stick with you, those painful ones, and you're going, golly. So I do have remorse for those who had the Rams, but I don't feel bad knowing that just 12 hours prior, I just got absolutely, you know what, by Western Kentucky.
Wow. And let me ask you, Kel, let's go on to everyone's favorite subject. What happened? Your survivors. I text you on, I don't know, we text throughout the week a lot of times, but you had your Buffalo. Now, what do you do going into Sunday? You're rooting against every big favorite then.
Oh, yeah.
That's what you're doing. Yeah.
I felt really bad. So I was on the Browns. I was on the Saints. Saints was my one loser yesterday. It was just kind of that really ugly play that just went in a tailspin. So congratulations to you. You had Seattle. I wussed out. I'm not going to lie to you. Denver about did me in. Dallas about did me in. Some of these survivors were just like, I wasn't going to say tilt, but almost survivor tilt. And I go, all right, I'm either going to use Buffalo this week or I'm going to use them next week versus the Saints. Right. And And so it's like, I'm not saving them for week 11. I'm not saving them for Christmas or Thanksgiving. I'm like, I just need an easy win. And it was not even easy. I didn't think Buffalo was ever going to lose that game, but Miami was driving late into the fourth quarter. We would have needed a 2-minute drill from Josh Allen, had Tua not thrown that interception to go ahead and get that win. Missed field goal early. It was just kind of one of those wonky games, but at least it wasn't like I am sweating profusely, like freaking out. I got to enjoy my Sunday. It was a really good Sunday. And so I'll say I would make that decision again, even knowing the result of the Seattle game. I'm happy for you, though. Seattle was literally no sweat. It was 21-0. And I said, all right, I'm not going to watch the Saints game. I'm going to go enjoy my Sunday afternoon.
I had 6 picks on Buffalo out of the 20 that I have that I have on my own. I'm partners on some other ones and stuff. And then I have 14 on Seattle. And, of course, the Grandissimo with Seattle. And I could just tell you now, I was just checking with my partner. I said, I'm going to talk about this Buffalo next week. He said, fine. Because it's no secret that we're probably going to use Buffalo this week, and everyone's going to use Buffalo. But, when you have partners in the big one, sometimes they get real shaky. They get nervous. So, but yeah, no, it's Buffalo's probably going to be, like I said, the play this week. So, but Buffalo was a good one this week, and Seattle was good and never really had a sweat with Buffalo. With Seattle at all. And pretty happy that went my way so easy. And I'm glad that of course the Packers went down, knocked 10 people out. Well, we knocked 10 people. Atlanta knocked 2 out, 8 out of the
Packers
at Green Bay. So 10 out of the Grandissimo. And that's about almost 20% out of the big.
But the
pool
Bucks,
in Vegas.
Six people at the Bucks. I just looked. They could have easily went down there as well. That was kind of a crazy last minute nether blocked field goal situation. So I'm going to say this. Do you think people should not be zigging while others zag right now? Like right now, what we've seen historically is weeks 1, 2, 3, 4 in these contests, big favorites are going down, touchdown favorites are going down. And so I think what people are trying to do is kind of what I did last week, zag instead of zig. They took the Falcons, who ultimately got shut out, Packers on the road. Or do you think that people are maybe starting to overthink their process? Maybe try not to have that. Hand up. I was trying not to have that number 1 pick the last 3 weeks, but I knew week 1, everybody was going to be on the Broncos.
There's a great show on Survivor. I wish I knew the name of it. How bad that is, not knowing the name. But there's a great show on Survivor. They email me every week. I think I would have their show up there. I like what this guy actually won a portion of it one week. And he said that last year they didn't have one team that wasn't at least a 4-point favorite all 20 weeks. So they went 20-0, but never bet 3.5 or lower. I like that. And they said, and it's at Team Rankings, I think is the name of
the Team Ranking and Pool Genius guys. Yeah.
Oh boy, Pool Genius. That's it. I didn't even know. I forgot the name of it. So I like what they said though. They stayed away from road teams. It's hard to do now. Think about that. You're going to stay away from road teams. Stay away from favorites 3.5 or less. And you have to only pick. It's really tough to do that, and that's why you have to listen to these type of shows. I'm actually giving my opponents a little bit of an edge, maybe even. But I shouldn't say that. It's open for the public. Good show on Survivor. I didn't know you knew those guys. I don't really know them either. But
I'm actually in their Survivor contest this year. So I also talk about a screw up. Ready for this? Ariel Epstein forgot to put in her plays on Saturday night. She's traveling for the Jewish holiday and texts me and she's like, wait, they're due Saturday night. And I'm like, oh no. So I feel bad for her. But the week prior, I log in Sunday morning and I'm like, why do I have the Bears picked and not the Lions? Why do I have the Bears picked and not the Lions? And sure enough, it's because I was on Splash the night prior, putting in all my picks, and I'm in so many loser pools that your job is to pick the loser. And so I must have been still having the Bears on my brain.
Wow.
I know. So I only have 2 entries left over there, but that is okay. That is a fun contest. Proceeds are going to go to charity. So hopefully I can win one, at least for bragging rights. But as far as this week goes, Crack, you mentioned you already used the Bills in 6 of your 20 in Circa. So what are you kind of looking at in addition to that? I think we have to make a nod towards Houston. 3 games. They had 3 opportunities to win. Couldn't get it done. 7-point favorites this week. I'm not going to lie. The Titans looked solid week 1, right? Week 1, I said, okay, if there was a couple of receivers that could have caught Cam Ward's passes, they could have upset the Broncos. But ever since, it's like the wheels are falling off on the Titans. Callahan, they're talking about how he's on the hot seat and they're ready to fire him already. I feel like Texans and Bills are going to be the 2 most popular picks. Then I want to go.
I'm scanning down the thing. You're right. That's going to be the 2 most.
And then I want to go Detroit. But boy, did the Browns have a lot of fight in them. We saw week 1 versus the Bengals. Their defense. We saw week 3 versus the Packers. Yeah, week 2 versus the Ravens was just really bad offensively, but let's give a nod to the Ravens defense. I don't think that the Lions are going to lose that game, but I don't know if I'm brave enough to use the Lions here. Well, I guess it kind of depends on what happens tonight on Monday Night Football.
Yeah, no, for sure. The Lions, even though they're a bigger favorite, you're looking at a Houston team that you're probably not going to be able to use them any better spot throughout the year than. By the way, I actually lean to the Titans with the points, but you're not going to be able to find a better spot. You have the Texans at home, 7-point favorites, even though they're 0-3. By the way, the Texans at home. 0-3 teams, they make the playoffs like 5% of the time. So this is a do or die. Have you ever seen a must win? I mean, the Titans are also 0-3, but they're on the road here. They weren't expected to do anything pre-flop beginning of the season. That might be a good spot for that's. Even though I do like the Titans there, only a few moves, major line moves this next week. By the way, in football, the Titans were one of them. A small move on them. Vikings were definitely one. Maybe a couple totals here, nothing too crazy. One group released Cowboys Packers under, where I think that first of all, you have Cowboys Packers is a primetime game. It's going to be a lot of over money no matter what. I think you could have waited until later in the week for that particular game. That day, later in the week, that day even. Just going to give you a couple of the other moves. Rams Colts over was one of the other moves. That's the only thing really that moved early in the week. But listen, you have a 16.5-point favorite here with the Bills. That's going to be probably the biggest pick for a survivor of the year, I would say, would be the Bills. If you have the Bills, like people just pick the Bills Thursday night. So I used them on a couple picks. Kelly, you used them on all your picks.
Everything. Right? I just shoved my crack. Like I said, it was almost like a tilt thing where I was just like, I just need a stress-free Sunday at this point. And granted, Seattle was stress-free. I just didn't handicap the game that way. And that's just how it kind of works. Like, I'm sure my partners are like, hey, thanks for not let us use the only opportunity to use Seattle, Cal. And we could have used the Bills this week. I don't think the Bills are going to lose. But really, Bills off a Thursday night divisional game versus the Dolphins. Now they play the Saints. I got to look and see who they're playing in week 5. But look, have we seen this Bills team kind of, I don't know, sleepwalk, if you will? They play the Patriots next week. Nothing big there. Divisional game still. But sleepwalk over mediocre teams? Yeah. But do I think the Bills are going to lose that game? No, of course I don't.
Yeah. Cal, I have a crazy question. These spontaneous things. So I told you I'm in Scranton, Pennsylvania. I'm heading back to Vegas today. But let me ask you, do you miss Vegas at all, even a little? Or when you go there, you just get it all out and come back and just can't wait to get back home? I actually can't wait. Home will always be New York and New Jersey for me, but I actually want to get back to Vegas. I've been on the road now for about a week, and I'm ready to go back to Vegas, though. It just there's things you miss about it. It's the betting, too. Some of the betting things.
Oh yeah, I mean from a betting perspective, like a legal betting perspective, yeah, it's really nice to be able to have access to a lot of those books. Particularly, you and I talk about Superbook, even Day of the Game, offering reduced juice in the NFL. Like those types of things are nice. I miss the restaurants and I miss the airport being able to just fly anywhere direct. Outside of that, no, right. I do not miss Vegas for 1 second. People call me and they're like, hey, we're coming to Florida. I'm like, cool, you're 4 hours away. Cool, I'm not coming to Disneyland. Oh, you're in Miami? Sorry, too far for me to drive. When you're in Vegas, it doesn't matter that I lived 40 minutes off the strip in Summerlin. You were expected to go out and to put on a face and say hi to everybody, and it got exhausting. It got exhausting.
The prices, too. here. I mean, we're in blue collar America here. This is hardworking blue collar people. We went out for a steakhouse last night, and I couldn't believe the steaks were like $29. I was like, wait a minute, $29? What are you getting for this? Like I couldn't believe it. Like, so Vegas is much more expensive on food, but however, still going to like a Starbucks here, it's the same thing. It's like $8, $7, and they turn the screen around to you. How much you want to tip? We've conditioned society to give tips.
Correct. That's why I bought myself an expensive coffee machine. I sent our producer Dan Alexander a screenshot of it the other day, and I was like, worth every penny. 2,880 lattes it's made me or something, and $8 a piece. You can do the math.
Yeah, no, it's amazing though. But I do love it. Do love to visit family, friends. I had to come back to do my taxes. I do an extension, so I came back there.
Yeah, don't remind me. That's on my to-do list this week too.
Yeah, you got to do it by October 15th. Well, great. No, this has been good. We covered some things and got some good things going on at WagerTalk. Appreciate you guys. To be blunt, if I didn't mention it, thank God, on fire the last couple of weeks. College football, they got no chance to beat me. And even the NFL this weekend was really good. The NFL last, I'm going to win overall. If I'm allowed to bet props, I'm allowed to bet. I say to people all the time, you can go to the window and bet whatever you want on the NFL side tonight on the game. Go to bet Lamar Jackson over passing yards. By the way, that's one of my plays. I just think they're going to stack the box. They're going to force him to throw a little bit, and I think I'll get some more passing yards. But you could bet maybe $500, maybe $1,000 on a prop. But go to bet on the game, and you can bet whatever you can carry in a bag. I mean, hundreds of thousands. I mean, the market's so efficient right now. With 7 hours to go, they'll probably take literally $1 million that most big sports books would take on a game if you wanted to bet it.
Yeah. Anything else you like for Monday night before we get you out of here?
No, that's really it. That's really it. This line moved from like 6.5 down to like I'm seeing a pretty strong 4s now. So nothing I can give that right now on anything there. I'll be blunt. Even though the total's 53.5, and if a 54 pops out there, a rogue 54. I may be tempted to play the under. I do a Fox show on the weekends, and the line, the director of line, the line manager director that sponsors the show, he said everyone's betting over. We're going to need under big time.
Can you blame him? Can you blame? That would be a sweaty under to be taking. But I don't blame you wanting to look. Primetime unders have been doing very well, including last night again in New York.
It's really simple. I was about to say it there. God protects the bookmakers. I'll just tell you that. So everyone's betting the over there, and God protects the bookmakers long term. But all good.
I'm going to use that one against John Murray after I give him an immense amount of grief for another NFL game, landing one. Crack, you are the best. Thanks for hanging out with us every single Monday here on the WagerTalk YouTube channel. Good luck on all your bets this week. Good luck in Survivor. We'll talk to you on Monday.
Thank you. Thanks, everyone. Thank you. Thanks, Cal.
Hi, I'm Marco D'Angelo, co-founder of WagerTalk.com. We're going to do the continuing series of Behind the Bettor. Going to get you to know a little bit about me and what I'm all about. I've been betting sports professionally since 1980, and we're still going strong. Is there a specific season that comes to mind is the best during my career? That is easy, and that's 2010 baseball season. We went an incredible 25 straight winners during the summer of 2010. And the biggest part of that accomplishment that I'm proud of is we never laid more than 120 in any of those baseball games. That will go down as my best season in all of sports. Do you remember a day that most profitable for you in sports betting? Well, not quite sports betting, but one of the most memorable days for me and most satisfying was 2017 Kentucky Derby. I love betting the horses, and I like to share that with my clients. And that day, we were keying off of a horse, and the horse's name was Lookin' at Lee. He was a huge long shot in the Kentucky Derby that year. He finished second, and he brought us back a $336 exacta for $2, and the trifecta came back at $8,276. That was one of the most incredible days betting for me personally, but I love the fact that for a little bit of money, I made my clients a ton of money. Who would be on my Mount Rushmore of people in sports betting? Well, that's an easy one. You start with Billy Walters. Everybody's going to put Billy Walters there. The next one that I would go with would be Roxy Roxborough, great lines maker here in Las Vegas for so many years. Another one, probably not as wide known, but this goes back to the heyday, the early days when the books took a stand, put the numbers up, and I would go with Bob Martin, old-time odds maker. And then for the last one on my Mount Rushmore, I'm going to go current, and I'm going to go with Westgate's own Jay Kornegay. What he did at Imperial Palace and brought to the Westgate to what we see now with everything behind us here and the Super Bowl prop bets and everything else, he deserves to be on that Mount Rushmore of sports betting here in Vegas. What's the biggest mistake I see sports bettors making today? Well, since we've had the legalization of sports betting across the country in many states, places like FanDuel, DraftKings, and so forth, they make it sexy with the parlays. Everybody wants to bet parlays because you want to spend a little bit of money to make a lot of money. I can tell you, if you do that on a consistent basis, 4 or 5 leg parlays, they're going to carry you out on a stretcher. That's my best advice. Stay away from those parlays. Other than sports betting, what's your favorite way to gamble? This is a toss-up for me. I love to play poker here in Vegas, but my true second passion is betting horses. I own horses, I bet horses, I love horse racing. That would be my second most favorite way to gamble. What's the best gambling movie ever? Well, that's going to be a great segue from the last question because it's going to be a horse racing movie, and that is, without question, Let It Ride. Richard Dreyfuss, Jennifer Tilly, absolutely degenerate gambling movie. If you've never seen it, you got to watch it. It's a great one. And as Trotter said in that movie, I'm having a very good day.
I'm having a very good day.
Do you remember your first sports bet? And if so, what was it? Well, my two first introductions to betting, one would be going to the racetrack with my dad, betting horses. That was probably at age 10. Then for my first sports bet, that would be an NFL 2-team 7-point teaser. My dad would let me play one teaser every week to watch the football games with him, and I was probably 13 or 14 whenever I was doing that, and that was my start to betting football. College football Saturdays or NFL Sundays? Boy, I could go either way there, but I really love college football. I love the emotional aspect of college football, of dealing with young kids on a weekly basis, the highs and lows, the rivalries. College football for me on the Saturdays in the sports book. If you could only bet one sport for the rest of your life, what would it be? Yeah, we'll go back to college football. I love the aspect of college football. I like that I get to break down the games. You got a week to do the games. You look at the emotion. You can study the injuries. Today, you know, one of the things about NBA, for example, you got to wait to see the lineups, who's in, who's out, load management, all that stuff. College football is still, to me, the purest sport to bet. What's your all-time favorite sports book in Las Vegas? All right, I'm going to cop out on this one. I'm going to give you a two-part answer. I'm going to go old school and new school. Old school, it's not here anymore, and that would be the Stardust. There was nothing like the Stardust Sportsbook. Whenever I was coming out to Vegas, I was coming 3-4 times a year, 5 times before I decided to move here back in 2008. without question, my favorite sports book was the Stardust. I went there all the time. I had so much logo stuff from the Stardust that I would buy every trip. That was where the Las Vegas line originated. Every Sunday night, everybody waited to see that line come out. Now, my favorite, we're standing in it. The sports book here at the Westgate, the incredible screens, the fact that it is a non-smoking sports book, love that as well. You can sit here all day and enjoy the games. Not one of the best atmospheres in Las Vegas. What's the best sporting event you ever attended? All right, I'm going to go as a teenager back in Pittsburgh. The 1971 World Series, Game 3. The Pittsburgh Pirates were down 2-0 in that series to the Baltimore Orioles. They were up 2-1 in the 7th inning, and Roberto Clemente and Willie Stargell led off the inning. Clemente beat out infield single, the base runner, the first baseman got pulled off the base, and then Willie Stargell walked, put 2 runners on. Bob Robertson came up to the plate. The manager, Danny Murtaugh, put on the bunt sign. He was supposed to bunt those 2 guys over to try to get the insurance run. He missed the bunt sign and hit a 3-run homer. I was there, saw that. I was in the outfield, put the Pirates up 5-1 in that game. They went on to win that game and win the World Series that year. That was a big game for me. I remember that one well. Best advice for sports bettors. I'm going to give you something that my dad told me with horse racing, and I ended up applying that to my style of betting in sports. Okay, a lot of guys like to bet a lot of games, and I'm not saying there's anything wrong with that. That's just not my style. I like to limit my plays. When we used to go to the races, to betting horses, my dad would always tell me, you can bet a race, you can beat a race, but you can't beat the races. And I've used that same philosophy in sports betting. I can't beat the entire board, but I can pick my spots, find the highest percentage plays, and then make 1 to 3 plays a day, maybe on the bigger cards on a Saturday, 3 to 5 plays, limit my liability, find what I feel are the best winning situations, and capitalize on them. That's what I would say to young sports bettors today. What's your most memorable sports bet? Well, the Kentucky Derby one that I talked about earlier, but I remember Super Bowl, and I believe it was 1985. It was the Miami Dolphins versus the San Francisco 49ers. I was only 24 at the time, and when I made that bet, it was one of my biggest bets to date. I loved the 49ers in that game. Dan Marino, only second year in the NFL, gets to a Super Bowl. I just thought he was overmatched by the 49er offense, and they got destroyed in that game. One of the easiest wins I ever had, one of my biggest bets early on in my career. So that is one that sticks with me as my most memorable bet. What was my first job in the sports betting industry? Well, that was working for myself. I started my company back in 1980, and I'll never forget how I started the company. I started it the day after the Super Bowl in 1980. I ran an ad in a publication that used to be out here, H&H Sporting Times, and we ran an ad saying, "Attention, all Super Bowl losers. Call me tonight for a free winner." And the game was Florida State in college basketball. We gave them the correct side. I had people call, and all we did whenever they called is I said, listen, this play, no obligation. I want you to take this play. You like the analysis on the game, and you like how we do things. Give me a call tomorrow. I'll tell you about the packages that I have available. We won that game that night, and that started my career in this business. That's it for the questions, guys. Appreciate you hanging out with me and getting to know me a little bit. This has been WagerTalk's Behind the Bettor series. Again, I'm Marco D'Angelo, co-founder of WagerTalk.com.
Welcome in to the opening line report. Kelly Stewart here on this beautiful Monday morning on the East Coast. Teddy covers there on a beautiful Monday morning on the West Coast. We're going to get right into it. This is a information show, guys. Remember, we are the opening line report. Numbers came out. I think I saw Circa tweet right before I went to bed after Sunday Night Football, their week 4 NFL line. So I, of course, had to update my little survivor spreadsheet, Teddy, because that's just the kind of person that I am. So we're going to go over some of these opening numbers. We're going to compare them to your power ratings, maybe talk about what some of these lines were over the summer, and really start to dive deep into what we saw last week and what kind of tangible information we can use for this week. Ready to get into Monday Night Football before we get into week 4?
Sure, let's do that. A minor correction. I don't care what the lines were over the summer. The lines over the summer were those were based on off-season power ratings. What we focus on opening line report, of course, is the look headlines from last week. So we see how much the one game affected the perception of these two teams, and that's the focus. So lots of powering numbers, lots of we could have a handful of emergency betting alerts this morning. So
well, let me get ready. I'm very excited. I love those emergency betting alerts. We got to get on those swift and fast, and that's why we do the show bright and early on Monday morning. Let's get into Monday Night Football. The Detroit Lions, Baltimore Ravens. We've seen some interesting line moves here. Talk to me about, well, I think arguably one of the best teams in the NFC versus arguably one of the best teams in the AFC.
Sure. And of course, we talked about this game last Monday, and I gave you an emergency betting alert on the Lions +6 because that line couldn't hold, and it didn't hold. We're looking at 4.5 right now. And it bottomed at 4, and then we've seen some Ravens buyback up to 4.5. And this, to me, feels a little bit like a sharp square divide game. The pros love Baltimore. They love Baltimore. Some of my friends are telling me that the Ravens are a field goal better than anyone else in the league. My powering numbers don't show that. My powering numbers say that Baltimore is one of the elite teams, and there's obviously 5-6 teams at the very top of the power ratings. But there are those in the markets that right now have Baltimore a field goal better than anyone, or close to a field goal, 2 to 3 points better than anybody. If they dominate tonight, maybe I'll have them in my power rating to that number, but currently I don't. So, and the markets obviously with opening at 6 and bet down to 4, and now we're seeing 4.5. That is pro money on Baltimore. Total seeing nothing but over money, and considering the potential potency of these two offenses, I'm not surprised. That said, at 53.5, I'm not sensing it's going to get a whole lot higher than it is. So. Urgency right now, no, this number is going to stick around 4.5, 53.5 between now and kickoff.
All right, let's go to Thursday Night Football. Primarily the reason why I played the Saints yesterday. And we're going to get into that game and why it got away from the Saints rather quickly. But the Seattle Seahawks take on the Arizona Cardinals. San Fran sneaks out a win there over Arizona by 1 point. That was an interesting final result because, well, that's what I like to talk about on the Kelly Murray Show. Games that land one. It always is hilarious to me. Let's talk about Seattle. Now, Arizona is -1.
Sure. And I'm tempted. Let's just talk about it. Look headline, Arizona -2.5, total of 45. My powering number says the Seahawks should be favored here. My powering number is Seattle -1. The markets have Arizona -1 right now, total 43.5. We haven't seen any movement on this total. I'm not anticipating necessarily any movement. We could see a little bit of under money, but nothing shocking. But from a side standpoint, I would not be surprised. So the Seahawks were a team that a lot of people hated this offseason. I'm one of them. We were against Seattle in my season win report, and I expected this team to go through some pretty ugly growing pains. And through 3 weeks of the season, Seattle looks better than people thought they were going to look, myself included. Sam Darnold looks very comfortable in that offense. What we're seeing with Cooper Kupp and Jackson Smith-Njigba and Torrey Horton, the 5th-round rookie out of Colorado State, who's been phenomenal for them. And he's a guy who was hurt his senior year. He dropped in the draft as a result. But yesterday, a 95-yard punt return touchdown. He looks like a star already. So they have wide receiver depth. Darnold's looked good. The defense has looked good for Seattle. And Arizona's offense isn't working right now. It's going to get worse with the James Conner injury. Now he's out for the year. We don't worry too much about running back injuries, but Conner's kind of one of those heart and soul guys for this team. And boy, that offense struggled against San Francisco. Multiple key drops, whether it's a Zay Jones drop that would have allowed them to run out the clock, instead of punting back to San Francisco for the game-winning drive, or the Marvin Harrison dropped a touchdown pass, or the DeMarcado dropped a third down pass that led to a field goal instead of a touchdown. The pass game's not working. The run game's not working. The offensive line's not controlling the flow. There are issues right now for Arizona. And of course, they missed a field goal again. That loomed large in a 1-point loss. 4.1 yards per play for Arizona. 1 for 3 in the red zone. These are ongoing problems. Calais Campbell won that game for Arizona on a safety, the holding in the end zone. And then they found a way to lose it. Certainly the short turnaround gives them an opportunity. But again, early in the season, we don't mind road teams in short turnaround spots. Not surprised at all if we see some Seattle money between now and kickoff. Again,
all right, Teddy, a team that could not have looked better yesterday. You and I watched this game, and I shouldn't say we didn't even watch it. Just every single time it popped on Red Zone, the Vikings were in the red zone, and they looked rather dominant. Again, Kevin O'Connell proving it doesn't matter who's under center for him. He's got this offense clicking. They're facing the Steelers that were, I would argue, maybe gifted a win by the New England Patriots.
Sure. Look ahead line here. Pittsburgh 1-41. Of course, this game is in Dublin. It's an early start game. Don't sleep in if you want to bet Steelers and Vikings. 6:30 a.m. Pacific time start, 9:30 on the East Coast. So look headline, Pittsburgh -1. My powering number, Minnesota -1.5. Opened 1.5 and 41 last night. We've seen a big move towards the Vikings this morning. I'm seeing 2.5s out there, 2.5s with juice, and 3s are starting to pop up. Now, at 3, I would expect we'll see a little bit of take back for Pittsburgh. So I'm not going to emergency betting alert this one, even though you can find 2.5s right now. I'm not convinced they'll be there forever. But at 3, I would think that we'll get some buyback. So this is a situation where the other line's already moved. The best of the number is gone. And of course, Minnesota had 2 defensive touchdowns. They forced 5 turnovers in yesterday's game. But the key was Carson Wentz. The key was not Carson. The key was Minnesota's defense. The key may have been Christian Darrisaw being back on the offensive line for Minnesota, and Harrison Smith, 2 guys who made their season debuts and had an impact immediately when your left tackle comes back after missing 11 months. And then, Harrison Smith had he deflected the pass that got returned for a pick 6. Certainly positive signs injury-wise for Minnesota, and of course, let's not forget Carson Wentz was sitting at home a month ago. He didn't have any preseason with Minnesota, and that concerned me when it came to this past week's game. And of course, it didn't matter against Cincinnati because the defense was able to control the flow, and Wentz was playing with a lead. That could happen here because Pittsburgh, you say that New England gifted them the victory. There's certainly something to be said for that. Yards per play, Pittsburgh 4.1, New England 5.2. 2 of the Patriots' 5 turnovers came to the Steelers' 2-yard line. They did sack Drake May 5 times, so the defense did some things right. When you force 5 turnovers and get 5 sacks, you're feeling good. But Aaron Rodgers, just 139 passing yards. Only 1 play for Pittsburgh of 20-plus yards in that ballgame. This offense is explosive, and let's call it how it is. Right now, Aaron Rodgers is not very good, like last year and the year before and the year before that. But he sure gets a lot of publicity. From a situational standpoint, worth noting, week 5 bye for Pittsburgh. This is their last game before the bye. We spent all this time talking about teams after the bye week, when in fact, before the bye week is often a better bet on spot for these squads. No one wants to go into 2 weeks off, especially 2 weeks under Tomlin, coming off back-to-back losses. So there's certainly something to be said for the effort for Pittsburgh. Worth noting also, Minnesota will play back-to-back games overseas. So with all the benefit of next week at this time, having stayed in Europe already.
All right, let's talk about the Eagles headed to the Bucks. Teddy, hand up. Very, very lucky to cash that Eagles ticket with the Prez yesterday on End Zone Live. That was absolutely a crazy result. Teddy, when those types of results happen, what do you chalk it up as? Just bad luck? Do you chalk it up as things aren't going my way? How do you look at it and maybe not overreact for those at home that probably had the Rams, great number plus 4.5, things like that?
So I had the Rams. My clients had the Rams. Last week, I had the Broncos. My clients had the Broncos. Week 1, we had the Cowboys and Eagles over, where they scored the first 8 possessions, 9 possessions, they fumbled the red zone, and then the lightning delay, and they never scored another point.
What an awful trifecta.
Yeah, that's a nice way to, and that's the difference between me starting the season 80%. I'm not a high volume player. If I didn't have those 3 beats, I'd be hitting 80% right now. Instead, I'm hitting 50% full, through the first 3 weeks. So what do? This is something that's worth noting. All right. It's true in poker. It's true in sports betting. It doesn't even out. If you're on right sides, you're going to take more bad beats than if you're on wrong sides. It's plain and simple. You might get some more lucky ones if you're on wrong sides, but you're on right sides, the bad beats are coming to you. It doesn't even out. That's it. We all get lucky wins. Sometimes we get stupid lucky wins, and we kind of forget about them when you go through a stretch where you can't win the close games that you're supposed to win. Like LA yesterday, it was pretty much a right side and found a way to lose, but it's the nature of the game. All right. I'm still pissed off about it Monday morning. That's why one of these things I like doing about this show is it's cathartic. You go through it, you get it out of your system, and you can look at the next week cleanly. But that loss is still affecting me today. It affected me all night, all day yesterday. So I'm glad you got a moment of enjoyment out of it with Prez. But it really freaking sucked when you had the right side the whole way, and it obviously didn't pan out that way. But they're going to happen, and the answer is suck it up or don't do this.
There you go. That is great advice.
There's no middle ground.
Betting is not for the weak-minded.
There are issues for Philadelphia right now. By the way, talking about Eagles, are we talking about Eagles Bucks? Is that where we are?
Yes, that's where we are.
All right. So look at line Philly -2.5, 46. My powering number is Philly -1.5. The markets are at 3 for the Eagles. And 45 is where they opened. I'm seeing 44.5, the prevailing number. I'm not sensing it's going to go down any further. I'm not seeing any groundswell of Tampa money yet. Right now, 3 and 45/44.5 is where I expect it to stay for at least the time being until we get injury report stuff. Now, Saquon Barkley, we have to talk about Saquon Barkley for a minute. 3 games, he's averaging 3.3 yards per carry. Last year, he had 345 rush attempts in the regular season, another 91 in the playoffs. His previous career high came in 2022 when he had 295 in the regular season and 18 in the playoffs. This is an 8-year veteran with a lot of miles on those legs, and it feels to me, at least right now, Saquon doesn't have the same burst. We're not getting the big plays from Philly's running game. And again, when you're 3.3 yards per carry, you're 18 of 46 yesterday, that is a concern. That being said, it's a concern for a team that's finding ways to win games. 3 of 3 in the red zone, and they only allowed 1 of 4 in the red zone. So that red zone efficiency on both sides of the football, and obviously the Jordan Davis blocked field goal at the end of the game. Philly's now 19-1 straight up their last 20 games. By far the best team in the NFL in that span. That being said, there are things to like about Tampa right now. In 3 games, the Bucs have trailed in the fourth quarter in all 3, and they've won all 3. And if you ask me, would I rather have a team that opens the season with 3 blowouts or 3 come from behind wins? I'll choose the latter anytime. Now that team builds confidence, whereas a blowout team, they get a little fat and happy sometimes. Look at Green Bay for an example. Baker Mayfield, quote, resilient group. We stick together, the whole team, and one part of it or phase a little down. Others have to step it up and be there for you. That's what this team is all about. We support each other no matter what. Tampa, just 1 of 5 in the red zone. They had 14 penalties. They had a field goal blocked in return for a touchdown, and they still won the game straight up. They outgained the Jets by 1.2 yards per play. Todd Bowles after the game. 3-0 is important. It's important to win in this league. A lot of teams be crying because they lost close games. We lost some last year. We're winning them this year. So we're extremely happy about that. 2 teams that are pretty happy about their early season performances. One team has clearly shown they have the resilience to come back from deficits in the fourth quarter. Philly managed to do it yesterday, but again, they lost that game. They just had, and Sundays, the whole thing, college football, you expect kicking zaniness. You really do. And then one of the things I always loved is that Saturdays you have kicking zaniness and special teams that are going to cost you when you bets. And Sundays, the kickers make their kicks. No, not yesterday. Obviously, had a huge difference for Philadelphia and LA. But right now, this line's not moving. 344.5. And I'm not sensing that it's likely to go anytime soon.
All right, just over 1,600 of you guys watching with us live here on the opening line report. Teddy, before we get into the Saints at the Bills, let everybody kind of know what's going on over at WagerTalk.com this week, what you've got up for your clients.
Yeah, I'm bitching and moaning because of the losses, and they're frustrating. That said, we went 7-2 across sports this weekend, 6-1 in football. I can't complain too much. It was a good weekend for the clients. We made a bunch of money. I just wanted it to be better and win them all. And that's, I put a lot of work into the NFL this week. This was the week we're supposed to break out. And we went 2-1, but the one was freaking the Rams, and that's pretty annoying. That being said, locked and loaded. I'm not in play for Monday Night Football. I have a single best bet on MLB for today. We went 4-0 on college football Saturday. I love this college football card this week. And, of course, the NFL. You'll hear my first takes right here. We'll have plays posted throughout the week. So check out my homepage, wt.buzz/TC. Don't buy a play. Get on board with the package. Again, pick buying isn't for everyone. I get it. But if you want to partner up, no, it might be a pretty good time. I'm pissed off. I'm motivated, and we're in decent current form. So for what it's worth, you check out any of the extended service packages. You can get a monthly package, a weekly package, rest of the year package. Great deals on my page, wt.buzz/TC.
Teddy, I found an interesting tweet regarding the next game. Saints are 16.5-point underdogs at Buffalo this week. This is New Orleans' biggest underdog in any game since November of 1975. The matchup that day was Archie Manning and Frank Tarkenton for the Vikings. Very interesting. Very, very interesting.
Fran Tarkenton. There's no K at the end of it.
Well, you know what? Blame Evan Abrams. He had it wrong. I wasn't born yet, so I don't remember, but I did find that to be very interesting. This is a huge number. Kind of break down what these double-digit spreads mean for people looking to bet this side or either side of this game.
So, and I can't believe that the Katrina year that they weren't big, they had to be 2 touchdown dogs a couple times that year because that was an awful team. Aaron Brooks was the quarterback of the Katrina year, and I think they won 3 games that season, and things went pretty south pretty fast post-Katrina for a team that didn't have a home. My look-ahead line here was Buffalo 16.5, total 47.5. Again, the bettable numbers from last week. My powering number only has the Bills 14.5 for the game. When you start getting into the spreads above 2 touchdowns, I factor in home field less and less. I think I make home field 1 point for those games. And I wouldn't argue if you made it 0 because there's not much of a home field edge in that contest. And obviously the Saints look pretty dismal yesterday. So my power rating number is 14 for the game. That said, I'm not anticipating a groundswell of Saints support in this one. Opened 16.5, 47.5 last night. We've seen some 48s pop this morning. When you talk about double-digit spreads in the NFL, I don't play a lot of the games. I really don't. This is not a league that is as popular as it is because it doesn't have parity. And the Saints certainly have a better game in them than what we saw yesterday. Yesterday, they were pretty awful. And Buffalo is most assuredly the type of team that we've seen it over and over again in the Sean McDermott era. Do we trust the Bills to beat up the weaker teams? No, these are the games that they often have hiccups in. I'll leave it at that. For New Orleans, they had issues on the offensive line yesterday. They're going to be shorting, the right tackle, inactive. The guard didn't travel with the team last week. The defense was pretty awful in terms of Sam Darnold. I mean, they allowed 12.1 yards per pass attempt. That's disaster territory. They did stuff to run, though. Only 2.6 yards per carry allowed if you're looking for a positive sign. But again, you give up a block punt touchdown. You give up a punt return touchdown. The box score lies for this game. It says the game was even. First downs and yardage, it was. That said, when you're dominant on special teams, and again, punt return, touchdown, block punt that led to a touchdown, when the special teams are dominant, it makes your offensive statistics look weaker and your defense statistics look weaker because you're traveling longer fields or shorter fields on offense, and you're allowing opponents to travel longer fields on defense because you're winning the field position war. So special team success, like Seattle showed, can lead to box scores that lie. And of course, Spencer Rattler, he's not answering questions positively right now. He's 0-9 as a starter. Saints are 0-7 their last 7. And penalties continue to be a problem. Again, it's a first-time head coach in Kellen Moore. I've not been impressed with how well coached New Orleans is early in the season. They're averaging more than 10 penalties per game. For Buffalo, there are some questions. Is this run defense vulnerable? They got lit up by Baltimore. Miami had plenty of success moving the football too. They allowed 10 of 15 third down conversions last week and 3 of 3 red zone touchdowns. After the 2 weeks of the season, they had the best third down defense in the league, and that obviously not the case. But of course, Josh Allen didn't have any interceptions, and James Cook had 100 rushing yards. And when that happens, the Bills are going to win. But Josh Allen didn't complete a pass thrown more than 10 yards downfield. Sean McDermott, good win, never easy. I thought the grit, the mental toughness of our football team was on display throughout the game, particularly in the fourth quarter there. I worry about the Bills looking right past New Orleans. I don't want Buffalo in this spot. Coming off a big divisional win. They played on Thursday night, extra time to prepare, just like Green Bay had. The Bills, this has Buffalo falls asleep with a 2-touchdown lead written all over it.
That does not shock me in the slightest, but I cannot say I would want any part of this Saints team after yesterday.
Let me push back. Wasn't the Saints the team you loved yesterday?
I love the Saints. I thought it was a good spot for them.
So when you love a team 1 week and they get annihilated, isn't the next week the right time to come back with them?
You would think, but Teddy, they had opportunities against the Cardinals. They had opportunities against the Niners at home. Then they get blown out at Seattle. A couple wonky special teams, touchdowns, defensive touchdowns. I turned it off. It was 21-0. I tweeted, you know what? There went my 5-0 day and the super contest next. And I went and enjoyed my afternoon because those are the types of things that I'm not going to let ruin a good morning. And so I kind of just let it be. Now they're still on the road at a team that I would probably argue is the best team in the AFC. And you're right. I would agree with you. Buffalo doesn't care about this game. Why would they? But we did see last Thursday night, everybody had their thoughts about the Dolphins, and the Dolphins were in the mix late. So I'm with you. I understand not overreacting to 1 week, but I think this is now coupled with several weeks where I'm like, Buffalo could win this game 34-10, and none of us would be surprised.
Not at all. They're a lot better than New Orleans.
And that's the unfortunate part here. Okay, let's talk about the Panthers. The Panthers spoiled a lot of Falcons survivor bettors yesterday, and the Patriots were a team I'm looking at survivor this week, and my partner's already texted me, absolutely not, you are out of your mind. And I said, okay, I was just trying to zig a little bit. This is the only spot that I think they can win this football game.
So look at line here, New England 545.5. My powering number is only 4 for the contest. Markets opened 4-44 last night. And what are we seeing today? 5.5 early money for New England. Total 44. I'm even seeing some 43.5 there. So we've seen Patriots money. We've seen under money from the get-go in this one. And look, Carolina did some things very right yesterday. They had a pick 6, but they were outgained 4.1 yards per play to 5.0. They had no rush longer than 8 yards, only 1 completion longer than 12. Bryce Young only 121 yards passing at 5 yards per pass attempt. Those are not good numbers. That said, they put a defense. Their defense came to play. First shutout since 2020, the most lopsided win since 2015. Quote, we were all fed up. Our bond is just so tight. We wanted to go out there and do it right. Bryce Young, we had an emphasis on urgency to start fast. The defense getting a stop right off the bat. The offense going down and getting a score. I think that was big. Defensive end Derek Brown. This is what we've been waiting for coming out of camp. I feel like this is how we executed during training camp, the physicality we had during camp. To be able to come out here and put it on display and get the results we did today, we're happy about it. You want Carolina off a win? I don't. Patriots, 26 first downs, only 14 points. Turnovers, they have 5 of them. They outgained Pittsburgh by more than a full yard per play. They held the Steelers to 4.1 yards per play. But, when you have 5 turnover games, you don't win. Mike Vrabel, we don't need to lose a football game to know that turnovers are very hard to overcome. They erase all the good things that you do. Drake May, sacked twice, threw a pick, lost a fumble. Or Ramondre Stevenson fumbled twice and saw the bench. Antonio Gibson fumbled. May, quote, just hurting ourselves. It hurts. It's one of those things that just kept piling on. And of course, 2 of their 5 turnovers came at the Steelers' 2-yard line. So it certainly is the type of scenario where I'm not surprised. We've seen New England money. New England outplayed Pittsburgh yesterday, but screwed up. It's supposed to be a bounce back spot at home. Carolina is not a team that bettors expect necessarily to go on winning streaks. And they sounded a little bit fat and happy off snapping that skid. All that being said, I mean, are the Patriots really a team we want to be laying 5.5 points with? I won't be on New England this week. I don't think so. Not at all. And right now, I'm not seeing at 5.5. I don't see this line going a whole lot higher. Again, my powering number is only 4 for the Patriots. The markets are moving in the other direction from a line that was 4.5 last night.
CT, my survivor partner, texts me, I would rather sit in the electric chair than use my money. This is a real quote from him. Than bet my money on the New England Patriots. I said, no problem. We're going to move right along to another option. It's probably going to be Houston. We'll get into that game here in a minute. Teddy, we've got the Falcons taking on the Browns. Browns was my bright spot on Bet On It this week. I said, this is my barking dog. I think they have a chance to win outright here at home. Falcons couldn't have looked worse versus Carolina. You kind of already touched on Carolina didn't look all that great. Let's break down this one.
Atlanta had a pretty rough game. Look ahead line here. Atlanta pick'em against Washington, total of 44. My powering numbers came Commanders -2. The market's 2.5/3 last night. I'm not seeing many 3s out there right now. There's one at DK. That's the only one that I see on the Odds Logic Live odds screen. So 2.5, the prevailing number here for Washington. Total sitting at 45, down from 45.5 last night. There are still a couple of 45.5s out there as we speak. The Commanders certainly did something right with Mariota at QB. 9.9 yards per pass attempt, and we may well see Mariota again this week with Jalen Daniels ailing. They scored 41 points. The offense had 7.4 yards per play, 1.7 yards per play edge over the Raiders, 200 rushing yards. And when you have 200 rushing yards at 6.3 yards per carry, and your backup quarterback throwing for 9.9 yards per pass attempt, that's a really strong offensive performance, or a really bad defensive performance like we saw from the Raiders. Punt return touchdown, 2. There are some issues on the injury front for Washington. They got cluster injuries in the secondary right now. Will Harris, Percy Butler, Marshawn Lattimore, Trey Amos, all banged up after yesterday's ball game. And that's certainly a concern for Atlanta, who was pretty bad. You talk about Michael Penix, 36 attempts, 172 yards, 4.8 yards per pass attempt, no touchdowns, 2 interceptions, one of them a pick 6. They did run the ball effectively, 5.7 yards per carry. They did outgain Carolina by nearly a yard per play, but they got shut out. They didn't make it to the red zone. They went 0-3 on 4th downs. Atlanta scored just 1 touchdown in the past 2 games, and that touchdown came literally when Minnesota let them score the touchdown so the Vikings would get the ball back. There's ongoing kicker issues now. Remember, Younghoe Koo got cut. They brought in Parker Romo, and Parker Romo missed multiple field goals in yesterday's ball games. This is the last game before the bye for Atlanta, so there is urgency here for the Falcons as home dogs. That being said, Washington has taken the. Again, my party number is 2. We're seeing 2.5 and 3, so we're seeing at least some early market support for the Commanders, but not enough to hold this line at a field goal.
All right, Browns are headed to Detroit. Detroit plays tonight, Teddy, and you always tell me here on Monday mornings, look, if you like Detroit, bet them now. If you don't like Detroit tonight, bet against them now.
Sure, and I'm going to say something in reference to that. Has to do with parlay. This is a parlay spot, all right? And I keep on getting yelled at from one of my wise guy buddies who calls me after the show and critiques me. And he's like, you got to tell them the parlay. Don't straight bet. Parlay. If you want to bet against Detroit, parlay against Detroit tonight with against Detroit next week. If you want to parlay on Detroit, you bet on Detroit tonight and then on Detroit next week. And that's a better ROI than just straight betting the 2 bets. So that does make sense if you have the opportunity to do that. It doesn't hurt in terms of locking in the best of the number. Great advice. And I always appreciate, again, I don't mind if I get criticized, all right? I don't do everything right. And it's really important, especially when you're in a space for a long time. Like, oh, he's a legend. Shut up. Tell me when I'm wrong, It's okay. Because you need that constant feedback. You need that constant appraisal of what you're doing, or it's you end up like the Buffalo Bills. You end up getting a little fat and happy when you're playing the New Orleans Saints that week. Anyhow, look ahead line here. Detroit 9.5, 46.5. My powering number going into Monday Night Football, Detroit 10. The market's right now 8.5 and 45. The number, there are some 45.5s out there. The leading indicator books are down to 45 on this ball game. And look, Cleveland, to say they stole that game yesterday, yeah. The defense has been dominant, and now they have a running game with Quinshon Judkins, the rookie, who got 894 yards on the ground yesterday. But the Packers gained just 2.6 yards per carry in that ball game. Cleveland came in with the number 1 overall defense, and the defense dominated the contest. Complimentary football. That being said, they also went 0-3 straight up and against the spread off a win last year. And some of the quotes coming out of yesterday's game, a little bit happy, a little bit, they're not fat and happy, but bad teams off a win, teams that aren't used to winning off a victory, sometimes they don't have that same level of effort the following week. So, and of course, let's not forget, Cleveland's offense is not about to get a whole lot better anytime soon. They're still playing without both starting offensive tackles, and Joe Flacco is, if you're ranking starting quarterbacks, Flacco's near the bottom at this stage of his career.
All right, Teddy. So question, just because I noticed the comment section, not necessarily on this show, but other shows, they do sometimes like the Survivor talk. Detroit in this spot, you mentioned, hey, look, this is the Browns now here on the road. Do you think this is a home game that Detroit loses?
No.
Okay.
But let's see what happens. Is Detroit going to come in fat and happy off a Monday Night Football upset and look completely past them? Maybe.
Good point. So we'll keep an eye on tonight's game. Another game that I have listed on my Survivor sheet is the Texans. The Titans, boy, oh boy. Did they look okay week 1, right? I came on the show and said, hey, if Cam Ward's receivers could catch the ball, Denver was going to lose that football game. But ever since, they have just looked absolutely dreadful. A lot of people are saying Callahan might be the first coach fired. Brian Dable may have something to say about that, or Mike McDaniel. We'll see how the next couple of weeks go. But talk to me about this Tennessee team headed into Houston.
Before I do that, let's get an emergency betting alert out for this one, because it's time. Like Houston Texans, bet them sooner rather than later. The look-ahead line here, Texans -7, Texans -9. The market's open 7 and 39.5 last night, and we're seeing signs that this line is going to move to 7.5 any minute. It's already moved to 7.5 in a number of books. So if you want Houston, there are 7s available right now. And again, my parting number says this line should be 9. This is circle the wagons time for a Texan. I mean, you want to talk about tough beats. The Texans have had 3 tough ones to open the season. They snatched defeat from the jaws of victory every week. Week 1, they had the Rams. They were driving for the game-winning score, and Ogunwale fumbled in the red zone when they were about to beat LA. That cost them the game. Week 2 against Tampa, they the missed 2-point conversion, the missed sack on 4th and 10, and then allowed the game-winning touchdown with 6 seconds left. Week 3, tied 10-10. Nico Collins catches. It's a first down. They're under 3 minutes to play for the Jags 20. Houston's going to run out the clock and win that game. And then Nico fumbled. So they have literally snatched defeat from the jaws of victory in all 3 games. And, finger pointing at the coach, finger pointing at the quarterback. 3 straight games, this offense hasn't gotten to 20. Stroud, 599 yards and 2 touchdown passes through 3 games. New offense coordinator Nick Caley. This offense is going to work. Issues still on the offensive line. No run game to speak of. No receiver other than Collins has really stepped up. And, of course, when we talk about laying a price with Houston, last year they had 10 wins. 8 of them came by single digits. This isn't necessarily a blowout team. That being said, Tennessee is a blowout team, and that's on the negative. The offensive line's been overmatched, really has. And this is a mismatch when you talk about Houston's defensive front versus Tennessee's offensive front. Cam Ward's under constant pressure. Sacked 4 times, pick 6 in the first possession. Tony Pollard, only 2.8 yards per carry. Worth noting some of the quotes from the other team, from Indy, about Tennessee yesterday. This is Tennessee, 0-2 Tennessee team, where the head coach is already on the hot seat. He said the Titans looked sluggish during pregame warmups. We're like, they don't want to play today. And I think that's how we found our edge today. It's just mentally we thought we wanted to play more than they did. Daniel Jones from the Colts talking about Tennessee. Home fans booing. When you hear that and sense it, you try to take advantage of it. Worry about the chemistry on Tennessee right now. And certainly they've lost 9 straight games going back to last year. They're playing without 2/5 of their offensive line. Latham and Zeitler both hurt. And they had 23 penalties coming into yesterday's game. They had 8 more in yesterday's game. Really ill-timed penalties for Tennessee. I have the Titans and the Saints clearly as my bottom 2 teams in the NFL right now. And again, if you want to make money with bottom feeders in the NFL, September ain't the time to do it.
Touche. As somebody who loves disgusting underdogs, I will not be on the Titans this week, Teddy. All right, fresh in our memory is how bad Russell Wilson is and the New York Giants. 2 interceptions last night. And I said, all right, I'm going to bed. Nice, easy under on the cash, though. Shout out to John Murray from last call. He gave us that one before he signed off. So I will take Russell's shortcomings and not be able to beat a mediocre Chiefs team. But now we've got the Los Angeles Chargers headed into New York. I mentioned Brian Dable's seat is getting hotter.
This is going to be a pros versus Joe's game. Absolutely. Because this spot here is horrific for the Chargers, for what it's worth. Horrific. Look at line LA 6.5, 45.5. My powering number 5.5 was 5.5 and 45.5 last night. And again, we're not seeing the 6.5s like you might expect to see against the Giants off of last night's another debacle. Even though their defense played well and their offense had chances. It wasn't like they were completely outclassed by the Chiefs in that game. They were in the game. They just couldn't do anything when they got in the red zone. And it is a Chargers team. Look, Herbert's seeing the field well. 5 different receivers had 4 or more catches. But the Broncos defensive line beat up on LA's offensive line, and Becton left with a concussion. That's a concern. They lost Najee Harris to a season-ending injury. That's a concern. They had 29 first downs for 9 for the Chargers, -2 in turnovers, outgained by 0.8 yards per play. They still won and covered despite the lack of explosiveness. But think about how they opened the season. 3 straight wins over their 3 division opponents, Kansas City and Vegas, and, of course, Denver yesterday. Now they got to travel east for an early start game. The wise guys will not be on the Chargers this week. It is a dismal, dismal spot. The only question is if the Giants have a better game. And I'm sure the Giants have something of a better game than the one we just saw. But is Dable going to lose that locker room? He could. And, when Russell Wilson gets to 1st and goal with a chance to cover late, and then throws 3 passes out of the end zone and 1 ill-designed quarterback draw, doesn't bode a lot of confidence for the G-men moving forward. They have no public support this week. And again, the pros and Joes will be on opposite sides for this one. You can sense it already, even on Monday morning.
And I don't blame the Joes one bit. Teddy, let's move along. Jaguars, 49ers. Up next, you talked about the Cardinals earlier in the show, and I mentioned this was a funny game to me because it landed 1. Cardinals had a shot to win it late. San Francisco was able to get the outright win. Jags looking more improved every single week. Talk about this matchup here and why maybe we should be looking at the favorite.
I'm not going to tell you why to look at the favorite. I don't want the favorite. Look at line. San Fran 3 and 44.5. My powering number is 4. The market's open 3.5, 45.5 last night, and that's basically what we're seeing today. We've seen some over money for the Niners and Jags, 46/46.5, the prevailing number. It's not like Jacksonville's offense worked real well yesterday. 4.4 yards per play. They went 4 of 16 on 3rd and 4th down tries. They got stuffed on the crucial 4th down tries, and Texans should have won, but they fumbled it away. Brian Thomas had 3 more drops, and then he did have a catch and run on the biggest play of the game late in the 4th. This is worth noting. Last year, full season, 17 games, Jacksonville had a grand total of 9 takeaways. This year, 3 games, not 17, 3. Jacksonville has 9 takeaways, at least 3 in each of the first 3 games. That's the first time that's happened to them to start a season. So the defense making plays. As for the 49ers, Nick Bosa's hurt, Brock Purdy's hurt. It certainly wasn't pretty yesterday against Arizona. Christian McCaffrey making catches, but as a running back, he's not breaking tackles right now. Ricky Pearsall was great in yesterday's game, but they had a 1.6 yards per play edge. 5.7 yards per play on offense, 4.1 yards per play allowed on defense. A lot of positives from that win in San Francisco. That being said, they were a drop pass away from losing that game at home to Arizona. 49ers, not the type of team I'm excited about laying a price with right now. And Jacksonville, even though they really tried hard to snatch defeat from the jaws of victory yesterday, Houston did it better than they did.
This Colts team has been really exciting to watch. I know Teddy said he was on the Broncos in that game, so we won't call them a true 3-0 team. They got bailed up by the refs there last week. Same kind of thing happened, though, this week with the Rams. You've got 2 teams, I think, neck and neck here, one jockeying for position in the AFC, one in the NFC, both going to be solid in the playoffs. But what say you about this week 4 matchup?
Playoffs?
Yeah.
It's September. We're not worried about the playoffs.
Come on, Teddy. We got to get them pumped up. We got to get these teams. These are the types of teams. I want to see these good offensive teams in the playoffs. I like both of these teams. I think have a shot, maybe outside shot, to go deep into the playoffs.
Look at line, Rams -5.5, total 46.5. My powering number, Rams -3. The markets opened 3.5 and 48 last night. And we're seeing Indy support. We're seeing Indy money. Again, my number's 3, and I'm willing to go doodle you for this one. Let's get the betting, emergency betting alert out. You like the Colts? Grab 3.5. I'm not convinced that they'll be there. We're going to see Indy support. Indy's been pretty good. All right, they lead the league in yards per play. They rank 2nd in offensive expected points added. They punted once so far this season. They've scored on 77% of their offensive possessions. That's the highest mark for any team in the first 3 games off the past 45 years. They haven't won the division since 2014 when Chuck Pagano was their coach and Andrew Luck was their quarterback. I know the combined record of the teams that they've beaten is 1-8, but LA, how good, LA should have won yesterday's game, but Stafford wasn't sharp. They settled for field goals, and they've got significant injury issues on the offensive line. Multiple injured, hurt in that ball game, which was at least part of the reason why Philly was able to block 2 fourth-quarter field goals and return the second one for a touchdown with zeros on the clock in that ball game. When you have cluster injuries on the offensive line, Indy's strength is in the trenches. That's a concern for LA this week and potentially moving forward, especially with a QB like Stafford, who isn't going to be able to scramble away from pressure.
All right, here is a Bears team coming up, Teddy, that maybe it was finally that they played Dallas's defense, that they looked good. Is that what we're missing here? The Bears are taking on the Las Vegas Raiders. Our producer JH texts me. He goes, say something nice about Caleb Williams. And I said, I have the under. If he could stop throwing touchdown passes, that would be great. And it worked out well because Dallas looked offensively inept. Kind of break down this one. The Raiders opening up as favorites here shouldn't surprise anyone. But I'm not going to lie. At first glance, I thought, oh boy, the Bears are going to get a lot of support.
Look at line here, Raiders 2.5 and 47. My powering number comes pick 'em for this ballgame. The market's open 1 and 47. The 47s are gone. The 47.5s are mostly gone. 48, the prevailing number. There are still some 47.5s out there for this total. And the markets are looking at the Raiders right now as an over team based on their defense. But then again, given the Raiders' offensive line issues, maybe they're an under team in that sense. The offensive line basically got destroyed yesterday. Geno got sacked 5 times. Gianni got hit in the backfield. He had 17 carries. He got hit in the backfield 11 of those 17 carries. The defense basically got destroyed. They faced a backup quarterback at only 4.6 incomplete passes, allowed 9.9 yards per pass to him, gave up 200 yards on the ground, gave up 7.4 yards per play. The special teams got destroyed. They gave up a punt return touchdown. They didn't do anything right yesterday. Pete Carroll, I have to do a better job. It's all three phases, so it's me. I have to do a better job managing our return. Home field edge for the Raiders. I'm telling you guys, there will be as many Bears fans as Raiders fans in that venue at Allegiant Stadium this coming weekend. Maybe more Bears fans than Raiders fans. So it is not it's a home game that Chicago has to travel. The crowd support, not so much. The Bears week 5 bye, so last game before the bye. Caleb Williams was brilliant yesterday. 10.6 yards per pass attempt, 4 touchdowns, no picks. 4 different receivers caught passes of 30-plus yards. They still couldn't run, only 3 yards per carry, and they were +4 in turnovers. And, of course, this team as fat as happy as it gets after the win. Worth noting, Caleb Williams' quote versus Ben Johnson's quote. Williams, quote, "It's awesome. The trust and belief and hard work and just all of it together to be able to have that hard work, this historic organization, have this moment. It's really important." Ben Johnson, "It'll be fun for tonight, and then we'll be back on to the next one. We're behind the 8 ball here, 1-2. We've got to get back to 500. So Johnson trying to get the team to focused. We'll see if that actually plays out. But like I said, the crowd support will be there for Chicago, even here in Las Vegas.
All right, Ravens play tonight, and then Sunday evening, well, afternoon, I guess I could say, here on the East Coast. They play at Kansas City. Kind of break down a little bit more of that Kansas City game versus the Giants last night. Teddy, I mentioned middle fourth quarter, I was like, I'm going to bed. This is ridiculous, Russell. And I was not overly impressed with Kansas City. I haven't been overly impressed with them this entire season. Baltimore, field goal favorite here?
Yeah, so the look at line, Baltimore 3 and 48. My powering number is only Baltimore 1, but I've been a little bit. The betting markets right now have the Ravens as the best team in the league by several points, and I don't have that in my powerings yet. So I'm a little bit off from the markets on the Ravens, and we'll see tonight if that's justified or not. Maybe I should adjust my numbers to match the market, but I got to see it to do it. I don't move my numbers based on air. So my number's 1. Last night we were seeing 3s and 48.5, and that's basically what we're seeing today. There are 2.5s out there for Baltimore. If they look good tonight, again, it's a parlay situation. If you like the Ravens tonight, you may want to parlay them here, and you'll get, in theory, the best of the number. As for Kansas City, there's certainly a significant revenge angle for all the teams in the AFC that are playing the Chiefs right now. And Kansas City's defense has made enough plays to keep them in games, but make no mistake about it. Right now, this is even with a truly elite quarterback, this is not a truly elite Chiefs offense early in the season. And the market certainly think Baltimore's is.
All right, we got about 10 more minutes here before we let you guys go into watching Last Call with Andy Lang. So we're going to get into Sunday Night Football here, Teddy. Green Bay taking on the Dallas Cowboys. Green Bay off that loss to the Browns. Cowboys looked, again, offensively inept to that Bears team. Kind of break down to this one. I said that I thought Green Bay was looking ahead to this matchup. They just got to go to Cleveland, squeak out a win, and it looked like that's what the result was going to be. And then obviously crazy play, Browns get the win. How does that change things looking from a numbers perspective headed into Dallas?
So look at line here was Green Bay 4.5 and 49.5. My powering number with no CD for Dallas is 7. We don't know yet what the status is of CD Lamb. I didn't see it before I went on air. I'm assuming he's going to be out this week. So my powering number was 7, and I made there aren't many teams that I'm going to make a significant adjustment for one wide receiver. Dallas, you adjust down when CD Lamb's not in the lineup. The offense is not the same. Markets opened 6 and 48 last night. We're seeing 6.5 starting to pop out there. And this line's going to move when CD Lamb's status is announced. If CD Lamb is hurt and not going to play in this game, we're going to see Green Bay money. If he is okay and is likely to play this game, I would expect to see at least some Dallas money. Again, the look-ahead line here was 4.5. Green Bay's in that last game before the bye scenario. All right. Micah Parsons, after the meltdown in the last 5 minutes, the last 4 minutes, really, of the Packers-Browns game yesterday, quote, Sometimes, just like today, you shit the bed. That's just the reality of it. It happens to the best teams. Even the best Super Bowl champs make mistakes, and they pay for it early. You go back to the history of the champions who've won, they've played, and the games they should have won, it's just that competitive. So, the Packers, Jordan Love, ill-timed first interception since last November, and it wasn't a good pass. Josh Jacobs, 16 for 30. There was no running room. 14 penalties, 3.8 yards per play. 10 penalties in the fourth quarter of that ball game. 10 penalties in the fourth quarter, which is the most in the modern era for any team in any quarter. They lost 2 starting offensive linemen, Zach Tom and Aaron Banks. That's a concern here. And Dallas is coming off a -4 turnover game. Matt Eberflus facing his former team, and wasn't pretty. Brian Schottenheimer, quote, "This can be a humbling business. If you don't take care of business, you don't play well, you're not going to win. We got to stop giving up big plays on defense. We got to stop turning the ball over on offense. It's a bad formula." First year, first time head coach. CeeDee Lamb is hurt. He's getting an MRI today. Trayvon Diggs and Kenny Clark got banged up. That's a key piece of the secondary, key piece of the defense. And this defense has been awful. Let's not make it. Russell Wilson threw for 40 to 50 yards and 3 touchdowns against them. All right. Caleb Williams couldn't do anything against Dallas defense. He could. Dallas has now given up 12 pass plays of 25 yards or more in the last 2 weeks. 5 touchdown passes of 25 yards or more. That's worst in the NFL. This Cowboys defense is a problem. And again, if CeeDee Lamb doesn't play, we're going to see Packers money. I'd emergency betting alert, but I don't know yet what Lamb's status is. But I wouldn't argue with anyone that wants to take Green Bay right now at 6/6.5. It could easily be 7 or higher by kickoff. And I would expect the Packers, they're going to be focused for this one. And I don't know that focus matters all that much for this mediocre at best Dallas team.
Almost 3,000 of you guys watching between YouTube, X, Kick, Twitch, all the streaming channels. So thank you guys for hanging out with us here on a Monday. Teddy, this game is the battle of the 0-3 of the AFC East. This is someone's got to win. How about that? Who is going to win this football game, or who should we be betting? Or should we just say no thanks to the early Monday night game?
So first of all, I want to thank all you guys for watching live. We really appreciate those likes. If you like this type of breakdown, hit that like button. It makes all the difference for us. Comment below. Kelly and I both get into the comments every week. I get in a couple times. I'll be in today, and then again, I'll come back again tomorrow or Wednesday. And I try to answer every single comment or respond to every single comment. So I really appreciate those comments. Thank you. And of course, if you haven't done so already, what do we have? 220,000 of you who have subscribed to the WagerTalk YouTube channel. Get instant alerts every time these videos go live. Join the channel, WagerTalk TV on YouTube. When it comes to the Jets and the Dolphins, look at line here. Miami -2.5, 44. Is that a hook? 44.5. Sorry. My powering number, Miami -2. The market's open 2.5, 44.5 last night. And that's pretty much what we're seeing today. There are some threes popping up for the Dolphins. And obviously 2 teams that are struggling a fair bit in early season play. Tyrod Taylor's not good. All right. And Tyrod Taylor and then the pantheon of backup quarterbacks, we know his name because he's been around so long, but Tyrod Taylor doesn't guide teams to victory. And that game's 23-6 in the fourth quarter. They had a blocked field goal return for a touchdown. Instead of Tampa up 9, it's the Jets up 1. And the D still couldn't hold it, even after a play like that. Aaron Glenn, there's no such thing as moral victories. We got to work next week. Look at the things we need to fix. We're going to hone in on that. They were outgained by 1.2 yards per play, only 4.2 yards per play on offense in that ball game. Sauce Gardner got hurt in that game. Quincy Williams got hurt in that game. And this is not a defense that can afford a whole lot of injuries. As for Miami, how much of it's Tua's fault? Tua takes all the blame for this. And of course, untimely interception cost him a chance to win. He's done that plenty. That came with Miami down by a touchdown, facing 1st and 10 on the 21, and it's a first down interception. That's tough. But he didn't have the roughing the punter penalty that changed the game completely in the fourth quarter. He didn't get sacked on 34 dropbacks, only 4.3 yards per pass attempt, though. No big plays for Miami, no play of 20 yards running or passing. They were able to convert in the red zone. They were able to convert on third downs. They rushed for a season-high 116 yards, but the defense has given up 30-plus in all 3 games. The Dolphins have allowed opponents to score on 18 of 23 possessions this season, not counting kneel downs. Those aren't the type of teams I'm excited about laying a price with. Mike McDaniel, quote, "I'm never proud of a loss. We came here to win. I refuse to take moral victories, but it wasn't good enough, so that's where I'm at." yeah, I'm not sensing that this line's going up, this total's going up. Or, again, we're seeing a couple of threes popping for Miami, but I'm not convinced they're going to hold it. I'm not convinced the markets are excited about laying a field goal with the Dolphins. 2.5 still the prevailing number.
All right, Teddy. Second leg, 8:15 Eastern here on Monday night. We've got the Broncos. Oh, that was an interesting result. I know the bookmakers were not very happy that the Chargers were able to win that football game by 3 specifically, but then the Bengals, we got Jake Browning, 5 interceptions on the season. I think a lot of people thought in that Jags game, hey, we're going to be just fine without Joe Burrow. Not so sure anymore.
Yeah, Minnesota's defense is pretty good, but Cincinnati was a no-show in that game. Look headline here: Broncos minus 5.5 total, 45.5. My powering number: Broncos minus 6.5. The markets opened 7.5 last night. We're seeing a mix 7/7.5 this morning. Total 43.5/44/44.5. We're seeing a little bit of under money. And again, from the 7.5 opener, we've seen, I'll call it a little bit of Cincinnati money. I mean, the Bengals said they're, worst loss in franchise history. Chase Brown, 10 carries for 3 yards. Quote, put this behind us, we'll be just fine. The main thing we got to take away as a team is, we got to play with a chip on our shoulder, like F whatever people say. As long as we're good in this locker room, we'll be just fine. Of course, since he's the worst rushing team in the NFL, and they didn't run the football coming into yesterday's game, and they didn't run the football at all in that defeat. 13 drives, 52 plays, 171 total yards, 5 turnovers. Defense didn't force any. It was pretty awful. All right. Zach Taylor, this collective effort, talk about how bad the offensive line was. I didn't see the line have 1 turnover today, okay? I saw a bunch of other guys have 5. So clearly, this is on the entire team. Denver did some things right. They ran for 5.6 yards per carry against the Chargers defense. Cortland Sutton, 118 receiving yards. The rest of the team, 8 catches for 37 yards. Not pretty. First downs, they got out first down by 20. They had 10 penalties. They were plus 2 turnovers and lost the game and didn't cover. They let the lead slip away here. They let us lead slip away against Indy. They started 0-2 last year. They started 1-5 in 2023. Sean Payton, not winning many fans right now in Denver. As far as coaches and good coaching jobs this year, Sean Payton not getting a whole lot of awards from this better early on. But where's this number going to go? Again, we've seen some of the 7.5s get bought down to 7 for Cincy. There's concerns about Denver in this one, and I would not be surprised if we see more of that moving forward. The Bengals, even with their backup QB, they'll attract some betting attention. If you liked the Bengals, no argument taking plus 7.5 right now.
All right. If you'd like to partner up with Teddy, WT.buzz/TC to get on board with him at Teddy_covers on social media. We're going to get out of here because we're up against the clock. Make sure you guys hang around. Wager Talk Today with Andy Lang is up next. Good luck on all your bets this week, and we'll see you next Monday. Welcome to Wager Talk TV. Kelly Stewart here with Marco D'Angelo and Teddy Covers of WagerTalk.com. And we're talking about common mistakes sports bettors make. Marco, what is the number one mistake that sports bettors make?
Overreaction to one game. Okay, you see something, you watch a game, and we all love watching the games and betting on them, but don't believe that what you just saw is gospel. Remember this quote. I use it on Bet On It all the time. No team is as good as their best game, nor are they as bad as their worst game. And too often, you see somebody get blown out on a Monday Night Football game. What are you doing the next week? You're betting the team that won, and you're going against the team that lost. There's no value there. That's my first tip.
Teddy, you have a show called The Opening Line Report on Wager Talk, and you guys talk about what we saw. What did sports bettors learn was also a segment on Wager Talk today. Tell me how much that actually should go into your handicap, or should it not go in there at all?
Well, you certainly want to be aware of teams that are playing better and teams that are playing worse, and in general, I'm looking to ride streaks as opposed to jump in front of them. Not so much in the NFL, though. I mean, the NFL is a different animal, and different sports are different animals in that way, because the NFL is so public. Everything that happens gets captured in the attention of the betting populace quickly, whereas in a sport like baseball or basketball, Someone played good one game, maybe they'll play good for another month before anyone, the betting markets start to notice. So, I mean, literally, you can go for weeks on end before the betting markets adjust. That's not the case when it comes to football and one game a week. So you'll often see people overreact far too much to a single good or two good performances in a row, especially when you see, they won twice in a row, they killed them twice in a row. That third week, maybe not so much.
All right, give me your number one mistake the sports bettors make.
The single biggest mistake sports bettors make is not having enough outs or sports books to bet at. And I see this people all across the country where they have 12 legal sports books in this state, and 8 in this state, and 7 in that state. You need to have an account with each and every one of those books, and that account needs to be funded. I moved to Las Vegas specifically because guess what? I could bet here, I could bet there, I could bet there, and they all have different numbers. People say, how do I... This is the key to stopping losing bets by a half a point and starting winning bets by a half a point without buying points. This book's got 6, that book's got 6.5. Oh, later in the week, that book's got 7.5. You can find that variance from book to book, and all you got to do over a course of 100 wagers, turn 2 losses into pushes, turn 2 pushes into wins. You'll be stunned at what that does long-term to your bankroll and your winning percentage. And that's what having outs means.
That's funny because when I first moved here, I worked for a little company called Don Best, and you had to pay a lot of money to get that information. Or your option was to go sportsbook to sportsbook to sportsbook.
Sure. And look, the WagerTalk's got a great product, the Odds Logic Live Odds screen. It's fantastic. Get a free 7-day trial right now, oddslogic.com/Teddy, and you'll see what we're talking about. But I got it in. Yeah, but it's a good product. I have no problem. I like promoting it because it gives you in real time all of these sports books and the current numbers, and you see stuff. Hey, the market's starting to move. I better make this bet right now. Oh, the market's moved this way already. I can wait till later in the week to do this. And this book's got a 6. This book's got a 6.5. This book's got a 7. If I'm laying, I'll find the book and lay with the 6. If I'm taking, I'll take the book with the 7. And you don't have to open up every app. It's all right there in one place. It's a really valuable tool having a live odds screen. Again, oddslogic.com/Teddy. Free 7-day trial.
Kelly, another thing to do, obviously the outs, but also the VIG. Different books offer different VIGs. And right here at the Westgate where we're filming today, they have a lot of times reduced juice. It's a course of a season, you save 2 cents, $2 on every $100 wagered. That's going to add up on course of losses. But here's a homework assignment. We talked about those half points. Next football season, sit down, get a ledger. Every game that you lost by a half a point, write it down and see how many there are at the end of the season and how that would have changed your season if you pushed that half-point loss.
Sure, and we talk about the half points. There are times throughout the course, one common mistake bettors make, they'll only bet at one time. All right, kickoff's coming in an hour, we better make our bets right now. The savvy bettor is going to make bets Sunday night, Monday morning. That's what the WagerTalk NFL opening line report is all about. What are good bets Monday morning to make? Where's the line going to move? So a better, or one of the mistakes that many beginning bettors make is, I'm only betting at this specific time. If you want to do this at a higher level, at a professional level, you have to be ready to fire away from the minute the lines come out, basically until the minute they close.
That goes back to an earlier video about bankroll. And the reason some players don't do what you're saying, the correct thing is, they don't have the bankroll to bet a game on Monday and have their money tied up till Saturday or Sunday. They want their money so that they can bet the Monday game, the Tuesday games, the Wednesday games, the Thursday games, and they're going day by day. Again, treat it like a business.
Yeah, listen, we know NFL, you don't want to be betting the closing number, generally, right?
Well, if you're playing contrarian, you do.
Well, this is what Teddy's reading my mind over here. But what I've seen more consistently as of late, here in Vegas, they have house players. Somebody comes over from the casino, wants to bet $500,000 2 hours before kickoff. Sportsbooks are getting called from the casino manager saying you got to take this bet. They lost $1 million on the blackjack table last night. And then things start to really change. So you're right, Teddy. Marco, you said this as well. most of my bets are in before we start bet on it, the show on Wednesday. So Wednesday, let's call it noon Eastern. But sometimes, and as we've started to see the shift with more people getting involved in the marketplace, that's no longer the case. Can you kind of touch on that just to kind of put a bow tie on the line chopping?
Well, sure. So when you talk about what numbers are available, and Mark, you talked about write down every game that you lost by a half point all year. You'll often consistently see lines move a point, 2 points, even 3 points without an injury, just based on how the money has come in. And of course, those opening numbers that come in are often, this book will hang a 2, that book will hang a 6, and the market will decide which book is right. And usually they tend to come together. So I don't know if that answered that put a bow in it at all, Kelly, but that's the point I was trying to make. Marco will put a bow in it.
I think Marco can, but I do think this, Marco, because there are thresholds of where I'm looking, right? Let's use college football. I'm looking for underdogs, outright underdog winners. A team may be 4.5, and I'm just like, I'm not really that interested. I do like them. I do think they have a shot to win, but I'm looking for that touchdown underdog. Come Friday night, come Saturday morning, they may be a 6.5 point underdog. The market loves them, and I say, all right, I said if it hits 6, I'm betting this game, and then I get involved. Where it used to kind of be the other way, where I'd get that 6.5 on a Tuesday, and they'd close 4.5 and then get blown out. It's kind of been a weird shift.
Kelly, another tip for bettors, we talk about getting the different books. We use the phrase square and sharp. There's square and sharp books as well. And here in Vegas, and I'm not going to call out any particular ones.
Why not? Tell them where the square books are, because they want to know when they go on their odds logic screen who's sharp and who's square.
Let me tell you that it's the ones that cater to the locals. Okay, those are what I like to refer
Stations, coast, formerly known as William Hill.
Oh, yeah. Those are, remember Bodog back in the day?
Yeah.
Okay, that was a very recreational sports book. If I'm betting an underdog, I was finding my best number there all the time, because the average sports bettor, the squares, gravitate to overs and to favorites. You're generally going to find your best numbers at those kind of books. Now, if you're betting underdogs, you're going to have better luck, or underdogs there. If you're betting favorites, you'll have better luck at the sharp.
I'm going to say this. One of the things I've noticed now that it's become a nationwide thing, I live in the state of Florida now, we only have one sports book. Do you remember who I bet against last year a lot in college football? Mario Cristobal. And you know where I bet every single week?
Yeah.
At the Hard Rock. Because everybody is going to bet on Florida. They're going to bet on Florida State, and they're going to bet on Miami. And I got the best number, whether I was taking Cal, whether I was taking Virginia Tech, any of those teams, I got the best number in the state of Florida. And that doesn't happen all the time. So maybe check out your local. You live in Tennessee. You live in Illinois. You live in some of these other states. And you want to bet against the hometown, home state team. You may get a half point better than you would versus your local.
Yeah, and of course you talked about the different times of the week. When you bet this on Sunday, bet this on Tuesday, bet this the hour before kickoff. It all, people throw out. I've seen some horrible betting advice. People are like, oh well, you can't bet today of the game.
Why?
Yes, you can. Or you can't. Or all your bets should be in already. It's like I talk about strike price. All right, and this is a key concept for mistakes that bettors make. Is all right. I like this side, but I'm not laying a touchdown. I'm only going to at -6. That's my strike price. And if I don't see a 6, I don't bet it. If I see a 6, boom, there's your bet immediately. Whether that 6 comes on a Sunday, a Tuesday, a Thursday, a Friday, an hour before kickoff, whenever it is, having a strike price in mind is a key component to knowing, yeah, I want to make my bet now. Yeah, let's hold off and wait till later.
All right, Marco, last mistake that you think we need to do on this video. What is a huge mistake that these guys, I mean, I know there's a ton of them, but give me something else that you think bettors make that is a very common mistake.
I usually make two-betting parlays. Okay?
That's exactly what I was thinking.
Okay, let's talk about it.
Well, because they've made...
What percentage? Okay, so I do one parlay. We're going to use me as an example. I bet a lot of college underdogs, one parlay a week. I pick 3 underdogs to win outright. It has to pay like 35, 40 or better to 1. It's a fun little parlay. It is 0.5% of my bankroll.
And if you win one, you made a profit for the year.
Yes.
Exactly. Because the legalized sports books, the FanDuels, the DraftKings, they tweet out every time somebody hits a $5 lottery ticket. So everybody thinks that is the way to go. They want to do that. Little money to win big money.
Of course.
Do you know how many parlays they've cashed prior to paying out that one that paid $150,000. Okay, all those add up. You're not going to get rich doing that. It's a grind. You know, what's the cliche? It's not a sprint, it's a marathon.
Sure.
There's a reason.
And know this, books make more money off of parlay bets than any other type of wager. There's a reason that they're not promoting straight bets the same way.
There we go. Common mistakes that hopefully you guys will never make again. Thank you to Marco. Thank you to Teddy. And thank you to all of you guys for hanging out with us here on an episode of WagerTalk TV. If you guys want to check out some other videos, hit that subscribe button so you never miss another one.
sports betting show on the planet. Today I am your host, Andy Lang. It is $5 Tuesday, and we are college football heavy. Jesse's going to break down USC and Illinois, and then he's going to give us two teams to either bet on or fade. Brian Power's going to join us, and we got to talk this crazy Tigers Guardians situation in Major League Baseball. If you haven't been following this, it's pretty remarkable. Then we're going to look ahead to Thursday Night Football, Seahawks and Cardinals. The Perez is going to join us. We're going to talk Vikings and Steelers. We got a Dublin Ireland game. We got a big show. Let's build momentum, guys. Let's keep having a really good week, and let's get it started with Jesse. Jesse, happy Tuesday. Let's start with this USC Illinois game. Boy. Playing Western Illinois than Duke than Western Michigan sure feels a lot different than playing at Indiana for Illinois. What happens there? 63-10. I didn't even watch that game. I just saw the score and was like, oh my God, what is going on? What happened in that game?
What happened is Illinois ran into a buzzsaw. You remember, Andy, I came on this show in the preseason. I gave out 3 teams, dark horses to make the playoffs. Illinois was one of them, and I said they're going to have to win either the game against Indiana or this one at home against USC. They need one of those. So now they didn't just lose. I mean, 63-10, they got just shellacked, and they need this one or the playoffs are probably not going to happen. Unfortunately for them, they did lose their best defensive back, all Big Ten defensive back, Xavier Scott, with an injury. In fact, their entire secondary is just decimated by injuries, and that's really bad news with USC coming to town. Jaden Maeva is lighting it up. He's thrown for over 1,200 yards and 9 touchdowns. USC comes in averaging 53 points per game. I don't have a ton of faith in USC's defense, but I don't see Illinois stopping them here. I expect to see a high-scoring game. The total is at right around 58.5. I think it goes over the number. I'd lean USC, but I think the best bet might be the USC team total due to the injuries to the Illinois secondary. And this is a spot where I'd love to come back with Illinois after they got beat that bad to, sort of a bounce-back game. But when you don't have the personnel, especially the secondary, when you're facing USC, a Lincoln Riley team, it's just a terrible situation for Illinois here.
Been pretty impressed with Lincoln Riley and the job he's done this season. It feels like he's working wonders with that quarterback. He's done a masterful job. So I get pretty big coaching edge to USC, correct? Do you agree with me on that?
When you first said that you were impressed with Lincoln Riley, I sort of scratched my head because he was basically on the hot seat until
I know.
So yeah, I mean, certainly we're only 3 games into the season, so I think I'm a little bit skeptical on give it a while, give it. But yeah, they're off to a great start. It does look like they hit on the quarterback. I like Bielema too, though. I'm a Bielema guy. That's why like I said, I was high on Illinois, and I would probably have Illinois if it wasn't for the injuries, to be honest with you. But with those injuries, it changes a lot.
All right, each week we give you the option, 2 teams to bet on or fade. It's obviously a lot more fun to just give us teams to fade, so I'm assuming that's what you're doing.
You noticed I've never chose to bet on. It's always fade.
Well, give us 2 teams we're fading this week.
Well, I guess if people didn't think I was nuts already, they're going to think I'm nuts when I tell them who to fade this week, because Ohio State, and it's hard to convince anybody to fade Ohio State. They are the defending national champions, but I'm putting them on upset alert this week. They're heading to Washington. They opened as a 10-point favorite. That line's down to 8.5. And I know everybody's going to look at this and say Ohio State win by double digits at Washington. That's easy. It's not easy to win at Washington. Just ask USC. Just ask Oregon. This Washington team is very competitive, and they have a huge edge at quarterback, in my opinion, here. This is Julian Sayan's first road start. Sayan, I'm not that impressed with him so far. In fact, Ohio State, hasn't really played anybody outside the Texas game. I was on Texas in week 1, and Texas dominated that game statistically as far as first downs, total yards, time of possession. Arch Manning was so bad. I mean, with any kind of capable quarterback play, Texas wins that game. Again, that was a home game. Now they're on the road, and Damon Williams, the quarterback for Washington, is absolutely lighting it up. 778 yards, 6 touchdowns, no picks, 220 rushing yards. This Washington offense can hum along. Of course, Ohio State's going to have the advantage on the lines of scrimmage. Washington probably wants to turn this into a bit of a shootout, but certainly this is going to be a tricky spot for Ohio State. So I think they're on upset alert. Take the points, sprinkle on the money line. Let's go Dogs, Huskies.
All right, next team. I got to agree with you on this one, but I still don't like it. But go ahead. Who are you fading?
Florida State. Yeah, they beat Alabama in week 1. If you remember this summer, quarterback Thomas Castellanos said, Alabama, they can't stop me. They don't have Nick Saban to save them. I tore up the ACC by my own damn self, he said. These were his comments to reporters. This was a quote he gave as bulletin board material for the Alabama Crimson Tide. Obviously a very foolish move, but what happens? He looks like a genius. He did all the talking, but he backed it up. They beat Alabama. So really inflated egos. The Seminoles, people love the Seminoles. It's hard not to like the Seminoles after beating Alabama, but that was a home game. And, since then they've played a couple cupcakes. Who did they play? East Texas A&M. I don't know a lot about East Texas A&M, and anybody who tells you they do is either from that area or they're lying. And then Kent State, we know they're one of the worst teams in all of college football. So they haven't played anybody since. This is a tough spot. They're on the road at Virginia. This line stinks to high heaven. Florida State -7. All they got to do is win by a touchdown at Virginia. Well, this is a tough spot because they got Miami on deck next week. Look ahead spot. As I said, Thomas Castellanos, those comments he made, you got to ask yourself, a guy that talks like that ahead of an Alabama game, what do you think he's thinking to himself right now heading into this game versus Virginia? He probably thinks that he likes his own smell. He's going to be very confident, very overconfident. I think the Seminoles are going to strut into town here, basically treating this like it's a bye week or something. And Virginia, they got themselves a quarterback, senior quarterback, Chandler Morris. This is his 6th season. He started at Oklahoma. He had 3 years at TCU. Then last year, big breakout season, throws for a ton of yards and a ton of touchdowns at North Texas, and he's threatening to do the same thing here at Virginia. So Virginia's got the better quarterback, in my opinion. They've got the offense to hang with the Seminoles. Much like Washington, they need to turn this into a shootout. But if it does end up being a shootout, I like Virginia. The line now opened at 9.5. It's down to 7. I'm going to say screw it. Don't take the points. Just money line. Plus 245 on the money line, Virginia.
No. All right. I can't argue with the breakdown. I can't argue with the numbers, but I'm a Florida State fan. So great breakdowns as always, Jesse. It's $5 Tuesday. Tell everyone what you have up.
I've got a big baseball play for $5 Tuesday, and I'll be working on that football card. Tough loss last night with the Ravens, and now my record is taking a big hit. I'm down to 14-3 with the NFL so far this season. I'll try to do better next week, guys.
Thanks, Jesse. Let's try and get it together, please. Come on.
I'll try.
All right. 14-3. Very impressive. Congratulations on that. Let's see. Mark says, Andy, you look like you woke up 7 minutes ago. It's been a busy morning. I've already recorded Contender Series videos. I will tell you, if it's my eyes, it's September in Indiana. we all kind of have this look on our face. It's just pollen and allergies, and now it's raining, and it's going to rain for the next 4 days. So this is just how I'm going to look probably for the next few weeks. So, but thank you, Mark. Thank you for joining us, and thank you, everyone. Please hit the like button and make sure you comment below. Shout out to the chat. You guys were very nice to Jesse. Duffel needs some fantasy football advice. Is Caleb Williams for Derrick Henry a good trade? I would take Derrick Henry 10 times out of 10 on that one. I would not be trading Derrick Henry. I wouldn't be trading for Caleb Williams at this point. So, all right, let's bring in Brian Power. And Brian, we have to talk about this. Yes, are you okay?
Well, I'm okay. Well, no, actually, I'm not okay because I think I know what you're going to bring up right now.
What am I going to bring up?
Are you going to bring up the Rams-Eagles finish from Sunday, Andy?
No,
no.
I wasn't.
No,
we this Tigers and Guardians game that you're going to break down, and this, like, the Guardians are one game away from the Tigers. I mean, this is crazy. If everybody hasn't been following baseball, Brian, set the scene for us of what's going on in the standings here. This was the Tigers team that looked like world beaters a couple months ago. So what's going on here?
Sure, I'd be happy. This is a much more pleasant topic for me to talk about than what I thought you were going to bring up there, Andy. So yes, let's talk about the Tigers and the Guardians. Guardians looking to complete one of the most stunning come-from-behind efforts in the history of baseball. What Andy was just referring to is the fact that back on July 9th, Guardians were 15 and a half games behind the Tigers in the AL Central. That deficit, as Andy just said, it's been cut to one game. Now, Guardians have won 10 of 11, did lose Sunday. Tigers have lost 6 straight, all at home, mind you. Guardians starting rotation. You look at what they've done. It has been the key to the team's success recently. No starter over the last 17 games in this Guardians rotation has allowed more than 3 earned runs. Tonight's starter, Gavin Williams, he's allowed 3 earned runs or less in 6 consecutive starts, not to mention he has a 1.67 ERA in 6 career starts against the Tigers. That includes 11 scoreless innings in 2 matchups this season. However, Andy, Gavin Williams not the better starting pitcher in tonight's matchup. That honor goes, of course, to Tarik Skubal of Detroit, who has posted a .41 ERA in 3 starts versus Cleveland this year. 32 strikeouts against only 2 walks in 22 innings pitched. The Guardians, for all their recent exploits, still second fewest number of runs scored at home this season, ahead of only Kansas City. If the Tigers are going to win this game, guys, and I know there's a lot of people listening to the show, I can see from all the comments about the Lions, one would assume that a lot of people are rooting for the Tigers not to blow this year. I know many in the WagerTalk, if not everyone in the WagerTalk home office, is rooting for the Tigers not to blow this. Well, allow me to say what they already know. If the Tigers are going to win tonight, it's going to be on the arm of Skubal. And I think they could score at least 2 runs off Williams, and that would be enough to be leading after 5. Honestly, I think 1 run might be enough for the Tigers to be leading after 5 here, Andy. So I will recommend to lay the half run in the first 5. Tigers first 5 run line is my official lean for this one.
All right, let's talk Eagles Rams. No,
can I bring it up? Because I actually, our next guest here on the program, Mr. Prez, I spoke to him after the game because I had the Rams, he had the Eagles, and he said, and he was very nice. What Prez said to me, he said, "Bri, I read your write-up was fantastic. You had this handicap the whole way. That is a brutal loss." I said, "Well, thank you. It doesn't make me feel any better, but at least I wrote well about the game." Look, I was on End Zone Live for the first half with you and Prez, Kelly Stewart, others, a cast of thousands, if you will. And when I left that stream, the Rams were winning 19-7. I migrated down to the basement. They scored a quick touchdown. They were up 26-7, and I was feeling pretty good, Andy. And I said, "Oh, okay, we'll just coast in." From that point on, I never felt good again about the game. And I know
really
no. I told this to Prez. I saw it coming the whole way. Dan Alexander, you think you're so tough with your Google Docs and your tush push. You think you're so great, don't you, buddy? Okay, let me tell you, I saw it coming the whole way. So Andy, and you know this, maybe you're more positive than I am. when I've got the lead on the when I'm covering on the final drive, I just want the game to end. I don't want anything crazy to happen. I'm just like, get me to I was screaming at the television, get me to triple zeros. Get me to triple zeros. And then when they get ready to line up for the game-winning field goal, I'm like, all right, please, dear God, just don't let this get blocked. Just get the ball in the air. And as soon as that ball got blocked, like, time freezes. I knew it was going to happen. You know, truth be told, Teddy scared the crap out of me when he came on that show at the outset. He's like, oh, a lot of sharp money just came in on the Eagles, because already I was feeling like the Rams were kind of a square dog. So I just felt sick to my stomach. Even with when they gave up that touchdown right away to make it 26-4, I said, guys, this one ain't going to be easy. And it wasn't, and they lost. So I saw it coming the whole way, truth be told.
Was that? I mean, that's an all-time worst.
Okay, so I'm going to argue.
Was that your worst?
Well, I had Miami of Ohio on Saturday as well, which is why I knew it was coming, because it was the same damn thing. Look, I was happy that the Eagles blocked that first of the two kicks, Dan, because it meant that if the Eagles went down and scored a touchdown on that drive, which they did, and got the two, I was going to avoid overtime. So, I mean, yes. I already, Andy, I guess the moral of the story is not just me to be ranting like a loon here on the program, but it is that I saw it coming the whole way, and I was just going through the various permutations in my head. How are the Rams going to blow this? How are the Rams going to blow this? And the answer to that question is they were going to have the game-winning field goal blocked and returned for a touchdown.
Someone take the graphics away from Dan. It's getting a little.
I'm gonna. Hold on, Andy. This will maybe get him to stop. Dan, I like you a lot. I think you're a very fine person. Congratulations on your recent marriage. But if you're not careful, I will curse this Eagles team like I did 2 years ago when you yelled at me when they were 9-1. Oh, look at, they're 9-1. I said all they do is win close. They're gonna regress, and guess what? They lost that year in the wild card round.
I think my worst beat. We had a soccer team to not score a goal, and they had 0 shot attempts. Like not 0 shots on goal, 0 shot attempts. Except the other team's defender kicked the ball off his own face into the goal, and they scored an own goal. So we lost the under half a goal on a team that had 0 shots.
That's always lovely, isn't it?
I don't know how. I still don't know how that happened. Let's talk Thursday Night Football here. Seahawks and the Cardinals. Seahawks, boy, they have a making of a really good defense. The defense seems to be pretty legit. Cardinals, what is going on with Marvin Harrison Jr.? My gosh, this is a very interesting line here. Pick 'em, the over under 43.5. I don't know. I kind of like this Seahawks team. They got a little mojo here on this. What's your take on this game?
So last week on the show, Andy, when I previewed Thursday Night Football, I recommended betting Buffalo to go over their team total of 30.5. That was a situation where hopefully you got that one early enough, guys, because the Bills ended up scoring 31, and I think the team total closed 31.5 at many shops. I know it did at DraftKings and FanDuel. Well, this week, I'm going to preach patience when it comes to betting the Thursday night game. The way this line is trending, and I would agree with some of the things you're saying, Andy, is that the Seahawks are going to probably close as a road favorite here in Arizona. So what I want to do, guys, is wait, and hopefully this line gets bet to plus 1.5. I know that's asking a lot, but I could see it happening. And if it does get to Seattle -1, if it gets to -1.5 for Seattle, Andy, I would tease the Cardinals up to 7.5. I had some success on Sunday with the Bears, who were a favorite, flipped to an underdog, teased them up from 1.5 to 7.5, and turns out I didn't even need to do that because they kicked the Cowboys' ass, but that's a different story for a different day. I know the Cardinals, kind of as you alluded to, are unimpressive. 2-1. Marvin Harrison, MIA. Running back James Conner has been lost for the season. But all 3 of their games have been decided by 7 points or less. And Seattle, as impressive as these final scores look the last 2 weeks, double-digit wins, I don't trust them to win by margin on the road. Not with Sam Darnold as quarterback. Full disclosure, I was not very high on the Seahawks coming into this year, so maybe I was wrong. But you look at these last 2 wins, Andy, for Seattle, and they've really been fueled by special teams. Some may disagree with this following assessment, but I am one who tends to think special team success can be pretty random, especially when you look at what the Seahawks have benefited from these past 2 weeks. That win in Pittsburgh really swung on just a head-scratching play. The Steelers kick returner forgot the rules. He just didn't field the ball. And Seattle grabbed it and scored a touchdown. That's not going to happen every year. You're not going to see that again probably the rest of the NFL season. Then last week, Seattle blocks a punt, which leads to an early touchdown. And then you get a punt return for touchdown and to knock the Saints out early. The Saints are the worst team in the league, so I'm not going to put a ton of stock into that result. Again, patience. I want to see what this line does the rest of the week. I think if Arizona gets to plus 1.5, I'm teasing them up to 7.5. I just don't think the Seahawks win this game by more than a touchdown on a short week.
Yeah. These Thursday games, and you're right, special teams is pretty random, but
I mean, some teams are good at it, but you look at what Seattle did to that against a crummy New Orleans team and against that's a middle school level mistake that Pittsburgh made against Seattle, just forgetting to field a kickoff.
It's true. It is kind of weird that of all the teams in the league that like have this complete weapon as a kicker, it's Dallas. You wouldn't think Dallas would be the team that like comes up with this amazing thing, but they got a guy that can just hit 70-yard field goals out of nowhere. Special teams. We saw a lot of block kicks. I don't know. It doesn't seem to be that. It doesn't seem. It's like, where did all those come from? Like, do you have that play in your back pocket that you just held till the end of the game? I don't know. Kind of crazy. All right, Brian, it's $5 Tuesday. What do you have up for everyone? And also tell everyone about the Blitz.
Yes. Let's start with the Blitz. Every Thursday, 1 p.m. Eastern, live immediately following Andy right here on WagerTalk. Today, I am joined each and every week by the great Ross Benjamin and Ralph Michaels, breaking down the college football slate. Lots of good games on the docket this Saturday. We got Georgia, Alabama, and Penn State, Oregon. If you want to hear about those games and anything else, here's the important part, guys. If you want to get our opinion on any game, tune in live, ask. We will address all of those questions over the course of the hour. We're happy to do it. We'll give you free plays as well, each of us, at the end of the show. So check that out, the Blitz live, 1 p.m. every Thursday, immediately following WagerTalk today. And for Tuesday, today, yes, I do have a $5 play up, Andy. It is in Major League Baseball. Let's not forget about Major League. I know all we tend to do this time of year is gravitate towards football and forget about other sports. You mentioned soccer, Andy. I'm 3-0 in soccer over the last 30 days. Major League Baseball over the last 30 days, we've hit 66%, including 5-1 over the last week. So take a look at this $5 play. I've got WT.buzz/BP for tonight. $5, obviously, as the promotion goes. We look to keep it going in MLB.
Awesome stuff, Brian Power. Thank you very much. Good luck on your $5 play. And yeah, check out Blitz. It's live, interactive. You can ask any questions. So make sure you're there Thursday at 1 o'clock Eastern. All right, Johnny Detroit is taking his victory lap in the comments section, as is all the Detroit Lion fans. Congratulations on that big win. They look great, man. What else can you say? The Ravens can't stop anybody with running. Derrick Henry can't stop fumbling the ball. And now all of a sudden this Chiefs-Ravens game this week just is massive, massive game. So it should be interesting. But congratulations to all the Detroit Lions fans. That was a very, very fun game for you guys to watch. It is $5 Tuesday. All handicappers can put up a play for $5. You heard Brian talk about his MLB play. You talked Jesse talk about his MLB play. I'm sure Prez has one. My $5 play is a 4% Contender Series best bet. Every Contender Series fighting event that we have is going to be my $5 play. This is week 7, coming off a really easy winner last week, and I absolutely love this card. It's a 4% best bet. It's only $5. You can grab that, and the breakdown video is up. Should be up here within the next 30 minutes. So you can hear all about all the different fight breakdown. But there's a couple bets that really stand out. So it's only $5. It's a 4% play over at WagerTalk.com. But again, any handicapper has a play up for $5. I'm sure there's some college football, some NFL, and if you want some action tonight, MLB, there'll be plenty of those up. Get as many as you want. Make sure you're betting responsibly. Don't put too much of your bankroll in play, but it's a great way to try out handicappers you haven't tried before. Try out your favorite handicapper, what they have going tonight. But $5 Tuesday, one of the best days of the week. All right, let's bring in my good friend, Lawrence, coming off of, Brian just talked about the bad beat on the Rams, but you were the benefactor of the Eagles, and that was fun watching it with you, Lawrence. How are you today? Muted. No,
Prez, you have no sound, brother.
Prez, there's no sound.
Yes, I forgot to unmute me. You know why I forgot to unmute me? It's because I mute me, because I don't shut the hell up. And Andy, Dan, could you hear me during that? I was dying to come on, Andy. I was like, put me in, coach. Put me in. I wanted to talk to Jesse. I wanted to ask Jesse. And I just want to start by saying that you have the top 2 NFL experts this season on your show today. Jesse Schul, #1 most profitable expert at WagerTalk in NFL. Right now, this year, Prez, #2.
Nice.
But we asked Jesse to come on the End Zone show live. The End Zone show with you and myself. We do this every Sunday, 1 to 4:30. And he mentioned that he hurt his hip, which prevented him from coming on the show. Curious how his hip had any relevance to sitting on a couch and talking on the air. Strangely, his hip is okay to come on your show today, but his hip was not okay to come on the Sunday show. So that's the first thing.
If he said sore throat, you could be, oh, okay, your throat hurts. It must hurt to talk, but...
Andy, I got to run. I can't do your show. I just stubbed my left toe.
So, Lawrence, we're going to talk this Dublin Ireland game, but I have some pretty cool news. I wanted to tell you live here on the air. You ready for this? I'm not going to be here Thursday and Friday. Steve Merrill is going to sub. My buddy from New York called me last night. He's got free VIP tickets to the Ryder Cup in New York. Yeah, so I'm leaving Thursday to go do the whole VIP thing at the Ryder Cup. I could not be more excited. That's one of those where you drop what you're doing and you go.
Yeah, that's a bucket list event. I hope you have a freaking blast. And I'll tell you, man, when I was hosting the show, I would lean on Steve Merrill. He's so good. He also did mention that he would be there for the End Zone on Sunday. I guess he hurt his hip.
Bummer. So, yes, I'm very, very excited.
Want to say something quick? Yeah, sorry.
Oh, I was saying we had tried to go and the tickets were just like, not only were they expensive, they were just unavailable. They're sold out. And then it comes through at the last second. So very, very excited.
Yeah. I hope you guys joined us for the End Zone. What a fun day. And my God, like you got to see me losing my shit at a high level. I don't know if you guys checked out my Twitter last night at Prez Wager Talk. I talked about the Detroit Lions, Andy, and I used the term. I tried to come up with an adjective to describe their offense. One word adjective. And I'm not talking about describing it like as in unstoppable. Like,
okay,
an adjective that describes the style of their offense. One word, and I came up with beautiful. It's just goddamn freaking beautiful. It makes me happy. It's like watching Friends back like 20 years ago. Just you watch the Detroit Lions and all you could do is smile. Whether they make 4th down and 2 on the most ridiculously bad call ever or not, it's just stunning. It's stunning to watch.
All right, put in the chat or the comments section, what's a word to describe the Lions offense? Johnny Detroit, this one's for you. I'm with you. It's so aesthetically pleasing.
Oh,
like it's great to watch. It's not clunky. It's free flowing. It's using different guys. They're both running backs are incredible to watch. Ballsy, that's a good word.
But the thing with ballsy
is a great word.
But it doesn't describe this ballsy 100%. But if you look at the Ravens, they just run the ball down your throat. You look at the Philadelphia Eagles, they're just like a power offense. You look at the Rams back when Kurt Warner ran it, and they were this like sort of ballet. What Dan Campbell has been able to achieve is the best of both. The best of Peyton's Colts, Kurt Warner's Rams, and the Eagles running game. Like it's absolutely Kate Upton, if you will.
Yes. Yeah, I mean, this is kind of similar to Indiana football. I graduated from Indiana University, and our team has been terrible. for forever. And we get a new coach, and all of a sudden, you know, they're winning. But the best part is they're fun to watch. That's what when your team that you root for is fun to watch. It just, it's night and day different. So
I've become a Lions fan. I just want to let everybody know.
It.
I now finally, it has been 20 years since I've cheered for a team. That team was the Dallas Cowboys way back when. I am finally found a team to cheer for. The Bills on one side, Detroit on the other.
Well, let's talk about this Vikings and Steelers game in Dublin. We only send our best over there, so of course they're going to get old Aaron Rodgers with Carson Wentz as the quarterbacks. So, what's your breakdown? How do you break down this game? It's early start for them, 9:30 our time.
I mean, the thing we have to figure out first is what kind of tariff will be levied on this game. Are they allowed to bring their kickers? Do they have to leave half the team behind? Will they be deducting points? Are touchdowns only worth 4, field goals 1? So those things have to be researched in depth before we break the game down. And I don't know the actual tariff rule for the NFL going into Europe. So assuming it's all the same. I love Minnesota in the spot, Andy. And this is a straightforward bet on Minnesota and a bet against Pittsburgh. Let's start with Pittsburgh. This team's horrible, Andy. I think it was 14-14 with New England driving to win the game. And the turnovers were 5-0 Pittsburgh. If you get 5 turnovers and you're in a dogfight with 3 to go, you suck, California Bears. But with that said, Minnesota is way better than most people think. And what we are finding out, Sam Darnold, JJM, Carson Wentz, Kirk Cousins, it doesn't matter who is behind center. Their coach is a god. He is a quarterback whisperer at the highest freaking level. Minnesota's defense is better than Pittsburgh's. Minnesota's offense is better than Pittsburgh's. Minnesota's quarterback is at least, born in the last 70 years. I think Minnesota's the play here. I'd like to see more money come in on Pittsburgh so we could get it down to -2 and I can come back with a money line at -135. But I do not believe in Pittsburgh, and I do believe in the Vikings. So that's where I'm going. With all that said, Andy, I find it really hard to bet these games overseas, and I think they all should ultimately be stay-away games. Crazy shit happens over there. So I'm likely not going to get to the window, but if this game was played on a neutral field in America, the Vikings -7.5.
-7.5. Wow, you hate the Steelers team.
Well, it's not a hate. I hate not. Well,
Sports
I do hate things.
Sports hate.
Yes. I just, you know what, Andy? Their defense looks horrible. And I understand that they stepped up last game against the New England Patriots, but Drake May is a walking turnover. So, wow, way to go. And they could not move the ball. And they haven't, other than playing the Jets, and we now know what the Jets are, this is not a good Steelers team. And I am so high on the Vikings. I mean, I've said it before, bro. I would smoke the Vikings if they were a strain.
The Vikings is a great name for a strain.
Yes,
that's an
yes.
incredible name.
I agree.
I would like
I'd like
an ounce of the
3
Vikings.
grams of the Viking, please.
There's a UFC fighter. They asked him, if he looks at film on other fighters, and he goes, "No, Vikings didn't get to watch film, so I don't either." What does that have to do with anything? So, all right, the Vikings. That's your strain of
I
the
love
day.
that
All right,
play.
it's great. Prez, talk about the show that you have, and also tell everyone what you have up for $5 Tuesday.
Yeah, so before we get into that, Justin P says I had the same energy with the Cowboys last week. Andy, all we do is get yelled at for losing. Like, I want you to understand. I went 5-2 last week for my clients. That's 5 wins, 2 losses. 10-4 in the last 2 weeks. 64% of the season in NFL. Absolutely perfect in both parlays 4-0 and ATS bets 4-0. But Justin P wants to mention the loss, and I'm okay with that because I love Justin P and I miss him.
Justin's
So
one of the
all
best.
Good. Thank you, Justin. You're a good man. Okay. So what promotions? What do you want me to do? Talk promotions? I can do anything. I'm here forever. I'm never going to leave, Andy.
Yeah, well, tell us about the Vikings strain is going over very well in the chat. Here.
Purple Viking Kush.
Yes.
I want that one, Andy. I want purple Viking
the purple
Kush.
Viking Kush.
Oh,
we need to trademark that. Trademark that thing, purple
Viking. But we need like a slogan. It attacks with no defense. I don't know. What
This is great. This is so great. All right. All right. So start with $5 Tuesday.
Okay.
What do you have up for $5 Tuesday?
So I got an NFL parlay bet, and I dedicate all my parlay bets to you because I was totally anti-parlay, and then you showed me the light. You showed me that you can win betting parlays, and since then, 9-1. 9-1 since January 2024. 4-0 this year. I think I have mastered the art of the money line parlay. And none of these are huge favorites. Last week was a 157 minus, but the week before was a dog. The week before that was a dog. This one's around a pick 'em. So yeah, grab my NFL money line parlay bet for only $5 over at WagerTalk.com. And Andy, I want to give out a promo to all your listeners that comes from the best betting show ever. This is a show that Joe Ranieri, myself, and Art do. It's up at WagerTalk around 1 p.m. Eastern every day. And today's show might be the best one we've ever done. So check it out. Joe Ranieri has a 5% play in college football this Saturday. It's his first 5% football play of the year. I have a 5% play in NFL this Sunday. You guys, if you have never purchased from WagerTalk, that means you have never made a purchase at WagerTalk. You can have both of those plays for $1 each. Normally, these coupon codes can only be used once, but I pulled my weight, and I got them so that you can use them twice. So you can get Joe Ranieri's college football 5% for $1, my NFL 5% for $1. That's $2 for both plays. The promo code is BEST1, BEST1. Dude, thanks for having me. I got the NFL presidential address coming on later today. Andy, I freaking love doing this with you. I hope to be back next Tuesday. The show's going great, Andy. Congratulations.
Thanks, you too. Your show kicks ass as well. Lawrence Presman. And presidential address is coming up very, very soon. So congratulations to Prez on his good start in the NFL season. All right, we're going to go to all around the world. Something just occurred to me. Did Prez just mush himself by patting himself on the back about parlays? Talk about how good he was, and he just said he mastered the
100%.
I was like, it just occurred to me. I was like, yikes!
Yeah.
Run for the hills. This
We'll hear
never
more about
goes
it on
well.
Tuesday, I'm sure.
0-3, coming off an 0-3.
Oh no! It's 2-1 with a brutal. He got a good bad beat going his way with the Eagles this past weekend, Andy. So it's going to be 2-1 with the brutal.
Okay.
I'm joking. Prez is going 3-0. He's cashing, but if he doesn't, we'll at least get to make fun of him on Tuesday for calling himself a master of the parlay.
Absolutely. All right, couple free plays here. Fever and Aces, Natasha Howard over 9.5 points. She's gone over in 6 out of 7 games. Crazy stat, she's gone over in 16 out of the last 17 games against the Aces. That's an incredible streak. Mets at the Cubs. This comes from the free picks page at WagerTalk. If you want free picks, we got a ton of them that are up there. A lot in MLB. Looking at the Cubs money line, Peterson pitching for Mets, giving up 18 hits and 21 runs last 4 starts. The Cubs do hit well against lefties, and Horton is pitching for the Cubs. He's got an ERA under 1 since mid-July. And UFC, this is in Perth, Australia. I mentioned this Cam Rowston roasting before. This guy fought in Contender Series a few weeks ago. He won. They fast-tracked him and put on this Australia card. I don't think he's that great. Andre Petroski is one of the most boring UFC fighters around, but he's good in the clinch. He can wrestle. I just don't think Cam Roston's a good UFC fighter. The only reason he's on this card is because it's in Australia, and he's Australian. If this was not an Australian card, he's not fighting in the UFC. So Petroski's minus 155. It's not going to be an exciting fight, but Petroski's just going to put on a veteran performance and get their win over him. So SF Niner says, please do not bet the WNBA play, guys. Save your money. He says, how many times are you going to give us the same WNBA pick that never cashes? Well, fade it. You'll be rich. Got it all figured out. Just fade it. All right, Dan, let's pull up the Contender Series. It's Tuesday night, so it is Contender Series. My $5 best bet is in Contender Series. We will be live on the Winning in the Shadows YouTube channel, watching the fights live. Live bets in Contender Series are fantastic. So every Tuesday, I make the case for the underdog in each of these fights. We'll start here at the bottom. Rafael Tobias and Oliveira. Dan, this is the fight where I'm having a really tough time making a case for the underdog. This guy's terrible. He's fought nothing but absolute cans. The last two guys he beat were 100 years old. He's sloppy on the feet. The case is that Tobias hasn't fought very many people, and he's only 22 years old, but I can't. Yair's pretty terrible. All right, I can make the case for Javier Reyes and Justice Torres. Torres and Reyes are kind of the same fighter. They can strike. They're not really good on the ground. I have this sneaky theory, Dan. I don't trust Reyes because he can't get his hair right in his fights. He has this long, frizzy hair, and he puts it in a ponytail, and 2 minutes into the fight, it's just exploded in the entire fight. He's screwing around with his hair. I don't trust him. These guys are not very good. I would be stunned if either one of them got a contract. Torres in a very, very close split decision. Montenegro and Chavez, both of these women don't have a lot of experience. That's the only case I can make for the underdog. The problem with the underdog is the combined record of her opponents is 0-8. She's not fought one person that has won a fight. They both can't do anything on the ground. They're both kind of lazy with their striking. I do lean Montenegro, but Chavez is hard to make a case for. I could absolutely make the case for Magomedov over Zurcher. Magomedov, this is not a wrestling Magomedov. This guy strikes. He gets in these car crash types of fights. He will make this thing chaotic. He has bad striking defense, but man, is he resourceful. If he gets in trouble, he can switch things around. I actually expect this fight to start off on the feet in the first round, kind of in the second round. It starts to take place on the ground a little bit where Zurcher wants it to. But Magomedov, his striking is good. He's got finishing ability. He can absolutely take Zurcher in this one. And the main event, this fight, I would be stunned if it gets out of the first round. This is just an absolute hammer fest between two guys that can finish. And anytime you get a fight like this, it's dog or pass. We saw it last week, a big underdog won. When I told you guys, be careful with these fights where these two guys come out swinging. Both of these guys are finishers. I believe Mantis can get the knockout in the first round. So yeah, there's a case to make for some of these underdogs here. All right, that's going to do it for us. Great show, everyone. Please hit the like button and leave a comment below. Special thanks to Jesse and Brian and Prez for making this a great show. Take advantage of $5 Tuesday. All handicappers can put up a $5 play. Appreciate all you guys. Get as many of those $5 plays as you want, but bet responsibly. We're going to be back tomorrow, and I will do a Ryder Cup breakdown on tomorrow's show. So if you want some Ryder Cup picks, I'll do an extended Ryder Cup segment tomorrow at the end of the show. That way we get our Ryder Cup content in here. So thanks so much. Have a great Tuesday. Good luck on all your bets, and take care.
What's up, everybody? It's Hakeem Prophet or Ski Prophet, whichever you prefer to call me. And yes, that is my real name. I am with WagerTalk. I've been betting for almost 10 years now. And I guess we're going to talk about behind the bettor today. So you guys can learn a little bit about myself. I'll go through these cards. I didn't cheat, just so you guys know. I'm seeing everyone for the first time.
That was really interesting.
College football Saturdays or NFL Sundays? Absolutely NFL Sundays. I'm starting to get more into college, but NFL 1000%. What's the best sporting event you've ever attended? That's a really good question right there. Best sporting event I've ever attended. I'll say I really enjoyed a trip with my friends. We went to Florida. I went to Hollandale Beach, Florida. We went to a Marlins game. There was a preseason football game for the Dolphins. And then we also went to Gulfstream Park and bet horses, and we almost won the pick six. So a lot of friends that I started with in the industry were there at that event or events. And it was one of my favorite times.
There is a reason why this guy's turned into.
What's your most memorable sports bet? It's a lot of those, 1,000 of those. Russell Wilson, he threw the end zone pick. So I had Seattle against the Patriots. It was my first time betting $1,000. I thought they were going to win. I thought Marshawn was just going to run it in. And man, that's when you learn you have money and you think you already have it. It's already cashed. Not so fast. So that's one of my most memorable sports bets. What's the best gambling movie ever? I don't know that I've seen too many. I'm not a movie person. I spend most of my time playing sports, watching sports. So gambling movie, I don't even know if I can name one, honestly. I get shamed for my movies or my taste or lack of knowledge in movies. Other than sports betting, what's your favorite way to gamble? Horse racing, 1,000%. If I could do something one day, every single day, that's very high up there on the list. Horse racing is something that I really enjoy doing. Who would be on your Mount Rushmore of people in sports betting? Mount Rushmore? I just have people that I really respect in the industry, a lot of friends I respect. This is a tough question. Questions are getting tougher. Maybe I should have cheated. Mount Rushmore people in sports betting.
Also, take a look at the theme.
If I tried to answer this, all you guys would do is laugh at me.
Out in Philly, all that and more coming up on Giants postgame live.
All right, these are my personal Mount Rushmore. So I guess it's just people that played a part in what I'm doing today. Peter Loshak, he showed me a lot about everything in sports betting, bankroll management, especially Gianni The Greek. He gave me my first, between him and Loshak, gave me my first chance to speak on a show talking about sports betting. So absolutely Gianni The Greek, 1,000%. Kelly in Vegas, I was just putting my stuff out for everybody, and she's another person who has a lot to do with where I am today. So I love Kelly in Vegas. I don't know how many people is even on Mount Rushmore, but we got 3 right there. I feel like that's enough. Actually, no, one more. Natalie Rystrom. She also was a part of me having my first show. So have to thank her 1,000% for giving me that opportunity. Best advice for sports bettors: you won't succeed unless you bankroll manage. You just absolutely won't. So it doesn't matter if you can pick a game correctly. If you can't manage the bankroll, you're going to be a loser. So learn to bankroll manage. What's your all-time favorite sports book in Las Vegas? We'll go with the Westgate. We're here at the Westgate. I spend a lot of time here. People come in town and usually can find me here to watch the games. We'll go with Westgate. If there's a specific NFL season that comes to mind as the best, if so, when was it? Yeah, I'm not the big NFL lover like everybody else. I think they get this one as well. I could honestly almost care less. I'll say what comes to mind is the best for me I was a big LT fan, so we had really good seasons between him and Antonio Gates. We also had Drew Brees, Phillip Rivers. I'll say there was a season we made it really far, almost made it, and I think we lost to the Patriots. So LT being my favorite football player, that's one of my favorite seasons. I don't know what year it is. Football nerds, you guys know. Do you remember a day that was most profitable for you in sports betting? If so, what was it? Yeah, there was a day, I don't know if it was last season or the season before, I went 10-0 on the day. Absolutely killed it. So that was a really profitable day. I obviously had bigger scores as far as pick fives and horse racing or things of that nature, but to go 10-0 in one day.
On the corner, call the ball. X is ticked.
Do you remember your first sports bet? If so, what was it? I'll roll with this because it's the first one I remember. It was a Super Bowl. The ones you remember are either really big wins or really big losses, but this one was a loss. And I was, we won't say how old I was, but Cardinals versus Steelers. I believe I had the Cardinals, and they pretty much had won it. Like, I just remember, I can't tell you the exact play, but Larry Fitzgerald has some miraculous play. He's like looking up at the scoreboard, running, he scores, and then somehow they lost. And that was the first time I had to really pay up. What's the biggest mistake you see sports bettors making today? They just don't care or don't take it seriously. It's okay. Some people want to do it, how do you call it, recreationally. Some people want to do it to actually like investing, and so just determine what you're doing. Like I said, bankroll manage, be smart with it. But that's the biggest mistake I see sports bettors making today, is not really caring enough. If you could only bet one sport for the rest of your life, what would it be? You know, I have a challenger right now. Any other time it would be basketball 1,000%. But tennis is starting to look kind of nice lately. I love tennis, so tennis is giving me the runner-up. It'll be basketball for now, but tennis close second. I guess that's behind the bettor. Once again, Ski Profit, Hakeem Profit. Appreciate you guys tuning in, and yeah, hopefully you got to learn a little bit about myself.
Had it with Phil Cuzzy.
Welcome back to WagerTalk TV. I'm Ross the Boss Benjamin of WagerTalk.com. It is Tuesday, May 23rd. I got two Major League Baseball free pick winners in games that have serious playoff implications. And the games between the Boston Red Sox and the Toronto Blue Jays. The Toronto Blue Jays currently with a 2-game lead. Are they going to be able to hold off the Yankees and secure a win tonight, or will the Boston Red Sox be able to fend off both the Cleveland Guardians and the Houston Astros, who are 1 game behind them in the final wild card spot? Boston's currently number 2 in the wild card spot, and Cleveland and Houston are tied for the final wild card spot, but just 1 behind the Red Sox. So needless to say, an important game, an important series for the Boston Red Sox. And then we have the LA Dodgers at the Arizona Diamondbacks. And boy, oh boy, the Dodgers, 2.5 game lead over the San Diego Padres with a game in hand, with the Dodgers having 6 games remaining. San Diego has 5 remaining, but you can never say never. And it's not like an insurmountable lead. Both teams still in contention for that NL West division winning season, but the LA Dodgers obviously have the upper hand in that regard. But the Arizona Diamondbacks just 1 game behind the Mets and the Reds for the final wild card spot in the NL West. So a lot on the line in these 2 games. Who's going to come up big tonight? Well, I got the winning picks in both games and the analysis, so stay tuned for that, folks. Just a friendly reminder, if you have not subscribed to WagerTalk TV, hit that subscribe button. It's absolutely free to do so. There's no hidden agenda, folks, and you'll be privy to some of the best sports betting experts in all the world right here at WagerTalk TV. And while you're at it, hit that alert notification bell for WagerTalk TV, and you'll be notified immediately upon any of our great content going up on our great channel. Folks, 10-2. After going 1-1 last night, 10-2 free pick run right here at WagerTalk TV. Be kind enough to give me a like. It's just a small token of your appreciation for the time, work, and effort I put in to bringing you a quality free pick video or videos, plural, on a daily basis. And last week with our football free pick, 7-1. By the way, another premium pick winner last night in the NFL as we had the Detroit Lions. At the time we put it in, plus 5.5. They went down to 4 or 4.5, depending on where you were shopping at. Having said that, they win the game outright, 38-30. Nice winner, 4% best bet. Couple that with a 4% best bet on Sunday and the Cleveland Browns, a 4-0 week in the NFL. And by the way, Weekend Warrior Special continues this weekend. And all my NFL and college football picks on Saturday, Sunday, and Monday. There's 2 games in the NFL on Monday, just to remind you, for $49 right now at wt.buzz/RB. Congratulations to all of you who are participated the past 2 weekends in investing $49 for that Saturday, Sunday, Monday NFL college football Weekend Warrior Special, as I went 15-5 the last 2 weeks with that special, 8-4 the week before, last week 7-1. So $49, folks, for that special. Take advantage, and we'll get to a little bit of that later. All right, so Boston with Lucas Giolito on the mound, and the Toronto Blue Jays with Kevin Gausman, 7:07 p.m. Eastern Time, first pitch. Toronto right now, according to BetOnline, is a -159 money line home favorite. The total in that game is 8. Like I said, the Boston Red Sox, a lot to play for here. There's just 1 game ahead of both the Guardians and the Astros, who are tied for the final wild card spot, while the Toronto Blue Jays just 2 games ahead of the New York Yankees for the AL East lead. And Kevin Gausman has been red hot over his last 5 starts. Gausman, a 1.75 ERA and 0.78 WHIP, tremendous numbers. And on top of that, he's averaging 7.2 innings pitched per outing over those last 5 starts, and 4 of those 5 starts went under the total. The Boston Red Sox current roster, 31 for 144 against Gausman. That's just a 215 team batting average, and 42.5% of those outs to recorded by Gausman against his current roster for the Boston Red Sox. 42.5% of those outs recorded were strikeouts. He's made 1 appearance versus Boston this year, I should say 1 start, 8 innings of scoreless baseball, allowing just 4 hits, striking out 10 and walking 0. So not only is Gausman red hot over his last 5 starts, excellent form, giving them a lot of innings and really shutting the door on the opposition, but he's also been very good against his current Boston roster as well. Lucas Giolito, not bad himself over his last 5 starts, a 2.48 ERA, in those games went 4-0-1 to the under in those last 5 starts that Giolito's made. The current Toronto Blue Jays roster, 12 for 58 against Giolito, just a 207 team batting average. Toronto over their last 6 games has averages 2.8 runs scored per outing and hit 199 as a team. Not very good offensive output of late for the Toronto Blue Jays, and they'll be going up against Lucas Giolito, like I alluded to. And Giolito's made 2 starts for Toronto this year, 6.5 innings pitched per start, and a 2.08 ERA and 1.08 WHIP in those 2 starts versus the Blue Jays. And by the way, Giolito in his career, 16 career starts on the road in September, 13-3 to the under. So I like the Boston Red Sox and Toronto Blue Jays game to go under the total of 8. That's one of my free picks. The next one's going to be in the Dodgers, Arizona. Before I get to that game, though, let us know who you like on today's Major League Baseball card on Tuesday, September 23rd. Leave your picks in the comments section. Again, folks, be sure to keep it respectful. Don't be demeaning. Don't be vulgar. Let's keep it a positive community. We're going to disagree on picks at times. We're going to disagree on one another's opinions, but that doesn't mean we have to go to war. Make it a healthy conversation, and let's keep this a positive community. All right, so the Dodgers will go with Shohei Ohtani on the mound, and Arizona, Brandon Pfaadt, 9:40 Eastern Time slated first pitch. The Dodgers, according to Bet Online, a minus 152 money line home or road favorite, and the total in this game is 9. Arizona is just one game behind both the Mets and the Reds for the final NL wildcard spots. Hard to imagine. I mean, a lot of people are surprised by that, as well as I am, as they just keep hanging on Arizona in this NL wildcard race. And the Dodgers just 2.5 games ahead of San Diego with one game in hand for the NL West lead. Brandon Pfaadt, his last 3 starts at home for the Arizona Diamondbacks, a 1.23 ERA and 0.64 WHIP and a better than 9-to-1 strikeout to walk ratio. On top of that, real important, 7.3 innings pitched per start in those last 3 home outings. Pfaadt, by the way, 10-4 to the under in his career home starts when he faces National League teams like the Dodgers, who are outscoring the opposition by 0.5 or greater runs per game. And Arizona also is coming off a 9-2 win over the Phillies on Sunday. And the Diamondbacks have played 9-0 to the under this year at home after scoring 8 runs or more in their previous game. Shohei Ohtani has not gone beyond the 5th inning this season in terms of his starts, as the Dodgers been real careful with him, saving him for the postseason in terms of not putting in any additional stress on him. And he's really pitched well over his last 3 starts, although only 13 2/3 innings pitched, an 0.66 ERA and a better than 4-to-1 strikeout to walk ratio. In his last start, he pitched 5 innings of scoreless baseball against the Philadelphia Phillies. Matter of fact, 5 innings of scoreless and hitless baseball, as he went 5 innings, 0 earned runs, 0 hits, 1 walk against the Phillies. And yet the Dodgers lost that game 9-6, which takes me to this. As good as both of these starting pitchers have been recently, with Pfaadt being very good at home in his last 3 home starts and Ohtani being very good in his last 3 starts overall, these bullpens have been terrible. Both of them over the last week. Both have a bullpen ERA of over 6. So we are going to eliminate them completely out of the equation, and we're just going to go with the Arizona Diamondbacks and the LA Dodgers to go under the first 5 inning total of 4.5 at odds of plus 100. You can get that line right now, or those odds, I should say, right now at Bet Online. They're also listed identical at Circa in the Westgate Sports Superbook if you're in Vegas. So Arizona, LA Dodgers, under 4.5 first 5 inning total at odds of plus 100. And the Boston Red Sox and Toronto Blue Jays to go under the total of 8. Those are our 2 free picks in Major League Baseball for Tuesday, September 23rd. Again, folks, $49 Weekend Warriors special for all my college football, NFL, and picks for Saturday, Sunday, and Monday. And reminding you, there's 2 NFL games this coming Monday. So take advantage of that offer. A lot of you have over the last 2 weeks, and congratulations. Like I said, 15-5 the last 2 weeks with that Weekend Warrior special. Major League Baseball continues to be number 1 for the 2025 season. I'm going to be very conservative with Major League Baseball down the final week of the season here and ramp it up when it comes to the Major League Baseball playoffs. So take advantage of that special going on right now. Major League Baseball rest of the regular season through the World Series for just $179. Reminding you again, folks, number 1 in Major League Baseball for the 2025 season, up over 77 units in net profit this year. and that includes a current run, which I am around 61%, and also over 88 units in net profit since May the 12th in Major League Baseball. And speaking of current runs, my all sports since May the 13th, premium picks, all sports premium picks, 60% winner since May the 13th, and up over 125 units of net profit during that course of time. So a lot of good things over at Wager Talk for yours truly, Ross Benjamin. Personal link, wt.buzz/RB, wt.buzz/RB. Take advantage of all those all access subscription plans. And if you just like to dabble in once in a while, that's for and bet on a daily basis, that's fine as well. You can get my daily picks right there as well. wt.buzz/RB. Don't forget to give me a like on this video. Don't forget to subscribe if you haven't done so already. It's absolutely free. Until the next time, for Wager Talk TV and Ross the Boss Benjamin, take care and God bless.
Five free plays for Tuesday, September 23rd. We're focusing on all the playoff races in Major League Baseball today here on the Power Five. We talked about the Yankees, not to mention Red Sox versus Blue Jays, Mets versus Cubs, and Tigers versus Guardians. Of course, today is $5 Tuesday over at WagerTalk.com. My top MLB pick is available for, you guessed it, only $5. WT.buzz/BP. Click the link in the description below. I've hit 66% of my premium MLB picks over the last 31 days. That includes a red-hot 5-1 run over the last week. But now let's get to the free plays. A reminder to go ahead, smash that like button whenever you do agree. I'm going to start off today's Power 5 with some soccer, as there's a decent amount of midweek action across Europe this week. I know the free plays here on the Power 5 haven't been good this year in soccer, but I am perfect 3-0 with premium soccer selections over the last 30 days. Number one at Wager Talk in soccer since April of 2024, up 56.4 units. We had a nice win on Sunday. Both teams to score, Aston Villa, Sunderland. So let's take a look at the EFL Cup on Tuesday. I'm going to go with the third tier side, Cardiff City, +1 against Premier League side Burnley, 2:45 Eastern. When looking to bet these domestic cup matches, I'm always on the lookout for a lower tier side that could pull the upset. Here, Cardiff City, they've lost only once in 11 competitive matches this season. That was last time out against Bradford City on Saturday. But before that, Cardiff had won 7 of 8. They're unbeaten on the road. Meanwhile, Burnley's main focus for the 2025-26 campaign, it's not winning the EFL Cup, but rather to stay up in the Premier League. I think that's going to be a struggle. I've previously discussed the inevitable defensive regression the Clarets were going to suffer this season. Sure enough, they've allowed a goal in 4 of their last 6 matches. At the other end, Burnley have scored just 1 goal the last 2 matches. I don't see them winning here by multiple goals if they win it all. So Cardiff City +1 in the EFL Cup. Guys, before we get into Tuesday's MLB slate, quick note on the future of the Power 5 here on the Wager Talk YouTube channel. Starting next week, the Power 5 is going to move to just 2 days per week. There will be a midweek episode focusing on all the key early line movement in football, and then there will be a weekend edition with some more free plays in both college and the NFL. The reason we're doing this is twofold. One, early October, there are generally not enough games during the week for me to consistently give out 5 free plays. Secondly, later in the fall, I'll be part of a brand new daily show here on Wager Talk TV, Full Court Press, with Adam Trigger and Rob Vino, giving you your daily fix of college basketball. Very excited about that. If you've loved Total Bases all summer long that Trig does with Tokyo Brandon and Brian Leonard, then you're going to love Full Court Press, me, Trig, Rob Vino. More info on that in the coming weeks. All right, speaking of Total Bases, let me get to today's free MLB picks. I've made you wait long enough. White Sox, Yankees, 7:05 Eastern. Surprise, surprise. I like the White Sox +1.5 here. Guys, if you flip the White Sox record in 1-run games this season, they would be a 500 team. No team has taken more 1-run losses than the old Pale Hose. They took another one on Sunday, losing 3-2 to the Padres, and that was while going 0 for 11 with runners in scoring position. Tonight, the offense gets a chance to bounce back against Yankees starter Luis Gil, who is coming off perhaps his worst outing of the season. Allowed 5 runs on 9 hits, and that was against the Twins. Gil has a 5.12 ERA in 4 career starts versus the White Sox, and I know you guys aren't going to let me forget about that Yankees bullpen, which has been among the worst in baseball over the last 2 to 3 months. So the White Sox should never really be out of it tonight, especially with Shane Smith starting. Smith is 3-1 with a 3.36 ERA over his last 7 starts. Remember, on Sunday, the Yankees scored 6 runs in the top of the 10th. So don't be fooled by that 7-1 final score against Baltimore. Being able to get plus 1.5 with the White Sox here at even money seems like a decent deal to me. The Yankees figure to be more overvalued than usual this week due to the expectation of must win. So there is a free play on White Sox Yankees. Now let's stay in the AL East with the Red Sox and the Blue Jays. 7:05 Eastern. Blue Jays are the only American League team that has clinched a playoff spot, but they've yet to clinch the division. Their lead over the Yankees in the AL East is down to just 2 games. I like the Jays tonight, though, in the first 5 innings on the run line, so lay the half run here. Big starting pitching edge here for the home team with Kevin Gausman on the mound. Gausman has allowed only 3 runs total over his last 4 starts. He'll be opposed by Lucas Giolito, who remains a major regression candidate with a 5 expected ERA versus a 3.46 actual ERA. Remember, Toronto is number 1 in every key offensive category since the All-Star break. Another reason to just play the first 5 here. We leave the Blue Jays' one weakness, the bullpen, out of the equation. I know the Red Sox are fighting for a wild card spot, but they score less on the road, and they should figure to struggle against Gausman early on. Let's keep it rolling. Now over in the National League, Mets, Cubs, 7:40 Eastern. This one's on TBS. Cubs have clinched playoff berth. They will be a wild card in the National League. We understand that. Still trying to nail down a home field advantage, though, for the wild card round. It's likely going to be Cubs-Padres in a first-round series. Meanwhile, the sputtering Mets, they are tied with the Reds for the final wild card spot in the NL. I like the Cubs in tonight's series opener for several reasons. One is the Mets are bad on the road, just 31-44 away from Citi Field. That's easily the worst road record of any of the NL playoff contenders. Secondly, our old friend David Peterson is on the mound tonight for the Mets. As expected, he has regressed in 2025, including an ERA of 9 over his last 5 starts. Then the third reason to like the Cubs here is they will give the baseball to Cade Horton, who is 8-1 with a .93 ERA over his last 11 starts. Over those 11 starts, Horton has allowed just 6 total runs. That's how many runs Peterson allowed in his last start in only 5 innings of work. Last one on the docket today will be Tigers Guardians, 6:40 Eastern from Progressive Field. I will be breaking this game down on WagerTalk today with Andy Lang at noon Eastern. Check out that show for the full, complete deep dive. But since you were also kind to check this video out, I'll let you know that I like the Tigers' first 5 run line here. So a second first 5 run line play on the Power 5 for Tuesday. Tarek Skubal starting for the Tigers. If you want to know why you should lay the half run in the first 5, again, check me out, noon Eastern hour with Andy Lang. But it's Skubal, it's the Tigers. It's a must win for the road team in this one. All right, recap time. Let's go through the 5 free plays again here in the EFL Cup. Like Cardiff City, +1 against Burnley. Number 2, White Sox, +1.5 against the Yankees. Yes, I have said many times I still consider the Yankees the best team in the American League. This does not change that. It's not by a wide margin, but again, the White Sox, they lose a lot by 1 run. So getting the 1.5 at even money is a good deal. Like the Blue Jays, first 5 run line, lay the half run. I think they'll have a lead after 5 against the Red Sox. Cubs, full game money line against the Mets. And then Tigers, first 5 run line, lay the half a run with Skubal. Again, full breakdown there on WagerTalk today in the noon Eastern time hour. Go ahead and comment down below with your thoughts on today's free plays. Do not be shy about letting us know what you'll be betting on Tuesday as well. As for what I am betting, head on over to wt.buzz/BP. Click the link in the description below. It's $5 Tuesday at WagerTalk.com. That means you can get my top MLB pick for, you guessed it, only $5. One more time, I've won 66% of my MLB bets over the last 31 days, including a red-hot 5-1 run last week. So do not miss out. That is going to do it for this edition of the Power 5. I really hope you enjoyed it. Remember to both like and subscribe. I'll be back tomorrow Until then, let's cash some tickets.
Welcome into Drew's Daily Diamonds for Tuesday, September 23rd, 2025. I am Drew Martin, breaking down the MLB slate of games. 3 Major League Baseball bets coming your way. Let me know in the comments below where you agree, where you disagree. All is welcome. It helps grow the show. Smash that like button if you're liking the content. As we got the last week of the regular season and some important baseball for a lot of these teams we're talking about. First up, let's head to the Queen City. And one of them is the Cincinnati Reds, winners of 5 straight, now tied with the New York Mets for the last wild card slot here in the National League. And Cincinnati's hosting the Pittsburgh Pirates. It's Oviedo on the hill for the Pirates. Brady Singer going for the Reds. Does look like Cincinnati minus 150 as the home favorite, 8.5 being the total. I say looks like because I was doing the notes a couple hours ago and they were as low as minus 132. So there has been a bump up here. Now I'm doing the show in the overnight market about 11 o'clock Eastern time here on Monday night. But I like Cincinnati still at this number. I wouldn't be surprised if they get bought up more. Again, winners of 5 straight. They're 10 games over 500 at home. And Singer on the bump. The 29-year-old out of the University of Florida. He's won 7 of his last 9 decisions. He's 5-1 with a sub-2 ERA since early August. So he's riding a hot right hand here. And Oviedo for the Pirates, the 27-year-old Cuban-born pitcher, look, he's got good stuff. He just really only goes 4 or 5 innings a start. And he's really struggling with control. 17 walks in his last 32 innings. He's had 3 or more walks in each of his last 4 starts. I don't think that bodes very well for him. And let's face it, this Pirates offense, yeah, they scored some runs against the A's in their last game, but really they've been one of the bottom in MLB, particularly recently this month. They've just had trouble scoring some runs. So I think Cincinnati here to start us off at home. I think this number is still a little bit short. So we're on the Reds over the Pirates. We got next one up, heading to Philadelphia for the Miami Marlins and the Philadelphia Phillies. 6:45 Eastern time here. Edward Cabrera on the hill for the Fish. Christopher Sanchez, the southpaw, going for the Phillies. Minus 215, that's the Phillies as the home favorite. 7.5 being the total. Now the Marlins, another team that's playing good baseball. Winners of 6 straight. They've won 10 of 11. They're still mathematically alive here for the wild card. Fan can hope. It's 76-80. Likely going to need to win all of their games and need some help, but they are 4 games out of the wild card with 6 to play. Philadelphia, very likely the number 2 seed. It could happen another, I doubt they're going to catch the Brewers, and they're most likely in the 2 seed in the NL postseason. Now they got Sanchez on the hill, probably second in NL Cy Young Award. In terms of voting, likely behind Skeens. The 28-year-old Dominican's been great this season. 2 starts against Miami have been good as well. The problem with laying 215 is Ed Cabrera for the Fish, the 27-year-old Dominican-born pitcher. Last time he faced the Phillies, he went 6 1/3 and only gave up 2 hits. I already mentioned the Marlins playing great baseball, one of the hottest teams in MLB. They've also been playing really good on the road. They're on the road here in Philadelphia. They got the hotter lineup. And getting plus 180, both pitchers have great past performance against the opposing lineup. And this is a pretty big number on the hotter team right now. Going to take a shot. Miami Marlins, plus 180. Risk 100 to win 180 on the kickback. Listing Cabrera as the starter. It's the Marlins over the Phillies. Got 1 game left here for Tuesday. Feel free to comment where you agree, where you disagree. Had a couple questions last week. We'll do a question and answer session as well. So fire anything else in the comments below. Have the recap for last week. It was a great week. 3-0 Sunday in the NFL, plus 3 units. Last week overall, we went 11-6, plus 4 units. We'll take that. It brings the record for Drew's Daily Diamond 231 and 183. That's 56% winners, plus 43.4 units of profit. So hopefully a 2-0, if not 3-0 day on Tuesday. If you're interested in premium picks, check them out. WagerTalk.com, experts page, Drew Martin, $5 Tuesday. Plays discounted to just $5. Great day to check out the website. Drew Martin experts page, WagerTalk.com. All right, nightcap for the show, 7:40 Eastern time. Battle of second-place teams here. The New York Mets at the Chicago Cubs. Cade Horton going for the Cubbies. David Peterson, the southpaw, going for the Metropolitans. 7.5 being the total. Cubs -120 here in the overnight market. Now, the Cubs clinching the playoff spot, likely the wild card there. They are clinching the wild card. And the Mets, they've kind of had a rough go of it here in the late summer. The Cincinnati Reds, like we talked about at the top, have kind of caught them. They're tied for this wild card, the last wild card spot in the National League. They got Peterson on the hill, the 30-year-old out of Oregon, the former Duck. Yeah, he has a sub-4 ERA for the season, but he has really been knocked around. Since August 30th, he's made 4 starts. He's given up 28 hits and 21 earned runs in 17 innings completed. That's an 11 ERA. Now he's up against the Cubs, who have smashed lefties. I think this is a tough spot for the Mets starter. And Horton for the Cubbies, the first rounder out of Oklahoma, Boomer Sooner, since mid-July, the exact opposite. He is hot right now. 8-1, sub-1 ERA. He's only given up 31 hits and 58 innings pitched. I think it's a sizable pitching edge here towards the Cubs, both starting pitching and relief pitching. So Cubs just laying the 20 cents. That's the play for the nightcap. That's the best bet for the show as well. Cubs -120 over Mets. We got the Marlins, big underdog barking there, +180 over the Phillies. And we got the Reds, -150 leading us off over the Pirates. That's going to do it for the Tuesday show, guys. As always, thanks for tuning in. Comment below, smash that like button, cash those tickets. Enjoy the rest of your Tuesday.
Welcome into KIV and Crack. Every Monday, Crack and I hang out. And we talk about our survivor picks. We talk about some winners. We talk about some of those bad losers. And then we kind of look ahead to the next week in the NFL. Crack, I'm just going to get us started off hot. Like, hand up. I was on End Zone Live yesterday with the Prez. And I didn't feel great that me and Prez were the only ones on the Eagles. Eagles score 7-0. He and I are like, okay, great. All right, let's keep it moving. Next thing you know, Rams up. Big time. And I text some of my I'll call them insufferable Eagles friends. I text some of them in their little group chat because I had the Chiefs the week prior, and every single one of them was like chirping. I'm like, send Travis Kelce a gift basket, leave me alone. So it's kind of like a mush, if you will, a reverse jinx. Right before the field goal, I text them, go Birds. Because I was like, all right, Rams are about to kick a game-winning field goal. Here's one for you guys back. And then all hell proceeded to break loose. I know you were on the Rams. You had 4.5. You had 4. Look, is that the worst beat you've ever had?
It's the worst beat I can remember. I actually took some plus 3.5 minus 0.5, 4.5 right when the line came out in Vegas. A very healthy 5-figure swing for me on that. Yet I wasn't like I was here. Well, first of all, I'm in Scranton, Pennsylvania, at my buddy's house, and I was here sitting like right in that big nice chair next to me, and he was sitting in his chair where he's got a computer there, and let me be blunt, he's upstairs now. He still doesn't know who I had in the game because I don't get emotional or say anything. But
is he an Eagles fan?
He had $58 on his ESPN app. On the Eagles, he was screaming and yelling. By the way, Kelly, he can buy and sell me. He's got tons of money, houses all over the place. I could just tell you, he's worth tens of millions, and screaming and yelling. And it almost made me realize that this is what America is. The human condition of gambling and what's going on here is a representation of what must be going on. Only he can afford to lose or win, but what must be going on all over middle America, blue collar America, white collar too. I'm not trying to say that, but I just didn't know I just didn't know that was going on until I seen him. And I had to ask him, I said, how much you got in the game? $58. So, which is fine. I'm not saying, listen, $58, that's like the average bet in America. God bless them. Good for you. At least you put some stake in the game. I go after these influencers and people that talk about games and spreads and don't bet $1. You bet $5, you're good with me. It doesn't matter that I bet more. I've earned to bet more over my lifetime. So, but I seen him there, and I seen him yelling and screaming, and I thought about it, and I called his son, who was in Philadelphia, and I said, do you believe your dad screamed? He goes, oh, every week. He goes, what do you think goes on here? He goes, all my friends, we're all crazy. We're yelling, screaming. We watch the games in a bar in Center City. I just didn't know, and that makes you bet more, and that's where the gambling problems, I guess, come into play. I have a big portion of my life that's dedicated to responsible gambling, and tell people how I've started out a losing player, a little degen, and all of a sudden in life, I took someone to shake me and show me the right way, and bankroll management means everything, and not getting emotions involved and stuff. But I'm glad someone won the Eagle game. I'm glad you won the Eagle game. Not so glad Prez won, but I'm glad you won the Eagle game. I'm being a wise guy, so at least somebody won it besides my friend with his $58.
Craig, I appreciate it, but I know that I probably should go buy a lottery ticket. But those are the types of moments for me as a gambler. I actually don't feel bad. The night prior, I'm laying in bed. I had gotten a text from Johnny in Detroit at, let's call it 11 a.m. Saturday morning. Said, hey, here's the game plan for Nevada versus Western Kentucky. I'm not saying bet it. I found a rogue 10 on Nevada. Line closed 8. Nevada kicks a field goal. Mind you, they were back and forth all game in the mix to possibly win it. Kicks a field goal, decides to kick an onside kick. Western Kentucky returns it for a touchdown. I thought my app was broken. I was refreshing. I was like, what is going on? The app was having problems earlier in the day. And I'm like, did that just happen to me? Oh my God. So you got to take the good with the bad. I think that they're cyclical, right? Like we never remember those wins like yesterday. Like I'm going to forget that Eagles win. Maybe not. That was a pretty significant one, but you're never going to forget those losses. So those losses kind of stick with you, those painful ones, and you're going, golly. So I do have remorse for those who had the Rams, but I don't feel bad knowing that just 12 hours prior, I just got absolutely, you know what, by Western Kentucky.
Wow. And let me ask you, Kel, let's go on to everyone's favorite subject. What happened? Your survivors. I text you on, I don't know, we text throughout the week a lot of times, but you had your Buffalo. Now, what do you do going into Sunday? You're rooting against every big favorite then.
Oh, yeah.
That's what you're doing. Yeah.
Yeah, I felt really bad. So I was on the Browns. I was on the Saints. Saints was my one loser yesterday. It was just kind of that really ugly play that just went in a tailspin. So congratulations to you. You had Seattle. I wussed out. I'm not going to lie to you. Denver about did me in. Dallas about did me in. Some of these survivors were just like, I wasn't going to say tilt, but almost survivor tilt. And I go, all right, I'm either going to use Buffalo this week or I'm going to use them next week versus the Saints. Right. And so it's like, I'm not saving them for week 11. I'm not saving them for Christmas or Thanksgiving. I'm like, I just need an easy win. And it was not even easy. I didn't think Buffalo was ever going to lose that game, but Miami was driving late into the fourth quarter. We would have needed a 2-minute drill from Josh Allen, had Tua not thrown that interception to go ahead and get that win. Missed field goal early. It was just kind of one of those wonky games, but at least it wasn't like I am sweating profusely, like freaking out. I got to enjoy my Sunday. It was a really good Sunday. And so I'll say I would make that decision again, even knowing the result of the Seattle game. I'm happy for you, though. Seattle was literally no sweat. It was 21-0. And I said, all right, I'm not going to watch the Saints game. I'm going to go enjoy my Sunday afternoon.
I had 6 picks on Buffalo out of the 20 that I have that I have on my own. I'm partners on some other ones and stuff. And then I have 14 on Seattle. And, of course, the Grandissimo with Seattle. And I could just tell you now, I was just checking with my partner. I said, I'm going to talk about this Buffalo next week. He said, fine. Because it's no secret that we're probably going to use Buffalo this week, and everyone's going to use Buffalo. But, when you have partners in the big one, sometimes they get real shaky. They get nervous. So, it's Buffalo's probably going to be, like I said, the play this week. So, but Buffalo was a good one this week, and Seattle was good and never really had a sweat with Buffalo. With Seattle at all. And pretty happy that went my way so easy. And I'm glad that of course the Packers went down, knocked 10 people out. Well, we knocked 10 people. Atlanta knocked 2 out, 8 out of the
Packers
at Green Bay. So 10 out of the Grandissimo. And that's about almost 20% out of the big.
But the
pool
Bucks,
in Vegas.
six people at the Bucks. I just looked. They could have easily went down there as well. That was kind of a crazy last minute nether blocked field goal situation. So I'm going to say this. Do you think people should not be zigging while there's zag right now? Like right now, what we've seen historically is weeks 1, 2, 3, 4 in these contests, big favorites are going down, touchdown favorites are going down. And so I think what people are trying to do is kind of what I did last week, zag instead of zig. They took the Falcons, who ultimately got shut out, Packers on the road. Or do you think that people are maybe starting to overthink their process? Maybe try not to have that. Hand up. I was trying not to have that number 1 pick the last 3 weeks, but I knew week 1, everybody was going to be on the Broncos.
There's a great show on Survivor. I wish I knew the name of it. How bad that is, not knowing the name. But there's a great show on Survivor. They email me every week. I think I would know. I would have their show up there. I like what this guy actually won a portion of it one week. And he said that last year, they didn't have one team that wasn't at least a 4-point favorite all 20 weeks. So they went 20-0, but never bet 3.5 or lower. I like that. And they said, and it's at Team Rankings, I think is the name of
the Team Ranking and Pool Genius guys. Yeah.
Oh boy, Pool Genius. That's it. I didn't even know. I forgot the name of it. So I like what they said though. They stayed away from road teams. It's hard to do now. Think about that. You're going to stay away from road teams, stay away from favorites 3.5 or less. And you have to only pick. It's really tough to do that, and that's why you have to listen to these type of shows. I'm actually giving my opponents a little bit of an edge, maybe even. But I shouldn't say that. It's open for the public. Good show on Survivor. I didn't know you knew those guys. I don't really know them either. But
I'm actually in their Survivor contest this year. So I also talk about a screw up. Ready for this? Ariel Epstein forgot to put in her plays on Saturday night. She's traveling for the Jewish holiday and texted me, and she's like, "Wait, they're due Saturday night." And I'm like, "Oh no!" So I feel bad for her. But the week prior, I log in Sunday morning and I'm like, why do I have the Bears picked and not the Lions? Why do I have the Bears picked and not the Lions? And sure enough, it's because I was on Splash the night prior, putting in all my picks, and I'm in so many loser pools that your job is to pick the loser. And so I must have been still having the Bears on my brain.
Wow.
I know. So I only have 2 entries left over there, but that is okay. That is a fun contest. Proceeds are going to go to charity. So hopefully I can win one, at least for bragging rights. But as far as this week goes, Crack, you mentioned you already used the Bills in 6 of your 20 in Circa. So what are you kind of looking at in addition to that? I think we have to make a nod towards Houston. 3 games. They had 3 opportunities to win. Couldn't get it done. 7-point favorites this week. I'm not going to lie. The Titans looked solid week 1, right? Week 1, I said, okay, if there was a couple of receivers that could have caught Cam Ward's passes, they could have upset the Broncos. But ever since, it's like the wheels are falling off on the Titans. Callahan, they're talking about how he's on the hot seat and they're ready to fire him already. I feel like Texans and Bills are going to be the 2 most popular picks. Then I want to go.
I'm scanning down the thing. You're right. That's going to be the 2 most.
And then I want to go Detroit. But boy, did the Browns have a lot of fight in them. We saw week 1 versus the Bengals. Their defense. We saw week 3 versus the Packers. Yeah, week 2 versus the Ravens was just really bad offensively, but let's give a nod to the Ravens defense. I don't think that the Lions are going to lose that game, but I don't know if I'm brave enough to use the Lions here. Well, I guess it kind of depends on what happens tonight on Monday Night Football.
Yeah, no, for sure. The Lions, even though they're a bigger favorite, you're looking at a Houston team that you're probably not going to be able to use them any better spot throughout the year than. By the way, I actually lean to the Titans with the points, but you're not going to be able to find a better spot. You have the Texans at home, 7-point favorites, even though they're 0-3. By the way, the Texans at home. 0-3 teams, they make the playoffs like 5% of the time. So this is a do or die. Have you ever seen a must win? I mean, the Titans are also 0-3, but they're on the road here. They weren't expected to do anything pre-flop beginning of the season. That might be a good spot for that's. Even though I do like the Titans there, only a few moves, major line moves this next week. By the way, in football, the Titans were one of them. A small move on them. Vikings were definitely one. Maybe a couple totals here, nothing too crazy. One group released Cowboys Packers under, where I think that first of all, you have Cowboys Packers is a primetime game. It's going to be a lot of over money no matter what. I think you could have waited until later in the week for that particular game. That day, later in the week, that day even. Just going to give you a couple of the other moves. Rams Colts over was one of the other moves. That's the only thing really that moved early in the week. But listen, you have a 16.5-point favorite here with the Bills. That's going to be probably the biggest pick for a survivor of the year, I would say, would be the Bills. If you have the Bills, like people just picked the Bills Thursday night. So I used them on a couple picks. Kelly, you used them on all your picks.
Everything.
Right?
I just shoved my Crack. Like I said, it was almost like a tilt thing where I was just like, I just need a stress-free Sunday at this point. And granted, Seattle was stress-free. I just didn't handicap the game that way. And that's just how it kind of works. Like, I'm sure my partners are like, hey, thanks for not let us use the only opportunity to use Seattle, Cal. And we could have used the Bills this week. I don't think the Bills are going to lose. But really, Bills off a Thursday night divisional game versus the Dolphins. Now they play the Saints. I got to look and see who they're playing in week 5. But look, have we seen this Bills team kind of, I don't know, sleepwalk, if you will? They play the Patriots next week. Nothing big there. Divisional game still. But sleepwalk over mediocre teams? Yeah. But do I think the Bills are going to lose that game? No, of course I don't.
Yeah. Cal, I have a crazy question. These spontaneous things. So I told you I'm in Scranton, Pennsylvania. I'm heading back to Vegas today. But let me ask you, do you miss Vegas at all, even a little? Or when you go there, you just get it all out and come back and just can't wait to get back home? I actually can't wait. Home will always be New York and New Jersey for me, but I actually want to get back to Vegas. I've been on the road now for about a week, and I'm ready to go back to Vegas, though. It just there's things you miss about it. It's the betting, too. Some of the betting things.
Oh yeah, I mean from a betting perspective, like a legal betting perspective, yeah, it's really nice to be able to have access to a lot of those books. Particularly, you and I talk about Superbook, even Day of the Game, offering reduced juice in the NFL. Like those types of things are nice. I miss the restaurants and I miss the airport being able to just fly anywhere direct. Outside of that,
Yes.
no.
All
I
right.
do not miss Vegas for 1 second. People call me and they're like, hey, we're coming to Florida. I'm like, cool, you're 4 hours away. Cool, I'm not coming to Disneyland. Oh, you're in
Right.
Miami? Sorry, too far for me
Yeah.
to drive. When you're in Vegas, it doesn't matter that I lived 40 minutes off the strip in Summerlin. You were expected to go out and to put on a face and say hi to everybody, and it got exhausting. It got exhausting.
The prices too.
Oh.
Here. I mean, we're in blue collar America here. This is hardworking blue collar people. We went out for a steakhouse last night, and I couldn't believe the steaks were like $29. I was like, wait a minute, $29. What are you getting for this? Like I couldn't believe it. Like, so Vegas is much more expensive on food, but however, still going to like a Starbucks here, it's the same thing. It's like $8, $7, and they turn the screen around to you. How much you want to tip? We've conditioned society to give tips.
Correct. That's why I bought myself an expensive coffee machine. I sent our producer Dan Alexander a screenshot of it the other day, and I was like, worth every penny. 2,880 lattes it's made me or something, and $8 a piece. You can do the math.
Yeah, no, it's amazing though. But I do love it. Do love to visit family, friends. I had to come back to do my taxes. I do an extension, so I came back there.
Yeah, don't remind me. That's on my to-do list this week too.
Yeah, you got to do it by October 15th. Well, great. Oh, this has been good. We covered some things and got some good things going on at Wager Talk. Appreciate you guys. To be blunt, if I didn't mention it, thank God, on fire the last couple of weeks. College football, they got no chance to beat me. And even the NFL this weekend was really good.
Of 8. So try to keep that going here today. Yesterday, I did have a winner, though. I played the Lions plus 4.5, Rob, and turned out to be the right side. I had no problem fading that guy on the other side. So profitable day to start the week. How's everything for you, Rob?
It's good. Last night was good because I played that total 2 ways, first half over, full game over. Honestly, I thought it would be a lot like what we saw from Baltimore and Buffalo, and it turned out to be that way. I mean, Baltimore and Buffalo got to 81. These two teams got to 68, so it gave us 2 winners. And it's the NFL that's gone really well for me the last 2 weeks, 11-3 plus 21 units. So it's been solid NFL-wise, and we'll look to make a little profit in a W tonight, Ski.
Let's do it. 2 games to talk about here. Shouldn't be too long of a show today, but we'll get right into it. Start with 6-13, 6-14. That's Phoenix and Minnesota. Opened up Minnesota -8. Now it looks like -7. Do have a lot of 7.5s out there. So line shop, depending whatever you like. Total open 159.5. It's as low as 158.5. And I'm pretty sure no injuries here. Yeah, everybody should be good to go. That last game in this series, it went exactly as planned for me, Rob. I had Phoenix early, first half. I figured, it would be the first time the Lynx saw the big 3 for Phoenix this season. And we know pretty much, or at least I know, I don't want to be involved with fading the Lynx in the second half or the third quarter. So that's just not been a very good idea, a very profitable angle all season long. So it's interesting. Maybe Minnesota has woken up. Maybe they play a full 40 minutes this time around. Maybe they're used to the big 3. I'm curious how you see it.
Well, it looked, first of all, I think the way you read it, absolutely. I mean, it turned out to be perfect. But the fact that Phoenix off of that full 3-game series against New York, and then the travel and the fatigue would set in maybe second half. And it did for Phoenix, 22 points after 47 in the first. And like you say, Minnesota's been that team all season long. Dig a first half hole, climb out of the hole by beating teams senseless in the second. And we just saw it against Golden State when they clinched, right? Golden State led by 17, late third on their home floor, and Minnesota comes back and wins. So you really don't want to be against them late game, especially, as you've said a couple of times, Cheryl Reeve. They just make adjustments at halftime that seem to work all season long. I think this first game of the series was so reminiscent of that New York series where Satu Sabli came out and went 2 for 17 from the floor. She's 3 for 11 the other night, 0 for 5 from 3. She just didn't play well, but we saw the bounce back in game 2 and game 3 out of her. And I think you'll see a bounce back again here. And it's a more difficult, I shouldn't say that. It's not a more difficult front line, but Elena Smith is, I think, the leading shot blocker in the W. So it, there's some imposing forces on the other side, but there were for New York as well. I just, and my idea here, Ski, is that Phoenix got to 69 points without even scoring in the second half, basically. 12 and 10-point quarters don't count. If you can push those up to 16 and 15, then you get over the number that was made available to us yesterday. I think Phoenix team total was 75, and I can clearly see them getting to 76. Win or lose doesn't really matter. I think they can get to 76 against the Lynx. The Lynx give you enough rope to get a lead, to score on them, and then they start to take things away. But for Phoenix, I just can't see another 22-point half coming here. So, like I say, the difference between 69 and 76, 69 what they scored the first game, 76 what I need tonight, is 7 points. If they put up a 29-point second half, it would have been good enough in game 1. I think they get there in game 2. I think that plus the points, they're tough enough to hang around. And I'll say one last thing. I'll say that it didn't pan out in game 1, but the loss of Dejanay Carrington defensively, I thought might hurt Minnesota a little bit on that end against this team. Didn't really show up in game 1. We'll see if it shows up further down the series.
Yeah, we'll see. I'm looking at this total here. Was that the first half number you said there?
Well, it was the Phoenix team total.
Oh, Phoenix team
75,
total.
yeah.
Man, they shot so poor in that first game. I think they shot like 13% from 3, and Minnesota didn't shoot that well either. They made it to 151 in that game. Yeah, I'd have to think that they can shoot a little bit better. At the same time, I say that, and they could be more familiar with each other after just playing and get a low-scoring game. So it's a little bit could go both ways here.
Mm-hmm.
Sideways. For the side, I do think personally, I would prefer the Lynx. If I'm playing Phoenix, I'm getting in and getting out once again. Like Mark said here, he played Phoenix first half plus 4.5, and he played Minnesota third quarter minus the 2.5. That's just how I see it. So Phoenix early or Lynx full game, and I think points can be scored in this contest between both of them. Anything else before we move on?
That's been a winning formula. It's hard to argue against. Fade Minnesota first half, play them third quarter. That has been a profit-making formula. So for Mark, there's no way I could talk anybody off of that. I hope Satu recognizes the defense is a little better tonight and scores, because if she does, I think I'll get there to 76.
All right. Let's get to the next game, the last game on the slate. That is 6:15, 6:16, Indiana Fever staying in Las Vegas for another game. Aces opened up -9. Still see 9s out there. Total open 165.5, down as low as 163.5. Demirs Dantas is out for this game for the Fever, along with everybody else they've lost for the season. And this is the one that shocked everybody, right? Aces as a big favorite in that first game, lose outright. Fever, they just continue to play hard and shock everybody, really. People count this Fever team out once the players, started to fall for the season, and they just continue to fight. So, Vino, every single game they've played this season has been pretty close. But we know the kind of spot that this is in a playoff game. Aces can't afford to go on the road down 0-2. Do you think that they'll play like it? Will they return back to that 17, 16, whatever game win streak Aces? Or will it be the middle of the season Aces once again?
Well, if Becky pulled the branding iron out and put it to their backsides, then maybe they'll jump a little bit and play better. It's, you know what, just from a situational ski, it's really, I found myself going back and forth with this because the initial reaction is let's play the aces. If nothing else, let's play them early, first quarter. I think the number is 2.5 still available out there. Play them first quarter. There's got to be some fight in this team, bounce back. As far as full game is concerned, it is interesting because that 17-game win streak has now seen, 2 losses in the last 3 once it was broken, right? And you just wonder if the Aces aren't going to go back and revert to the inconsistencies that we talked about all season long. Indiana, it's so hard. I mean, to make the case, they're so depth shy. And they're coming off the bench with Bree Turner, Shea Petty, and Ariel Powers. And Ariel Powers, to her credit, a lot of enthusiasm, she's got a nonstop motor when she comes into the game. And like you said earlier, when you said they're playing with a lot of effort, Indiana really is. Kelsey Mitchell was amazing in game 1. She's always capable of exploding. I think that the front court of Indiana, Natasha Howard and Aaliyah Boston, may have caused Asia a little bit of trouble. She only had 16. She was 6 of 22. Some could say that's the MVP hangover. I'm not sure. But I expect her to play better. As much as I tossed it around, and I'm somebody who tried over in the first game, over 164.5, and they got to 162. So I scrapped that idea this time, thinking that maybe Las Vegas will play better defense. And I went right to what I said earlier, the first quarter. If Las Vegas can't win the first quarter by 3, the only concern I have with it, and again, the reason why I didn't play it stronger than I did, is Indiana's been a pretty good first quarter team as of late. Doesn't matter, road, home. They usually get out the gate pretty good with that starting 5. But I just, situationally, where playoffs are concerned, I think that Las Vegas needs a little bit of energy right from the outset. So I like -2.5 first quarter.
Fair enough. And I can't talk you off it. I mean, I would think they bring the energy for the entire game. And I would think we see a little bit more defense from that Aces side as well. So I like the total going down. I like what you're saying about the Aces. Both of those directions will be the same way I'm looking in this game. Game 2, we'll get them both tonight. We'll see how everybody looks, and then we'll come back and talk about some game 3. But looks like that's a show. Like I said, quick and easy for today. Only a little bit over 11 minutes for that. Let me look at the chat, actually. Mark says, happy B-Day, Nafisa. I didn't know it was her birthday today. We'll see what she does. Casey says, Asia getting her get back today, man. I know they sent in the videos of those flagrant fouls on her. She did get elbowed in the throat. Like, Casey says she'll get 12 plus free throws tonight.
Real quick, Ski, just let me add this because I had this in my notes and I didn't say it. In that Minnesota-Phoenix game, amazingly, they shot 10 free throws combined for the whole game. One team shot 4. Phoenix was 4 for 4. The other team shot 6, 5 of 6. That's kind of crazy that you would see a game officiated to the point where the Phoenix Mercury were only whistled for 6 fouls in the entire game. Indiana, to Casey's point, has begun to play a little bit of roughhouse basketball. It started in that Atlanta series. We saw a lot of skirmishes underneath. And like you say, with Asia Wilson taking a few shots, Indiana's kind of resorting to some, little physical play.
All right, good stuff. Let's move it on over. Mark says, thanks for the show, or thanks for sharing the look, Ski and Rob. Best of luck to everybody. Appreciate you, Mark. All right, we'll move it on over to best bets. But before we do, we have a little something to put on the screen today, Rob.
Is it Ronald's head?
No. Enough of that. It is $5 Tuesday though. So Rob has something up on his page. As soon as I finish this show, I'm putting my play up. I just wanted to make sure, that I had a winner. Because I don't want to just put it up and I'm not that confident. So I thought about it since last night. I like it. I put it up right after the show. And you can get all of that stuff for $5 at WagerTalk. Now, Vino, outside of that, I'll pass it to you and I'll ask you if there's anything you would like to promote. And if you have a best bet for the show, we'd love to hear it. If you don't, all good.
Yeah, $5 Tuesday on my end is up as well, Ski. So you can go over to WagerTalk.com and pick that up for sure. Best bets. Oh, and let me just one more time reiterate the odds logic screen. For those of you who really are betting these things 365 days a year, for those of you who are interested in the line moves as they happen, the most current injury reports, et cetera, go get your free 7-day trial from oddslogic.com over at wagertalk.com while you're picking up your $5 play. Best bet, I'm going to go to the very last thing we talked about, which is the Las Vegas Aces. I just believe that at home, you talked about it, the scenario of being 0-2, going down 0-2 and then going on the road is not good. And I think there'll be some fight back from Becky Hammond's team tonight. So I did lay 2.5 first quarter. I'm going to leave that as the best bet here for the show. Las Vegas Aces first quarter -2.5.
Good stuff for Vino. And for myself, I will just mention, everybody, I do have a 5% play for tonight. I put it up on Sunday, so it is not the $5 play. But if you want to be involved with the 5%er, it is up and available there. And like I said, I have my $5 play up shortly. For best bet for the show, I can only give you guys what you guys know how I am. I don't want to just tell you anything. So what I'm going to do today is share a few underdogs that I'm looking at in tennis. I haven't pushed the button yet, but I'm really looking at a few and could pick possibly 2 or 3. So I'm looking at Alicia Parks. I think on the hard court at +185. I mean, she's the kind of person who's very serve dependent. But when she's clicking and she's serving good, she can really beat anybody and play with anybody. So after a couple of poor matches, 10 double faults each, I think that she'll clean it up and play a tougher one today. So I'm looking at her +185, maybe even first set. Osorio, she's +125 versus Ann Lee. I really look at her first set. I haven't really gotten as close as Alicia Parks maybe for that one, but I do like that one. And 2 more. Siegman can potentially upset McNally, and Bronzetti as a short underdog versus Krackomberger is on my list. So a lot of tennis for tonight. And those start at like 8 p.m. So keep an eye out. And there was one more that's a favorite. I'm trying to give you guys a little bit of everything. Katie Bolter, she's beat Baptiste every time she's played her, I think 3 times in a row. Baptiste earlier in the year was playing really well, serving good, not so much lately. So I just think the style that Katie Bolter plays is hard for Baptiste to handle. And we'll see that again tonight. But that's what I'm looking at for tennis. That's the best I can do for best bets. And Vino, no WNBA tomorrow. So maybe we'll come back on Thursday. We'll talk WNBA. We'll talk some Thursday night football. We'll have some college football, right? So
yep.
We'll be back on Thursday. Appreciate everybody for tuning in. A lot of great people, great cappers in the chat. Vino, appreciate you taking the time to break all this good stuff down with me and with us. And we'll catch you guys on Thursday.